Every shadow hides a story, and every story leaves a mark. Haunted Forest is where these stories find a voice and reach those who dare to listen. Join us as we explore what lies beneath the silence of the night. The light bounced strangely, an unnatural, pervasive cold settled in. And then I found them trees of pure, shimmering glass, reflecting everything. The silence was profound, an eerie absence of sound, the kind that presses in on your eardrums until you swear you can hear your own blood rushing. Mesmerized, I began photographing. Every click of my camera felt like a cannon blast in the suffocating quiet, each flash momentarily illuminating the crystalline landscape with a dazzling, almost painful brilliance. The reflections were the strangest part, not just of me or the surrounding forest, but of things that were not there. Fleeting glimpses of faces, twisting shadows, impossible landscapes that vanished as quickly as they appeared. It was like looking into a million shattered mirrors, each showing a different, terrifying possibility. I spent what felt like hours, maybe days' time, became a fluid concept in that place, lost in the alien beauty. My fingers were numb, my breath plumed white in the frigid air, but I could not tear myself away. This was it, the ultimate discovery, the kind of thing that photographers dream of their whole lives. I was so focused, so utterly absorbed, that I almost missed it. Almost. It was tucked away from the densest cluster of glass trees, in a part of the forest where the regular oaks and maples started to assert themselves again, though even they seemed unnaturally still, their leaves a muted, dusty green. And there it was, a gate, just a gate. No fence attached, no wall leading up to it, nothing. It stood alone, upright, as if someone had simply dropped it there from the sky. It was made of wrought iron, heavy and ornate, but utterly consumed by rust. Not the flaky, orange kind of rust, but a deep, almost black variety that looked like ancient, dried blood. Intricate, swirling patterns of metal, once elegant, were now merely suggestions beneath the layers of corrosion. The hinges, what I could see of them, were thick with it, frozen in time. One side was slightly ajar, maybe a foot or so, revealing nothing but more of the shadowed forest beyond. My first thought was, what the hell? My second was, how did I not see this before? It felt wrong. So, incredibly wrong. A gate implies a boundary, a division, but this gate divided nothing from nothing. It was an island of man-made decay in a sea of natural, albeit bizarre, wilderness. I approached cautiously, my camera still clutched in my hand, though I had no desire to photograph this. Not yet. It emitted a palpable sense of age, of abandonment, a profound melancholy that seeped into the air around it. The cold, which had been pervasive, intensified here, clinging to the iron like a shroud. I reached out a gloved hand, hesitantly. The metal was rough beneath my touch, gritty and cold, colder than anything I would ever felt, like it had absorbed all the warmth from the world around it and held it prisoner. There was no sound here either, of course, just the same oppressive silence that permeated the glass forest. But this silence felt different. It was heavier, expectant, like the air itself was holding its breath. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the stillness. Every instinct screamed at me to turn back, to leave this place alone, to forget I would ever seen it. This was not a unique geological find. This was something else entirely. This was what the old-timers had been warning me about. Leave some things alone, they would said. But I was Mark, the photographer, the explorer, the man who chased whispers into the wilderness. And I had never been good at leaving things alone. My gaze drifted to the gap in the gate. What was on the other side? Just more trees, seemingly identical to the ones I would just walk through. But the feeling, the wrongness persisted. It was as if the gate was not just a physical barrier, but a conceptual one, a doorway to something fundamentally different. I took a deep breath, the frigid air burning my lungs. My hand tightened on my camera. All right, Mark, I said. I muttered to myself, my voice a startling intrusion in the silence. Just a quick look. See what is there. You can always come back. Famous last words, right? Always. With another surge of adrenaline and a healthy dose of professional curiosity warring with primal fear, I pushed on the rusted gate. It groaned, a sound like 1,000 dying souls, a long, drawn-out shriek of tortured metal that seemed to echo not just through the forest, but through my very bones. It was so loud, so unnatural, that I instinctively recoiled, my heart leaping into my throat. But the gate barely moved. That single-foot-wide gap remained, mocking me. It was not meant to open wider, not easily. It was just a threshold. I squeezed through the narrow opening, my backpack snagging on the rough iron, tearing a small hole in the fabric. I did not care. All my senses were on high alert. I stepped through. Nothing. No flash of light, no sudden change in temperature, no swirling vortex, no dramatic shift in the landscape. Just the forest. The same muted, dusty green trees. The same oppressive silence. The same biting cold. I stood for a moment, waiting, expecting something. My eyes darted around, searching for the obvious. Was this a trick? Was the gate just a random piece of junk, and my imagination running wild? I turned back to look at the gate. It was still there, a dark, imposing silhouette against the pale, unchanging sky. It looked exactly the same. I reached for my watch, a rugged, waterproof Garmin Phoenix. 3:17 p.m. My phone, tucked deep in my pocket, showed the same time. No signal, of course, but the internal clock was still ticking. Well, that was anticlimactic. I mumbled, a nervous laugh escaping my lips. It sounded hollow, alien in the profound quiet. I took a few steps forward into the forest on the other side. It was still the Shawnee, still felt like the Shawnee, just a bit more desolate. The ground was covered in a thick layer of decaying leaves, making my footsteps soft and muffled. The trees were denser here, their branches interwoven overhead, creating a perpetual twilight. I walked for what I thought was an hour, maybe two. I kept checking my watch. 3:17 p.m. Still 3:17 p.m. I frowned. My watch was not broken. I would check it just before I found the gate. Maybe the cold was affecting it. I pulled out my phone again. 3:17 p.m. Battery still at 87. A prickle of unease started to crawl up my spine. I tried to remember the last time I would seen the sun. It had been high in the sky when I first entered the glass forest, but that place had its own strange light. Here, there was no sun at all, just an even, gray light filtering through the canopy, as if the entire sky was one giant, muted overcast. No shadows shifted. Nothing moved. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I was just disoriented. Maybe I would walk in a circle and come back to the same spot. No, that was impossible. I was a skilled navigator. I knew where I was going, even without a compass. And the gate was behind me, no longer visible through the dense trees. I decided to head back to the gate, to cross through it again and see if that reset anything. I turned around, trying to retrace my steps. But the forest here was subtly different. The trees seemed to blur together, their trunks all the same shade of gray-brown, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. There were no distinguishing landmarks, no unique rock formations, no fallen logs I remembered stepping over. It was just trees, endless trees. Panic began to set in, a cold, sharp claw in my gut. I checked my watch again. 3:17 p.m. My phone. 3:17 p.m. I tried to feel for hunger, for thirst. Nothing. My body felt static, like it was suspended. I should have been starving by now, or at least thirsty. I would have been hiking for days before I even found the glass forest, and then spent hours there. My supplies were dwindling, but my stomach did not rumble. My throat was not dry. I did not feel tired, despite the physical exertion. This was not just a broken watch. This was something else. Time does not exist, a whisper echoed in my mind, a memory of the vague warnings. No, not a memory, a premonition. A horrible, dawning realization. I started to run. Not in any particular direction, just run. I pushed through the undergrowth, my heart hammering, the sound seeming to amplify in the silence. I needed to find the gate. I needed to get out. My lungs burned, but not with fatigue, with fear. I ran until my legs ached, until my muscles screamed, but still, I did not feel tired. I just felt the same relentless, unchanging pressure in my chest. I stopped, gasping, leaning against a tree that felt as cold and unyielding as the gate itself. My breath plumed in the air, but the plumes did not dissipate. They hung there frozen, like ghostly white clouds suspended in the perpetual twilight. My mind reeled. This was not possible. This was not real. I tried to ground myself. I took out my camera, intending to take a picture, to capture this impossible phenomenon. I lifted it, aimed, and pressed the shutter. Click. The flash illuminated the frozen breath. I looked at the screen. The image was there, but it was not my breath. It was a swirling, indistinct gray mist, like a cloud of smoke. And in the background, etched into the bark of the tree I was leaning against, was a crude, ancient carving. A symbol I did not recognize. A circle with a jagged line through it, like a broken clock face. My hands trembled so violently I almost dropped the camera. I spun around, frantically searching for the gate, for any sign of a path, for anything that could lead me out of this nightmare. But there was nothing, just endless, unchanging forest. I tried to yell, to scream, to make any sound that was not the frantic thud of my own heart. But my voice caught in my throat. It felt like the air itself was too thick, too heavy, to allow sound to escape. I was trapped in an eternal whisper, a silent scream. Days passed, or hours, or minutes. I had no way of knowing. My watch still read 3:17 p.m. My phone still showed the same time, the same battery life. I ate some of my trail mix, not because I was hungry, but because I felt I should. The food had no taste, no texture. It was like chewing on sawdust. It did not satiate anything. My body remained in this bizarre state of suspended animation, neither needing nor wanting. I started to talk to myself just to break the silence. Okay, Mark, think. What do you do? How do you get out of a place where time does not exist? My voice, when it came, sounded weak, brittle, like dry leaves crunching underfoot. The words hung in the air, echoing back at me, distorted, as if they were being played in reverse. I tried to leave markers. I broke off branches, stacked rocks, even tried to scratch symbols into tree bark, just like the one I would seen. But when I returned to these spots, or what I thought were these spots, the markers were gone, or they were different. A pile of rocks would be scattered. A broken branch would be whole again. The symbols I carved would morph into something else, or vanish entirely. It was like the forest was actively erasing my presence, denying my attempts to impose any order on its chaos. The glass trees, I realized, were nowhere to be seen here. This side of the gate was purely organic, but it was an organic world devoid of life. No birds sang, no insects buzzed, no squirrels chattered. Nothing moved. Nothing grew. Nothing decayed. It was a perfect, terrible stasis. My mind began to fray. The lack of sleep, the lack of food, the lack of anything meaningful started to take its toll. I would wander aimlessly, sometimes for what felt like weeks, sometimes for what felt like mere seconds. The boundaries of my sanity blurred. I started seeing things in the periphery of my vision, fleeting movements, shadows that were not quite shadows, shapes that reformed into trees when I looked directly at them. One time, I saw a reflection in a puddle. Not my reflection, but a man. His face was gaunt, his eyes wide with terror, his clothes ragged. He looked ancient, like he had been there for centuries. And then, as I stared, his face shifted, becoming my own. But it was my face, aged beyond recognition, etched with despair, hair long and matted, beard wild and gray. My own eyes, but they held the infinite, empty gaze of someone who had seen everything and nothing forever. I screamed then, a raw, guttural sound that tore from my throat, and this time it seemed to hang in the air, a physical manifestation of my terror, before slowly, agonizingly, fading into the oppressive silence. I stumbled away from the puddle, my mind screaming for an escape. The gate. I had to find the gate. It was the only way back. But which way was back? Every direction was the same. Every tree was the same. Every moment was the same. I started walking again, driven by a desperate, animalistic urge to survive, to escape. I walked until my boots wore through, until my clothes were torn to shreds by unseen branches. I walked until I no longer knew who I was, or why I was walking. The only thing that remained was the faint, persistent echo of a name mark, and the desperate need to find the gate. Then, one day, or one non-day, I saw it. A glint of dark metal through the trees. My heart, which I thought had forgotten how to beat with anything but a dull throb, surged with a frantic hope. The gate. It was there. It looked exactly as I remembered it. Rusted, ornate, slightly ajar. It was a beacon in the endless uniformity of the timeless forest. I stumbled towards it, my legs like lead, my body a hollow shell. My hands, now bony and scarred, reached out, grasping the cold, rough iron. It felt both familiar and utterly alien. I pushed the gate open wider, the same horrific groan ripping through the silence, but this time I barely registered it. All I cared about was getting through. I squeezed my emaciated body through the gap, desperate for the other side. I was through. I stood there panting, though I had no need for breath. My eyes darted around. The glass forest. It was there. The shimmering trees, the strange light, the profound cold. It was exactly as I had left it. I was back. A wave of relief, so potent it almost brought me to my knees, washed over me. I wanted to cry, to shout, to laugh. I was back. I looked at my watch. 3:17 p.m. I looked at my phone. 3:17 p.m. My heart sank. No. No, no, no. I pulled out my phone again, frantically checking the date. It was the same date I had entered. The same time. My camera still had the same number of photos left on its memory card. The same battery life. Nothing had changed. I looked at my hands. They were still bony, still scarred. My clothes were still in tatters. My face, when I touched it, felt gaunt and hollow. I had not returned to my time. I had returned to the time. The frozen moment. The 3:17 p.m. that existed on both sides of the gate. The gate. I turned back to look at it. It stood there, dark and silent, exactly as it had been. But now it felt like a trap, a cruel joke. It had not led me out of timelessness. It had merely led me from one manifestation of it to another. The glass forest, I now saw, with horrifying clarity, was also timeless. The reflections in the glass trees, the ones I had dismissed as optical illusions, now seemed like echoes of a past that never ended, a future that never began. Faces, twisting shadows, impossible landscapes, they were all trapped, just like me, in an eternal loop of existence. I walked towards one of the glass trees, my movements stiff and robotic. My reflection stared back at me, the gaunt, ancient face with the wild, gray hair and beard, the eyes that held an eternity of despair. And behind my reflection, I saw them, the fleeting glimpses, the other faces. They were not just reflections of nothing. They were reflections of others, other lost souls, other victims of the gate, trapped in this crystalline prison, their images forever playing out in the glass, never changing, never fading. I reached out my hand, my fingers brushing against the cold, smooth surface of the glass. The reflection of my hand, ancient and skeletal, reached back. And then, for a split second, the reflection shifted. It was not my hand. It was a different hand, equally skeletal, equally ancient, but distinctly feminine. Its fingers were long and delicate, adorned with what looked like a rusted, tarnished wedding band. The reflection of a woman, her face a mask of silent anguish, appeared behind my own, her eyes wide and vacant, staring out from the timeless prison. She was there. Others were there, trapped in the reflections, perhaps, or somewhere deeper within the glass, their endless, unchanging existence playing out for anyone fool enough to stumble upon the gate. I was one of them now. I knew it with a chilling certainty that settled deep into my bones. My journey had led me not to a discovery, but to a damnation. I was Mark, the photographer, the explorer, the man who chased whispers into the wilderness. And now, I was just another whisper, another reflection, another ghost condemned to an eternity of 3:17 p.m., an eternity of cold, of silence, of the profound, unyielding horror of a world where time simply ceased to be. I closed my eyes, but the images of the trapped faces, of my own ancient reflection, were burned into my mind. When I opened them again, I saw nothing but the shimmering, endless glass, reflecting an eternity of nothingness. The gate stood behind me, a silent, rusted sentinel, forever guarding the boundary between one timeless prison and another. And I was left to wander, a living ghost in a dead world, forever chasing a moment that would never come, forever lost in the horrifying, unchanging now. I plunged into the forest, the last flicker of the lantern dying as I collapsed. The world went black, not just from the lack of light, but from the sheer exhaustion, the cold that had permeated my bones, and the terror that had been a constant companion since this nightmare began. My body, already stiff from the pervasive stasis that had turned my village into a gallery of frozen horrors, gave out. I hit the damp earth with a thud that barely registered through the ringing in my ears. The raw scream I would torn from my throat back in the bell tower, the one that had momentarily repelled an owl, felt like it had ripped something vital from inside me. I remember thinking, as consciousness slipped away, that this was it. The shadows, those crawling voids that harvested essence, would find me. The owls, with their silent, predatory dives, would claim my voice. I was just another petrified soul waiting to be hollowed out. The forest, a vast, indifferent maw, was ready to swallow me whole. But then, nothing. Not immediately, anyway. I woke up to a silence, so profound it was almost deafening. The kind of silence that presses in on your ears, making them ache. My eyelids felt like sandpaper, glued shut with dried tears and forest grime. Every muscle in my body screamed in protest as I tried to move. The stasis, which had been a creeping paralysis in the village, now felt like a dull, persistent ache, a deep-seated cold that radiated from my very core. It was less about being frozen solid, and more about feeling like my blood had been replaced with icy sludge. Slowly, painfully, I forced my eyes open. The world was a blur of muted greens and grays. Sunlight, or what passed for it through the dense canopy, dappled the forest floor in shifting patterns. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth, decaying leaves, and something else, something metallic and ancient, like rust and old machinery, though I could not place it at the time. Panic, a cold, sharp blade, tried to pierce through the fog of my exhaustion. The village, the shadows, the owls. Where were they? I pushed myself up, groaning. My hands, caked with mud, trembled. I scanned my surroundings, my heart hammering against my ribs. Nothing. Just trees. Endless, towering trees, their branches interlaced like skeletal fingers, forming a ceiling far above. It was a primeval forest, unlike anything I would ever seen near my village. The trees were too old, too gnarled, their roots like massive serpents writhing across the forest floor. I was alone, terribly, utterly alone. The thought should have been comforting, a reprieve from the immediate threats, but it was not. It was worse. It meant I was lost, deep in a forest I did not recognize, with no idea how far I would run or in what direction. My throat was raw, my tongue a dry, swollen thing in my mouth. I tried to call out, but only a raspy croak escaped. I needed water. I needed something. Anything. As I slowly, awkwardly, began to crawl, then stumble through the underbrush, a sound began to register. Faint at first, almost imperceptible. I dismissed it as the thumping of my own frantic heart, or perhaps the buzzing of insects. But it persisted. A rhythmic, steady tick-tock. Tick-tock. It was too regular, too precise to be natural. My mind, still reeling from the horrors of the village, tried to rationalize it. A bird. A branch creaking in the wind. But no, this was different. This was mechanical. Tick-tock. It was coming from somewhere deeper in the woods, a steady, unwavering pulse in the vast silence. It was unnerving. Everything about this forest felt wrong. The way the light filtered through the leaves, casting strange, elongated shadows that seemed to writhe even when there was no wind. The unnatural stillness of the air. And now this sound. I hesitated, a primal instinct screaming at me to run in the opposite direction. But curiosity, that foolish, dangerous human trait, gnawed at me. What could it be? A cabin, another lost soul, or something worse. The village had taught me that the unknown was rarely benign. Still, the sheer isolation was getting to me. Any sign of human presence, even an ominous one, felt like a beacon in the oppressive wilderness. And, I admit, part of me was just so disoriented, so broken, that I simply started walking toward the sound, as if drawn by an invisible thread. The ticking grew louder with every painful step. It was not just a simple tick-tock anymore. It was a complex, multi-layered sound. A deep, resonant thunk followed by a sharper, higher-pitched click, then a faint, almost musical whirring that ended with a soft, metallic hiss. It was like listening to the inner workings of a colossal grandfather clock, amplified 1,000 times. The air grew heavier, colder, as I ventured deeper. The trees here were even more ancient, their trunks thicker than small cars, their roots forming tangled, impenetrable barriers. The light barely penetrated the canopy, casting the forest floor into perpetual twilight. I felt like I was descending into some forgotten, subterranean world, even though I was still above ground. The metallic, ancient smell I would noticed earlier intensified, almost overpowering the earthy scent of the forest. It was the smell of old brass, of iron, of something that had been buried for centuries and was now slowly, inexorably, revealing itself. Thunk, click, or hiss. The sound was directly ahead now, vibrating through the very ground beneath my feet. My heart pounded, a frantic drum against the rhythmic pulse of the forest clock. Because that is what it was. I realized with a growing sense of dread. A clock. An impossibly huge clock, hidden deep within this forgotten part of the world. I pushed through a thick curtain of moss and hanging vines, my breath catching in my throat. What I saw defies description, really. It was immense. Nestled in a natural hollow, surrounded by the gnarled, intertwining roots of a dozen colossal trees, was a structure that should not have existed. It was a clock, yes, but not like any clock I would ever seen. It was easily 30 feet tall, maybe more, and just as wide, crafted from some dark, obsidian-like metal, polished to a dull sheen despite the centuries of apparent exposure. Its surface was etched with intricate, swirling patterns that seemed to shift and writhe in the dim light, like a language I could not understand but felt deep in my bones. Massive gears, some as big as wagon wheels, were partially visible through gaps in the metal casing, slowly, majestically turning. They were made of a luminous, coppery alloy that glowed faintly, casting an eerie, orange light on the surrounding roots. The sound, that complex thunk click or hiss, emanated from these very gears, a symphony of ancient mechanics. But the most terrifying part was not its size, or its age, or its strange, alien beauty. It was the face. The clock face was a vast, circular expanse of the same dark metal, but in its center, instead of hands, was a single, glowing digital display. The numbers, rendered in an eerie, phosphorescent green, were counting down. Not up, down. It read 000133427. 1 minute, 34 seconds, and 27 milliseconds. No, wait. 1 day, 34 hours, 27 minutes. No, that was not right. My mind, still sluggish, struggled to interpret the sequence. Then a cold dread, far worse than anything the shadows or owls had inspired, washed over me. It was counting down in days, hours, minutes, and seconds. 000133427. This meant 0 years, 1 month, 34 days, 27 hours. No, that still did not make sense. The numbers were too small for months, too large for days. Then it hit me. The leading zeros. It was a countdown of incredible precision, likely designed for a very specific, very significant event. 00000013427. 0 years, 0 months, 0 days, 1 hour, 34 minutes, 27 seconds. My blood ran cold. 1 hour, 34 minutes, and 27 seconds. That is all that was left. I stumbled back, tripping over a root, landing hard on my already bruised backside. The impact jarred my teeth, but I barely felt it. My eyes were fixated on the glowing green digits. Tick-tock. The sound of the gears seemed to mock me, each rotation bringing the inevitable closer. What was it counting down to? What could possibly happen in this forgotten corner of the world that required such an ancient, monumental timepiece? My mind raced, trying to connect this to the stasis, the shadows, the owls. Was this a deeper layer of the nightmare? Was this the source? I crawled closer, a morbid fascination overriding my fear. The metal of the clock was cool to the touch, almost unnaturally so. It hummed with a low vibration, a living thing. I pressed my ear against it, and the internal workings, the grinding of gears, the faint hiss of what felt like resonated through my skull. It was a symphony of mechanical precision, but it felt utterly, profoundly wrong. The numbers flickered, changing with unnerving regularity. 00000013412. Then 11. Then 10. I tried to scratch at the surface, to find a seam, a door, anything that might give me a clue. But the clock was seamless, a single monolithic entity. The roots of the surrounding trees had grown around and through it in places, merging with its structure, as if the clock itself was an organic part of the forest, or perhaps the forest had grown to accommodate it. Some of the roots even pulsed with a faint green light, echoing the numbers on the display. I felt a surge of irrational anger. This thing, this cold, unfeeling machine, was dictating something, a deadline, and I had no idea what. Was it a bomb? Was it the end of the world? Or something far more personal, far more horrifying? The stasis in my body, which had receded slightly with the exertion, now seemed to return with a vengeance, a deep chill spreading from my chest. Was it the clock? Was this thing radiating the same energy that froze my village? The thought was a terrifying revelation. If so, then standing next to it, I was simply accelerating my own petrification. I had to get away. I had to run. But where? And what if running just meant I was running towards whatever this thing was counting down to? I looked up at the towering trees, their branches interwoven so tightly that only slivers of the sky were visible. The forest felt like a cage, and this clock, its cold, glowing heart. 000-001-3200. 2 minutes had passed since I would found it. 2 minutes closer to what? A sudden rustle in the undergrowth made me jump. My head snapped around. Nothing. Just the wind, perhaps. But in this place, even the wind felt malicious. I remembered the owls, the shadows. Were they waiting? Were they drawn to this clock, too? Was this their ultimate destination? Was this where they deposited the essence they harvested? The thought sent a shiver down my spine. The journal in the church had said the shadows harvested essence, leaving us hollow. What if this clock was a collection device? A giant, ancient timer for some cosmic harvest. I scrambled to my feet, my legs wobbly. I had to think. I had to do something. But what? My mind, battered by fear and exhaustion, struggled to form a coherent plan. I tried to look for any markings, any symbols that might give me a clue. The intricate patterns etched into the clock's surface were everywhere, a swirling tapestry of lines and curves. They looked like no language I knew, but they seemed to pulse faintly in sync with the glowing numbers. As I stared, I started to see recurring motif spirals, interlocking circles, what looked like stylized eyes, always eyes, staring out from the metal. And then, I saw it, near the base of the clock, almost obscured by a particular flicker, was a small, almost imperceptible indentation. Not a button, not a lever, but a shallow, circular depression, just large enough for my thumb. It was surrounded by a ring of the same glowing green material as the numbers. Hope, foolish and desperate, flickered within me. Could this be a way to stop it? To pause it? To reset it? I hesitated, my hand hovering over the indentation. What if it did the opposite? What if it accelerated the countdown? What if it triggered whatever was supposed to happen? But the alternative was to do nothing, to simply wait for the inevitable. And doing nothing in this nightmare felt like a guaranteed death sentence. I took a deep breath, the metallic scent filling my lungs. My fingers, still trembling from the cold and fear, pressed down into the indentation. Nothing happened. My heart sank. I pressed harder, digging my thumb into the glowing green ring. Still nothing. The numbers continued their relentless march. 000-001-2958. A wave of despair washed over me. I was trapped. Trapped in a forest with a doomsday clock, counting down to an unknown horror, with no way to stop it, no way to understand it. Suddenly, a faint, high-pitched whine emanated from the clock. It was not part of the usual thump, click, or hiss. It was a new sound, an unsettling, almost painful frequency that seemed to vibrate directly inside my skull. The glowing green numbers pulsed brighter, faster. 000-001-2945. The countdown was accelerating. I snatched my hand back, fear overriding everything else. What had I done? Had I activated something? Or was it just a coincidence? The whine subsided, but the numbers continued to tick down at an alarming rate. It was no longer a slow, deliberate countdown. It was rushing like water down a drain. 000-001-2800. 000-001-2750. 000-001-2740. It was counting down in increments of 10 seconds now, then 5. The individual ticks of the gears grew frantic, a cacophony of metal on metal. Panic seized me, a cold, paralyzing grip. I had to run. I had to get away from this thing, whatever it was. I turned, stumbling over the roots, desperate to put distance between myself and the accelerating clock. As I ran, the forest itself seemed to react. The trees around the clock, those colossal, root-bound sentinels, began to groan. Not the sound of wind, but a deep, organic creaking, like ancient bones shifting. The roots on the ground, some of them glowing faintly with that sickly green light, seemed to writhe, twisting and coiling as if coming alive. The air grew even colder, the stasis in my body intensifying to a painful degree. It felt like my blood was truly freezing in my veins. My breath plumed out in thick, white clouds, even though the air was not that cold. It was an internal cold, radiating from the clock. I did not dare look back, but the sound of the clock, now a furious, accelerating roar of gears and whirs, was deafening. The ground vibrated beneath my feet, making it almost impossible to maintain balance. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs felt like lead, until the internal cold threatened to completely paralyze me. I ran until I collapsed again, gasping for air, clutching my chest. The sound of the clock was still there, but it was fainter now, a distant, frantic thrumming. I forced myself to roll over, my eyes scanning the dense foliage. I could not see it, but I could feel it. Its presence was a cold, heavy weight in the air. And then, I heard it. A new sound, one that pierced through the mechanical din of the clock. A low guttural growl, followed by the distinct sound of heavy wings beating the air. The owls. They were here, or something like them. I looked up. Through a small gap in the canopy, I saw them. Not the silent, shadowless owls from the village, but something far worse. These were massive, their wingspans easily 10 feet across, their feathers a mottled black and gray, like dried blood and ash. Their eyes, glowing with a malevolent, orange light fixed on me. They were not silent hunters, they were screeching, tearing at the air with their talons, their beaks like sharpened iron. And they were coming for me. My heart leaped into my throat. The clock, the owls, the shadows, it was all connected. This forest, this ancient mechanism, it was a trap. And I was caught in it. I pushed myself up, a new surge of adrenaline fighting against the paralyzing cold. I could not outrun them, not like this. I needed cover. I needed to hide. I spotted a hollow in the base of a truly enormous tree, its roots forming a natural, cavity-like opening. Without thinking, I scrambled inside, pressing myself against the damp, rough bark. The space was cramped, dark, and smelled of earth and decay, but it was cover. From my hiding spot, I watched through a gap in the roots. The owls circled, their screeches echoing through the forest, their glowing eyes searching. They seemed agitated, drawn to something. To me, or to the clock. The clock's frantic ticking grew louder again, pulsating with a strange, dark energy. It was like a magnet, drawing everything towards it. 000-000-5900. Less than an hour. My time was running out. As the owls continued to circle, their shadows, somehow even darker than the night, detached from their bodies and began to crawl along the ground. They were the same shadows from the village, those living voids, now slithering towards the clock. They seemed to be drawn to its light, to its energy. It was a horrifying realization. The owls were not just secondary threats, they were part of a system. They herded the shadows, perhaps even created them. And the shadows were collecting something, taking it back to the clock. My essence. I watched, frozen in fear, as the shadows converged on the base of the giant clock. They did not enter it. Instead, they seemed to melt into the glowing roots, into the very earth around the clock. And as they did, the green glow of the roots intensified, pulsing with a sickening, vibrant light. The clock was feeding. It was harvesting something, not just from my village, but from this entire forest, perhaps from everything. And whatever it was counting down to, it needed to be fully charged, fully powered. A new, terrifying thought struck me. What if the countdown was not for an event, but for a birth? What if, at zero, something would emerge from that clock? Something that had been gestating, feeding on essence for millennia. The owls above let out a collective, piercing shriek. One of them landed on a branch directly above my hiding spot, its orange eyes burning, its head cocked, listening. It knew I was there. It could smell my fear. I held my breath, pressing myself deeper into the tree, trying to become one with the bark. My body was shaking uncontrollably, partly from the cold, partly from sheer terror. The clock's countdown was now a rapid-fire sequence of numbers, blurring past in the display. 000 4510, 000 4509, 000 4508. It was speeding up again. My touch on that indentation must have done something, not to stop it, but to accelerate its final phase. I had doomed myself. I had doomed everything. I could hear the scratch of talons on the branch above me. The owl was shifting, getting ready to strike. I could feel its hot, foul breath seeping through the cracks in the wood. This was it, caught between the ancient, ticking monster and the predatory creatures it commanded. A sudden, blinding flash of green light erupted from the clock. The entire forest floor around it lit up, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to ride with their own malevolent life. The roots glowed with an intensity that hurt my eyes. The sound of the gears reached a fever pitch, a deafening, grinding roar that vibrated through every cell of my body. The owls shrieked in unison, a sound of both pain and exhilaration. They abandoned their hunt for me, swooping down towards the clock, their shadows detaching once more and melting into the glowing roots. The clock was almost at zero. 000 000 0030, 000 000 0029, 000 0028. I could not tear my eyes away from the spectacle. It was horrifying, mesmerizing. The air crackled with an unseen energy. The trees around the clock began to twist and contort, their bark splitting, their branches snapping, as if in agony. The ground itself seemed to heave, a slow, agonizing groan rumbling up from the earth. I felt a profound sense of wrongness, of something ancient and terrible about to awaken. My body was almost completely numb now, the stasis having finally claimed me. I could barely feel my fingers, my toes. My vision was blurring, the edges of my sight dimming. I was becoming another petrified soul, a monument to the terror of this place. But this time, I would witness the very end. 000 000 0010, 000 000 0009, 000 The green light pulsed, brighter than 1,000 suns, radiating from the clock. The roar of the gears was deafening, the ground shaking violently now. I could barely hold myself upright in the tree hollow. 000 000 0003, 000 000 0002, 000 The final tick echoed through the forest, a sound that seemed to stretch into eternity. Then, absolute silence. The green light vanished. The roaring gears fell silent. The ground stopped shaking. The air went still, colder than ever before. For a moment, there was nothing, just the profound, oppressive silence. Then, a low hum began to emanate from a clock. Not the grinding of gears, but a deep, resonant, almost melodic tone. It was a sound that seemed to fill the entire forest, vibrating not just through my ears, but through my very bones. The clock face, which had been dark, slowly began to glow again, but this time, the numbers were gone. In their place, a single pulsating green light, like a heartbeat, appeared in the center of the display. And from the base of the clock, where the shadows and owls had melted into roots, something began to emerge. It was not a creature, not in the traditional sense. It was a column of pure, solidified darkness. A void given form, coalescing slowly, agonizingly, from the glowing roots. It was tall, slender, and seemed to absorb all light around it. making the already dim forest even darker. It radiated an intense cold, the kind that steals your breath and freezes your soul. As it rose, slowly, majestically, I could make out details. It was not entirely smooth. There were subtle indentations, swirling patterns that mimicked the etchings on the clock face, but these were made of pure, consuming darkness. And as it continued to grow, reaching higher and higher, a single glowing green eye, impossibly large and filled with an ancient, terrifying intelligence, opened in its upper half. It turned its gaze, slowly, deliberately, towards my hiding spot. It saw me. The hum from the clock intensified, becoming a low, guttural growl that seemed to emanate directly from the dark column. The single green eye pulsed, a beacon of malevolence. I was completely frozen now, not just from a stasis, but from an overwhelming primal terror that locked every muscle in my body. I could not move, could not scream, could not even blink. I was just a petrified observer, a final witness to the awakening of something ancient and unspeakably evil. The column of darkness began to move, slowly detaching itself from the clock, its form shimmering, solidifying. It took a single deliberate step, its massive, unseen foot making no sound on the forest floor. It was coming for me. The hum filled the air, a final, chilling note in the symphony of my demise. The green eye pulsed, growing brighter, consuming. And as the darkness reached out, I realized with a horrifying clarity that the countdown was not just to the end of time. It was the beginning of something new, something that had been patiently waiting, feeding, gathering its strength deep within the heart of this ancient, forgotten forest. And now it was awake, and it was hungry. You know, people often say that what does not kill you makes you stronger. That is a load of absolute bullshit. What does not kill you just leaves you broken, a different kind of weak. It leaves you with scars you can't see, and a constant, thrumming dread that becomes the background music to your life. For me, that music started the day Liam died, consumed by the black waterfall. Liam, Mark, and I, we went looking for a mythical waterfall, a stupid adventure spurred by a blog post. We found it, all right. A cascade of black, viscous water, silent, but for a deep, unsettling thrum. Liam, always the first to dive, headfirst into trouble, touched it. That was it. That was the beginning of the end. His hand turned purplish black, the rot spread, and he withered away, his body decaying with an earthy smell that still makes my stomach churn when I think about it. The trapper's journal confirmed it a living void, a malevolent entity. We left Liam's body there, a decision that still tears at my soul. We fabricated a story for the authorities, a lie we have been living ever since. Mark and I, we are shadows now, ghosts haunting our own lives. The black water, its thrumming, it is always there, just beneath the surface of my thoughts. It taught me that the world is not safe, that there are horrors beyond human comprehension, things that defy nature and reason. And once you know that, you can't unknow it. You become sensitive to the subtle shifts, the rawness in the air, the whispers of the truly unnatural. That is why I moved. I bought a small, isolated cabin deep in the woods of northern Montana. Not far from where it all happened, geographically, but far enough to feel like a different world. I needed silence. I needed to escape the city, the judging eyes, the constant reminders. I needed to be alone with my ghosts, to try and mend what was left of me, even though I knew it was futile. The cabin was old, rustic, surrounded by towering pines and firs. It felt peaceful at first. A genuine, unadulterated peace, or so I hoped. I was wrong. The first thing I noticed, after the initial week of settling in, was the owls. There were a lot of them, more than I would ever encountered in any forest. I have always liked owls. Their silent flight, their wise eyes, their haunting calls in the night. But these owls, they were different. Their hoots were frequent, almost constant after dusk, echoing through the dense canopy. Sometimes they would hoot so close to the cabin. I would swear one was perched right outside my window, watching me. I would shine a flashlight, but see nothing but the darkness between the trees. I tried to dismiss it. Just a healthy owl population. Jake, I would tell myself, my voice hollow in the quiet cabin. You are paranoid. You are looking for trouble where there is none. But the black waterfall had taught me that trouble finds you, especially when you are looking for peace. The hoots themselves were unsettling. They were not the typical, melodious hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo of a great horned owl. These were deeper, more guttural, sometimes ragged, like a smoker's cough. Other times, they would be sharp, almost like a bark. I tried to identify them barred owls, perhaps, or even a northern spotted owl, but their calls seemed to shift, to morph. One night, I heard a series of rapid, almost chittering hoots that made the hair on my arms stand up. It sounded less like a bird and more like a frantic, whispered argument. I started spending my days online, researching local wildlife, trying to find an explanation. I found nothing that perfectly matched the sheer variety and unsettling nature of the calls I was hearing. The closest I got was an obscure forum post from years ago, a local talking about the screaming birds of Whisperwood. But the thread quickly devolved into skepticism and jokes about too much moonshine. Then came the first glitch in the sound. It was a Tuesday night. I remember clearly. The moon was full, casting long, skeletal shadows through the pines. I was reading, trying to lose myself in a book, when I heard it. A series of deep, resonant hoots from directly behind the cabin, followed by something that was not a hoot at all. It was a sound like a guttural cough, wet and choked, immediately cut off. It was followed by a silence that felt heavier than the forest itself, a silence where even the crickets seemed to hold their breath. My blood ran cold. My past trauma, the memories of Liam's final, choked gasps, immediately flooded my mind. I slammed the book shut, my heart hammering. No, I whispered. It is just an animal. A fox, a coyote. Something. I tried to rationalize it, to force the image of Liam's rotting face out of my head. But the sound had been too specific, too human. I went outside, flashlight in hand, my breath pluming in the crisp night air. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the familiar trunks of the trees, the thick undergrowth. Nothing. No movement, no rustling leaves. Just the oppressive silence, and then a lone, mournful hoot from deep within the woods, far away. It sounded like a lament. I spent the next few days jumpy, constantly listening. My sleep became fractured, haunted by the memory of that sound. I started leaving the radio on softly at night, the drone of human voices a small comfort against the encroaching silence. It was during one of my rare trips to the nearest town, 20 miles away, that the second piece of the puzzle fell into place. I was at the general store picking up supplies when I overheard a conversation between the store owner, a grizzled old man named Silas, and a young woman. Another one. Silas, the woman asked, her voice hushed. That is 3 this year. Silas sighed, shaking his head. Yep, young Mark Peterson. Went out hunting last week, never came back. Truck found by the old logging road, rifle still in the cab. Just gone. My ears perked up. Missing persons. 3 this year. That was an unusually high number for such a sparsely populated area. My mind, already primed for the unnatural, immediately made the connection, however tenuous. I bought my groceries, paid, and drove back to the cabin, the news unsettling me more than it should have. That night, the owls were particularly active. Their calls seemed to swirl around the cabin, a vortex of sound. I was trying to read again, but my mind kept drifting to the missing hunter. Then, I heard it. It was not a hoot. It was a scream. A woman's scream. Sharp, piercing, filled with pure, unadulterated terror. It came from the direction of the creek, maybe a quarter mile away. It was cut short abruptly, as if a hand had been clapped over her mouth. The sound echoed in the night, a raw, primal shriek that made every fiber of my being vibrate with fear. I froze, my book clattering to the floor. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat. This was not an animal. This was not my imagination. This was human. I stumbled to the window, peering out into the darkness, my hands clammy. I could hear nothing but the wind rustling through the pines, and then a moment later, a series of low, guttural hoots from the same direction. I did not sleep at all that night. I sat by the window, a hunting knife I would bought for emergencies clutched in my hand, staring out into the impenetrable blackness. I called the sheriff's non-emergency line, my voice shaky as I tried to explain what I would heard. The dispatcher was polite, but dismissive. "Sir, it is probably just a bobcat or a lynx. They can make sounds that mimic human screams, especially at night." I argued, insisted. She promised to send a deputy to check it out in the morning, but I knew it was a formality. They would not find anything. They never did. The deputy came, drove around for 10 minutes, and left. He told me he had not seen anything unusual, just a lot of owls. A lot of owls. The words resonated with a sinister, new meaning. The next few weeks were a blur of paranoia and terror. The screams became more frequent. Not every night, but often enough to keep me on edge. Each scream was distinct, unique. One night, it was a child's cry, high-pitched and desperate. Another, a man's frustrated shout, followed by a choked gasp. Then, a woman's frantic call for help, her voice trembling with fear. And each time, after the human sound was abruptly cut off, the owls would begin their chorus, their hoots seeming to swell in volume, sometimes even taking on a mocking, almost triumphant tone. I started to connect the dots, a horrifying mosaic forming in my mind. I devoured local news, poring over online articles about missing hikers, hunters, even a couple of teenagers who'd vanished after a camping trip a few months back. I would hear a scream, then read about a new disappearance, and the connection would solidify. The child's cry. A young boy named Timmy Henderson, last seen near the creek. The woman's frantic call. A Mrs. Eleanor Vance, an elderly birdwatcher who'd gone missing near the old logging trails. This was not like the Black Waterfall, not exactly. That was a slow, consuming dread, a decay from within. This was sharper, more immediate, a violation of sound itself. The waterfall took bodies. These owls, they took voices. They took the very essence of human, sound and fear, transforming it into their own horrifying symphony. My past trauma, the knowledge that impossible horrors existed, meant I did not dismiss this as madness. I believed it. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that these owls were not just mimicking the missing people. They were the missing people, or at least they held their voices, their final moments, in some monstrous, twisted way. I tried to record them. I bought a high-quality sound recorder, set it up on my porch, and left it running all night. But every morning, when I played back the recordings, all I heard was static, the rustling of leaves, and the normal, albeit frequent, hoots of owls. The human screams, the desperate cries, they were never there. It was as if the sounds existed only for me, a private torment. One evening, I was on the phone with Mark. We had not talked much since I moved, our shared burden too heavy to bear easily. I was trying to explain what I was hearing, my voice low and urgent. "Mark, you have to believe me. These owls, they are not normal. They are making human sounds. The screams of the missing." There was a long silence on the other end. "Jake," he said, his voice laced with concern, "I know what we went through. I know what we saw. But owls, human screams. Maybe you are just exhausted, stressed." "No," I hissed, my voice cracking. "You remember Liam, do not you? You remember the Black Waterfall. You remember how impossible that was. This is just another impossible thing. Mark, I hear them. I hear their voices. He tried to calm me, to reason with me, but I could hear the doubt in his voice. He did not believe me. How could he? It sounded insane, but I had seen insanity before, lived through it. I knew the truth. I hung up, feeling more isolated than ever. The owls seemed to know. That night, their calls were closer, more insistent. I heard a fragmented conversation, a man's voice arguing with a woman, followed by a child's whimpering. Then, a chillingly clear sound, a woman's desperate plea. No, please. Leave him alone, followed by a sharp, wet thud, and then silence. And then the owls. Their hoots were everywhere, surrounding the cabin, a suffocating blanket of sound. I knew I could not stay, but I also knew I could not leave without understanding. My morbid curiosity, born from witnessing true horror, would not let me. I had to know what these things were. I had to confront them, or at least find their source. The next morning, armed with a backpack, a powerful flashlight, my hunting knife, and a desperate resolve, I set out. I followed the direction of the most recent screams, deep into the woods past the creek, towards a particularly dense thicket of old growth trees. The forest here was different, darker. The trees grew so close together that the sunlight barely pierced the canopy, leaving the ground in perpetual twilight. The air was heavy, still, and strangely devoid of other animal sounds. No chirping birds, no rustling squirrels. Just the occasional, distant hoot of an owl. I walked for what felt like hours, pushing through thorny bushes, stepping over fallen logs covered in thick moss. I tried to focus on my breathing, to ignore the growing dread in my gut. My mind kept replaying Liam's final moments, the earthy smell of his decay, the horrifying truth of the black waterfall. This felt different, but equally malevolent. Then, I heard it. A whisper. My name. Jake. It was faint, barely audible, carried on the breeze. It sounded like my own voice, distorted, stretched. I froze, my heart leaping into my throat. I spun around, scanning the trees. Nothing. Jake, the whisper came again, this time from directly above me. I looked up. Perched on a high branch, silhouetted against a sliver of gray sky, was an owl. It was larger than any owl I would ever seen, with dark, piercing eyes that seemed to glow faintly in the gloom. It was not hooting. It was just staring at me. Then, its beak opened, unnaturally wide, wider than any bird's beak should be. And from it came a sound that froze me to my core. It was Liam's voice, clear as day. Jake, why did you leave me? The sound was agonizing, filled with the pain and betrayal of my dead friend. It was so real, so vivid, that I stumbled back, gasping for air. This was not mimicry. This was possession. The owls were not just mimicking the sounds, they were holding the very essence, the final, most painful memories of their victims. The owl on the branch did not move, just continued to stare, its eyes burning into mine. Then, other owls began to emerge from the shadows, perching on branches around me. Dozens of them, their eyes, all glowing faintly, fixed on me. The air grew thick with their silent presence. And then the chorus began. It was not hoots. It was a cacophony of human voices. A child's terrified shriek, a woman's desperate plea, a man's guttural curse. Fragments of conversations, choke sobs, frantic calls for help. And woven through it all, Liam's voice repeating, "Why did you leave me? Why did you leave me?" The sound swirled around me, a horrifying vortex of human suffering. It felt like every missing person, every lost soul, was screaming at me from the beaks of these monstrous birds. The sheer volume, the raw emotion, was overwhelming. It was a symphony of despair, played by the creatures of the night. I clapped my hands over my ears, but the sounds penetrated my skull, resonating deep within my bones. My head swam, my vision blurred. I felt a cold dread, worse than anything I would felt even at the Black Waterfall. that was a physical decay. This was an assault on the soul, a theft of identity, a desecration of memory. I saw one of the owls, closer now, its eyes fixed on me. Its beak opened wide again, and this time it was my voice that emerged. My own internal monologue, distorted, mocking. You are paranoid. Jake, you are looking for trouble. It was repeating my own thoughts, my own doubts. They were not just taking the voices of the missing. They were listening. They were learning. They were consuming. A primal fear, something beyond anything I would ever known, took hold. They wanted my voice. They wanted my fear. They wanted to add my screams, my memories, my very essence to their horrifying collection. I turned and ran. I ran blindly, crashing through the undergrowth, my lungs burning, my heart threatening to explode from my chest. The screams followed me, a relentless, terrifying tide of human agony. Liam's voice, my own voice, the voices of strangers, they all pursued me through the dark, twisted woods. I could feel their presence, a chilling pressure behind me, a silent, predatory pursuit. I did not look back. I just ran, fueled by pure, unadulterated terror. Branches lashed at my face, roots tripped me, but I did not stop. I ran until my legs gave out, until I collapsed, gasping, on the porch of my cabin. I scrambled inside, slammed the door shut, and locked it. I leaned against it, trembling, trying to catch my breath. The cabin was silent, but the silence was now a lie. The screams were still in my head, echoing, reverberating. I stumbled to the window, peering out into the darkness. I could not see them, but I knew they were there. I could feel their eyes on the cabin. I could almost hear their silent, patient waiting. And then, I heard it again. A single, clear hoot from the closest tree. And from it, my own voice whispering, "Jake, you are paranoid." They had me. I was trapped. I am still here, in the cabin. It has been weeks. I have not left. I cook what little food I have left, drink rainwater I collect. My phone is dead, no signal anyway. I am alone, utterly alone, with the knowledge of what is out there. The owls are a constant presence. Their hoots surround the cabin every night. Sometimes they will play a fragment of a human scream, just to remind me. Sometimes it is Liam's voice, full of pain. Sometimes it is my own internal thoughts, twisted and mocking. I know what they want. They want my voice. They want my story. They want to add my final moments of terror to their horrifying chorus. They are just waiting, waiting for me to falter, to make a mistake, to step outside. I am a survivor of the Black Waterfall. I saw Liam consumed by a living void. But this is different. This is a theft of the soul, a mockery of existence. And I know, with a chilling certainty, that my story, my screams, my very essence, will eventually become just another note in the screeching symphony of the owls. And then, who will tell my tale? The motel room was a sterile box of fear. Every creak of the ancient building, every distant car passing on the highway, sent a jolt of panic through me. I was huddled on the bed, wrapped in a threadbare blanket that offered no warmth against the chill that had settled deep in my bones. The screen of my phone cast a sickly blue glow on my face, illuminating the wild, dilated pupils that stared back at me from the dark glass. It had been hours since I would slammed the laptop shut, the horrifying warnings about the thorn-crowned figure echoing in my mind. Do not look too long, or risk madness, disappearance, or even thorns growing from your own head. I had looked. I had seen it. A jagged, thorny crown on a creature that was less a figure and more an absence, a hole torn in the fabric of reality. My rational disbelief, that sturdy wall I would built around myself, had crumbled into dust. I told myself it was sleep deprivation, a hallucination brought on by stress and isolation. But even as the words formed in my head, a deeper, colder part of me knew the truth. It was real, and I had seen it. The very thought of those ancient redwoods, those towering, silent sentinels, now filled me with a primal dread. I had sought solace there, peace. Instead, I would found something that shattered my perception of reality and left me a quivering mess. My road trip, my desperate attempt to outrun my own failing life, was officially over. All I wanted was to outrun it. I spent the rest of the night in a state of hypervigilance, my ears straining for any sound outside the paper-thin walls. Was it out there? Was it following me? The warnings had said lone travelers in remote forests. I was no longer in a remote forest. I was in a dingy motel, surrounded by the comforting, if unsettling, sounds of civilization. But the unease persisted, a cold, thorny tendril wrapped around my heart. As soon as the first sliver of dawn pierced the grimy curtains, I was up. My hands shook as I packed, throwing everything haphazardly into my duffel bag. I did not even bother with coffee. I just needed to leave, to put as many miles as possible between me and those terrifying woods. My destination, east, far, far away. The drive was a blur of caffeine and white-knuckle terror. I kept the rearview mirror angled, just so, my eyes flicking to it every few seconds, half expecting to see that impossible darkness looming behind me. Every shadow cast by a roadside tree, every cluster of dense woods, made my heart hammer against my ribs. I avoided looking directly into the forests that line the highways, my gaze fixed resolutely on the asphalt ahead. The thought of those thorns, not just on a shadowy figure, but on my own head, was a grotesque image that burrowed into my mind, making my scalp prickle. I instinctively touched my temples, a phantom itch, a nascent paranoia. Days bled into each other. I drove until exhaustion forced me into cheap motels, where I would collapse, only to wake in a cold sweat from nightmares of impossible heights and jagged crowns. I ate terrible fast food, fueled by a desperate need to keep moving. I crossed state lines like they were magical barriers, each one a small victory against the unseen terror I was sure was still pursuing me. California, Nevada, Utah, Wyoming. The landscape changed, the towering redwoods replaced by vast deserts, then by the rugged, snow-capped peaks of the Rockies. With each mile, the intensity of the fear receded, replaced by a dull, persistent anxiety. The thorn-crowned figure felt less like an immediate threat and more like a terrifying memory, a trauma I was trying to outrun. I started to breathe a little easier, telling myself I had escaped, that whatever ancient evil lurked in those Californian forests was bound to them, unable to cross the vast distances I had covered. I was safe, or so I desperately hoped. My life was still a mess, perhaps even more so now, shattered by a supernatural encounter. I was jobless, directionless, and now haunted. But at least I was alive. I decided I needed to visit anyone who knew me, to ground myself back in reality. My Aunt Carol lived in a small town in western Montana, a place I had not seen since I was a kid. It was far from the redwoods, a completely different kind of wilderness. Maybe she could offer some solace, or at least a temporary refuge. The drive through Montana was beautiful, a stark contrast to the oppressive density of the redwoods. Rolling plains gave way to majestic mountains, their peaks still dusted with snow even in late spring. The air was crisp and clean, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. I felt a tentative sense of peace begin to unfurl within me, a fragile hope that I could finally start to heal. But after days of non-stop driving, I was utterly drained. Aunt Carol's town was still a few hours away, and the late afternoon sun was beginning its slow descent, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. My eyes felt gritty, my body ached. I saw a sign for a small state park campground, Echo Lake State Park, about 10 miles off the main highway. It promised scenic views and quiet camping. A night under the stars, away from the sterile confines of another motel, sounded appealing. A reset, a chance to reconnect with a different, less menacing nature. I turned off the highway, the gravel road kicking up a plume of dust behind my car. The trees here were different tall, slender pines and firs, not the ancient, gnarled giants of California. The air grew cooler as I ascended a gentle incline, the road winding through dense forest. Eventually, I reached a small, rustic campground. There were only a few other campers, their tents and RVs scattered far apart, ensuring a sense of quiet solitude. I found an empty spot near the edge of the woods, far from anyone else, and began to set up my tent. The silence was profound, broken only by the chirping of crickets and the rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze. It was a clean, refreshing silence, not the heavy, watchful silence of the redwoods. I felt a genuine moment of calm, the first in what felt like weeks. Maybe this was it. Maybe I had finally outrun the darkness. After a meager dinner of trail, mix, and instant coffee, I decided to take a short walk down to the lake before dark. The sign had promised scenic views, and I wanted to see what Echo Lake had to offer. I grabbed my phone, not for signal there was none, but for its flashlight, just in case. The path was narrow, winding through tall grasses and fragrant pine trees. As I walked, the forest opened up and I saw it. Echo Lake. It was breathtaking. The lake was perfectly still, a vast, obsidian mirror reflecting the deepening twilight sky. The mountains on the far side were painted in soft purples and grays, their inverted images shimmering on the glassy surface. A thin mist was beginning to curl around the edges, giving it an ethereal quality. It was the kind of pristine, untouched beauty that made you forget everything else, even for a moment. I walked to the water's edge, drawn by its serene beauty. The air grew colder here, a damp chill rising from the water. I knelt, wanting to touch the surface, to feel its coolness against my skin. As I leaned closer, my breath misting in the twilight, I saw my own reflection. My face, tired and pale, stared back at me, framed by the darkening sky and the inverted trees. But then something else caught my eye. Just beneath my own reflection, or perhaps within it, was another face. It was faint, shimmering like a watercolor painting, but undeniably there. An older woman, her features soft, almost serene, her eyes closed. She seemed to be looking up, or perhaps just floating there, suspended in the dark water. My heart gave a nervous jump. I pulled back slightly, my mind racing to rationalize it. A trick of the light, a cloud, the way the mist was curling. I leaned in again, more cautiously this time. The face was still there, and as I stared, another began to emerge beside it, a younger man with a faint scar above his eyebrow, his expression one of quiet resignation. I blinked hard. This was not right. The water was perfectly still, yet these faces were appearing on its surface, not in it, not beneath it, but as the reflection itself, like images superimposed onto the lake's mirror. They were not distorting the reflection of the trees or the sky they were part of, it. I reached out, my fingers trembling, and dipped them into the water. The surface broke, ripples spreading outward, distorting everything. For a moment, the faces vanished. I pulled my hand back, watching the ripples subside. As the water settled back into its glassy stillness, the faces reappeared. The old woman, the young man, and now a third, a child with wide, innocent eyes. A cold dread began to seep into my veins, far more insidious than the raw terror of a thorn-crowned figure. That had been a monster, an external threat. This felt different. More subtle, more profound, more wrong. I stood up slowly, my eyes scanning the surface of the lake. As the twilight deepened, the faces seemed to become more numerous, more distinct. They were everywhere, shimmering just beneath the reflection of the sky, like a macabre mosaic. Men, women, children, all ages, all races. Some looked peaceful, others carried a faint hint of sorrow or bewilderment. None of them looked alive. They were pale, spectral, their eyes either closed or staring blankly upwards, unseeing. They were not moving, not even a subtle shift. They were just there. My mind screamed for a rational explanation. Submerged rocks, algae formations, but these were clearly human faces, and the sheer number of them appearing on the surface of a perfectly still lake defied all logic. A whisper of a thought, a chilling echo of the warnings about the thorn-crowned figure, pierced through my rising panic. Do not look too long. My eyes felt glued to the water, a morbid fascination battling with an overwhelming sense of horror. Each face was a silent testament to a life, a story, now trapped in this watery mirror. I backed away slowly, my feet crunching on the gravel. I did not want to turn my back on the lake, not yet. The faces seemed to follow me, their silent gazes fixed on me, even though I knew they were just reflections, static images. The air around the lake felt heavy, thick with unspoken sorrows. This was not just a beautiful, serene lake. It was a graveyard of reflections, a gallery of the lost. I stumbled back to my campsite, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The peaceful calm I would felt earlier had been utterly shattered. I fumbled for my phone, desperate for a signal, for any connection to the outside world, to a reality where lakes did not reflect the faces of the dead. Nothing. Just a single bar flickering in and out. I tried anyway. Keywords: Echo Lake, Montana faces. Lake reflections, missing people. Ghost Lake, Montana. It took agonizing minutes for the slow connection to load anything, but finally a few obscure forum posts and local legend sites popped up. The first hit was a small, almost forgotten blog post from a local historian. It spoke of Whispering Lake, an older, more ominous name for what was now known as Echo Lake. The legend was chillingly specific. For generations, locals have spoken of Whispering Lake, a place of unnatural stillness. It is said that the lake does not reflect the living, but rather the faces of those who are lost. Not necessarily those who drowned in its depths, but those who have vanished without a trace, sometimes hundreds of miles away. Their faces, serene and unmoving, appear on the water surface, a silent testament to their disappearance. Some say it is a warning, others a final resting place for their souls. But all agree on one thing: if you see your own face among them, your time is short. My blood ran cold. If you see your own face among them, your time is short. The words clawed at my throat. I had not seen my own face among them. I had seen my own reflection, and then their faces had appeared. There was a subtle difference, but the implication was terrifying. I scrolled further, finding a local news article from the 1980s. A couple had gone missing while hiking near Echo Lake. Their car was found, but they were never seen again. The article mentioned local rumors, dismissed by authorities as superstitious nonsense, about their faces appearing in the lake's reflection a few days later. Another forum post detailed a similar story from the early 2000s, a lone backpacker whose tent was found abandoned, his face reportedly seen in the lake by a park ranger who later transferred out of the area, apparently deeply disturbed. The collective weight of these stories pressed down on me, suffocating me. This was not just a local legend, it was a repeating pattern, a terrifying truth. The faces I had seen were not some trick of the light. They were the lost, trapped. And I had looked too long. A new kind of fear, a more profound and existential dread, began to grip me. The thorn-crowned figure had been a hunter, a predator. This lake was a trap, a silent, beautiful snare. Had seeing it marked me? Was this the madness, the disappearance, that the warnings had spoken of? Was I already lost, even before I reached this place? The thought of sleeping in my tent, so close to that shimmering, haunted surface, was unbearable. My car. I had to get back in my car. I had to leave. Now. But a strange, almost irresistible pull kept me rooted to the spot. A morbid curiosity, a desperate need to confirm. I had to see if my face was truly among them, or if it was merely my own reflection, still untainted by the lake's sinister magic. The blog post's warning echoed in my head: if you see your own face among them, your time is short. I had to know. Against every fiber of my being, against every screaming instinct for self-preservation, I found myself walking back towards the lake. My legs felt heavy, like I was moving through thick mud. The air grew colder, the mist thicker, swirling around my ankles like phantom tendrils. The silence was absolute now, the crickets no longer chirping, the breeze no longer rustling the leaves. It was the deepest, most profound silence I had ever experienced, a silence that felt like a held breath. As I approached the water's edge, the faces were more vivid than before. Dozens, perhaps hundreds, shimmering on the surface. They were no longer faint watercolors, but stark, pale images, their eyes, when open, holding a distant, empty gaze. They were beautiful in their stillness, terrifying in their implication. Each one a story cut short, a life unlived, a soul trapped in this watery mirror. My heart hammered, a frantic drum against the silence. I forced myself to scan the faces, my eyes darting from one to another, searching for something, anything familiar. I saw a young woman with long, dark hair, a faint smile on her lips. An elderly man with a neatly trimmed beard, his eyes closed in what looked like peaceful sleep. A teenager with freckles, his expression one of mild surprise. And then I saw it. My breath hitched in my throat, a cold, sharp pain. It was unmistakably me. My face, but not as I knew it. It was paler, almost translucent, with a subtle, almost imperceptible blue tint around the lips. My eyes, usually a murky green, were wide, dilated, and held an expression of profound, silent terror. My hair, normally messy, was plastered wetly to my forehead. It was my face, but lost. It was the face of someone who had been missing for a long, long time. It was not my reflection, it was my face among them. It was another face, just like all the others, superimposed on the lake's surface, distinct from the actual reflection of the sky and trees. And it was looking back at me, its wide, terrified eyes meeting my own. There was a faint, almost imperceptible ripple around its mouth, as if it were trying to speak, to scream. Panic, hot and searing, erupted within me, eclipsing all other emotions. This was it. This was the end. The thorn-crowned figure had been a warning, a terrifying prelude. This was the consequence. I had looked too long. I had seen too much. And now, the lake had claimed a piece of me, a reflection of my impending doom. I stumbled back, tripping over my own feet, barely catching myself before I fell. My mind was screaming, a cacophony of fear and disbelief. I scrambled away from the lake. The image of my own lost face burned into my retina. The faces, all the faces, seemed to follow me, their silent gazes pressing on my back, 1,000 unseen eyes watching me flee. I ran through the darkening woods, the sounds of my own ragged breathing and pounding footsteps deafening in the profound silence. My car. I needed to get to my car, to drive, to escape. But where? Where could I go when my own face was waiting for me in a lake thousands of miles from home? I reached my car, my hands shaking so violently I could barely insert the key into the ignition. The engine coughed, then roared to life, a blessed mechanical sound against the oppressive silence of the forest. I slammed the car into reverse, tires spitting gravel, and sped out of the campsite, not even bothering to pack up my tent. As I drove, my eyes darted to the rear-view mirror. For a terrifying second, I saw it, not the thorny figure, but my own face superimposed over the reflection of the road, behind me, pale and lost, just like in the lake. It was gone an instant later, replaced by the normal reflection of the darkening trees. But the image was seared into my mind. I floored it, the speedometer climbing, my only thought to put as much distance as possible between me and Echo Lake. The road, which had seemed so short on the way in, now stretched endlessly before me, winding through the dense, dark forest. Every turn felt like it was leading me deeper, not out. The warnings about the thorn-crowned figure whispered in my mind again, thorns growing from your own head. A phantom pressure started behind my eyes, a dull ache that seemed to radiate from my temples. Was it just stress, or was it something else? Was the lake claiming me, or was the thorn-crowned figure finally reaching out, its curse manifesting? I gripped the steering wheel, so tightly my knuckles were white, my body rigid with terror. I was driving, but I knew, with a chilling certainty, that it was futile. I had seen my face among the lost. I was already a part of the lake. I was already gone. The darkness of the Montana night swallowed the road ahead. I kept driving faster and faster, but the feeling of being watched, of being trapped, never left. And in the corner of my eye, in the subtle reflections on the car windows, I could almost see my own face, growing paler, the eyes wider, the expression more lost, slowly becoming one with the countless others in the lake of lost faces. The city had become a cage, its noise a constant, grating hum that vibrated through my bones even when I was trying to sleep. That is why I packed my old rucksack, gassed up the truck, and headed for the Blackwood National Forest. I was not looking for enlightenment or a spiritual journey, just silence. A place where the only sounds were the wind in the pines and the crackle of a campfire. I would pick the section of the forest known for its deep, untamed wilderness miles from any paved road, accessible only by a gravel track that turned into little more than a deer trail. The kind of place where your phone battery died for good after the first hour, and you were completely, gloriously off the grid. The first day was exactly what I would hope for. I hiked for hours, the air crisp and clean, the scent of pine needles and damp earth filling my lungs. I found a secluded spot near a small, gurgling stream, nestled amongst towering Douglas firs and ancient cedars. Setting up my tent was a ritual I enjoyed, a small act of creating order in the vast chaos of nature. I built a fire, cooked a simple meal, and watched the stars emerge, impossibly bright in the absence of light pollution. For the first time in months, I felt a genuine sense of peace. That night, I slept soundly, lulled by the murmur of the stream. The next morning, I explored further, climbing a gentle ridge that offered breathtaking views of the endless green canopy. I spent the afternoon reading, sketching in my journal, just existing. As dusk approached, I made my way back to camp, feeling refreshed, almost reborn. It was later that night, after the moon had risen and then begun its slow descent, that I first saw them. I was sitting by the dying embers of my fire, nursing a mug of lukewarm coffee, listening to the symphony of crickets and unseen creatures. My eyes, accustomed to the gloom, were scanning the tree line, idly taking in the familiar shapes. Then, about 50 yards away, nestled between two particularly tall firs, a light appeared. It was not a flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, or the flicker of a distant campfire. This was a soft, steady glow, like a suspended orb of pale, milky green. It hung there perfectly still, about 10 feet off the ground, casting a gentle luminescence on the surrounding branches. My first thought was that it must be another camper, somehow managing to levitate a lantern. But that was ridiculous. I squinted, trying to make sense of it. It was not moving, was not swaying in the barely there breeze. It just glowed. There was no visible source, no wire, no stand, no human presence. My heart gave a little thump against my ribs, a tiny tremor of unease. I stood up, slowly, trying not to make any sudden movements. My eyes never left the light. It felt unnatural, too perfect, too serene for the wild. I grabbed my headlamp, clicked it on, and shone the beam towards the anomaly. The powerful light seemed to shrink the glowing orb, but it did not disappear. It merely became a small, intense point of green against the white glare of my headlamp. As I watched, another light appeared, a little higher and further to the left, slightly smaller than the first, but with the same ethereal green hue. Then another directly above the first, higher still. They were not just random points of light, they were forming a staggered line, leading upward into the denser, darker parts of the forest on the ridge. My initial unease sharpened into a prickle of genuine discomfort. This was not a camper. This was not a drone. This was not anything I could readily explain. My mind, trained by years of city life, desperately searched for a rational explanation. Bioluminescent fungi. Some rare, glowing insect swarm. But these were too large, too distinct, too deliberate. A strange, almost magnetic pull began to assert itself. It was not a conscious thought, more like an instinct, a whisper in the back of my mind urging me to go closer, to understand. I tried to shake it off. This was stupid. There was no good reason to walk into the woods in the middle of the night towards inexplicable glowing orbs. I went back to my tent, zipped it up, and tried to convince myself it was just fatigue playing tricks on my eyes. I lay there, eyes wide open in the darkness, listening. The forest sounds, which had been so comforting earlier, now seemed sinister, every rustle and snap of a twig amplified. Through the thin nylon of my tent, I could still see the faint green glow, a silent beacon piercing the black. They were still there, and now, it seemed, there were more of them. I could not sleep. The curiosity, laced with a growing dread, gnawed at me. By 2 a.m., I could not take it anymore. I slipped out of my tent, grabbed my headlamp, a bottle of water, and my multi-tool. Just a quick look. I told myself, my voice a nervous whisper in the vast silence. Just to satisfy the curiosity. Then I will come back. The air was much colder now, a damp chill that seeped into my clothes. The green lights seemed brighter as I approached, their glow almost inviting. They pulsed ever so slightly, a slow, gentle rhythm that was almost hypnotic. They were suspended in the air, truly, with nothing holding them. No branches, no invisible wires. Just pure, unadulterated light hanging in the void. The first one I reached was about eye level. I cautiously extended a hand, my fingers hovering inches from its surface. It gave off no heat, no discernible energy, yet it felt present, like touching a solid but intangible object. A shiver ran down my spine, but it was not entirely from the cold. It was the thrill of the utterly unknown. As I stood there, mesmerized, a new light flickered into existence, just a few feet higher up the slope, almost directly above the first. Then another and another, stringing themselves upward like an impossible, luminous staircase into the heart of the ridge. The pull intensified. It was not just curiosity anymore, it was a profound sense of destiny. As if these lights had been waiting for me specifically. It sounds insane, I know, but standing there under the ancient trees, with those silent, glowing orbs beckoning, sanity felt like a flimsy concept. This is a bad idea. I muttered, but my feet were already moving. One step, then another, following the path of green. The ground grew steeper almost immediately, the forest floor littered with fallen logs and tangled roots. My headlamp beam bounced ahead, illuminating the obstacles, but my eyes kept returning to the lights, which seemed to glow more intensely the higher I climbed. The ascent was relentless. I was quickly off any discernible trail, scrambling over moss-covered rocks and pushing through thick undergrowth. The trees here were older, their branches gnarled and twisted, forming a dense canopy that blocked out the stars. The air felt heavy, stagnant despite the exertion. I checked my watch. I would have been following the lights for what felt like an hour, maybe more. My legs were burning, my lungs heaving. I tried to pause to catch my breath, but the lights seemed to pulse with a subtle urgency, a silent command to keep going. When I stopped, the nearest light seemed to dim slightly, as if chastising me. When I started again, it brightened, almost in approval. This realization sent a fresh wave of terror through me. They were not just static lights. They were responding to me. They were guiding me. And suddenly, the invitation felt more like a compulsion. I tried to turn around, just a quick glance over my shoulder, to see my camp, to reorient myself. But when I looked back, the dense forest behind me was a wall of impenetrable darkness. The green lights I had passed seemed to have vanished, or perhaps they had simply faded into the overwhelming black. The only lights I could see were the ones still leading up. Panic began to set in. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the oppressive silence. I was lost, truly, irrevocably lost. And the only way forward, the only source of light, was this impossible, glowing ascent. The terrain became increasingly treacherous. I was no longer walking on a slope, but climbing, using roots and small ledges as handholds. The incline was ridiculous, defying the natural landscape. It was like climbing a never-ending, giant staircase carved out of the mountain itself. But there was no staircase, just sheer rock and earth, made navigable only by some unseen force, or perhaps by my own desperate, adrenaline-fueled strength. My headlamp beam, once a comfort, now felt weak and insignificant against the powerful, otherworldly glow of the hanging lights. They were everywhere now, not just a single path, but scattered amongst the branches, forming a dome of green above me. They cast long, dancing shadows that twisted and writhed, making the ancient trees look like skeletal giants reaching for me. I started talking to myself, a desperate attempt to maintain some semblance of sanity. This is a dream. Alex, you are dreaming. Wake up. But the cold air, the burning in my muscles, the sharp sting of a thorn on my arm, these were too real. Then I saw something that made my blood run cold. Just ahead, caught on a gnarled branch, was a tattered piece of fabric. It was dark, almost black with age and grime, but I could make out the faint pattern of a plaid shirt. And beneath it, partially buried in the moss, was a hiking boot. An old, worn-out hiking boot, still laced, as if someone had simply stepped out of it and walked away. Or, more chillingly, been lifted out of it. My breath hitched. I was not the first. Others had followed these lights. What happened to them? The image of the empty boot, so casually discarded, was more terrifying than any monster. It implied an absence, a complete vanishing. I wanted to scream, to run, but there was nowhere to go but up. The lights pulsed faster now, a frantic, insistent rhythm that hammered at my temples. They seemed to pull at me, a physical tug on my chest, urging me onward. My legs, despite their exhaustion, felt a strange, detached propulsion. It was as if I was no longer in control of my own body. The air grew thin, not just metaphorically, but truly. My lungs burned with every gasp. The trees here were different too. They were impossibly tall, their trunks scarred and ancient, their branches devoid of leaves, reaching up like skeletal fingers into the green-lit gloom. They were not firs or cedars anymore. They were something else, something I could not identify, something that felt wrong. I noticed a faint, high-pitched hum now, almost imperceptible, just at the edge of hearing. It vibrated through the air, through the ground, through my very bones. It seemed to emanate from the lights themselves, a silent song that seeped into my consciousness, drowning out all other thoughts, all other fears, leaving only the relentless drive to ascend. My mind started to fray. Hours blurred into an endless, upward struggle. I scraped my hands, tore my pants, but felt no pain, only the insistent pull. I was a puppet on invisible strings, dancing to the tune of the hanging lights. The lights at the very top, the highest ones, were different. They were not just glowing orbs, they were larger, more amorphous, swirling masses of intense green light, almost like miniature nebulae. They pulsed with an alarming intensity, casting stark shadows that danced and stretched like mocking specters. As I neared the apex, the ground beneath my feet gave way to sheer rock face. It was an impossible climb, a vertical wall that no human could scale without gear. But the lights were there, directly above, and the compulsion was absolute. I found myself scrambling, finding purchase on invisible edges, my fingers gripping what felt like rough, organic protrusions on the rock. It was like the mountain itself was aiding my ascent, providing just enough for me to keep going. My vision started to tunnel. The world narrowed to the glowing green, the rough rock, and the desperate, burning need to reach the highest light. I was beyond fear, beyond exhaustion. I was just a vessel, an empty shell being propelled upward. Then, through the shimmering green haze, I saw it, a figure. It was faint, translucent, barely there, like a ghost made of moonlight and mist. It was ahead of me, perhaps 20 feet higher, at the very pinnacle of the highest cluster of lights. It was undeniably human-shaped, but featureless, its form wavering, as if constantly on the verge of dissolution. It was also ascending, slowly, gracefully, drawn by the same lights that pulled me. It wore what looked like tattered hiking clothes, but they too were translucent, shimmering. As I watched, horrified, the figure reached the largest, most intense of the swirling green lights. It did not touch it. It simply entered it. And then it began to dissolve. From the feet upward, the figure began to fray, like smoke caught in a breeze. Its legs, then its torso, then its arms, slowly unraveling into countless glittering particles of green light that were immediately absorbed into the swirling vortex. There was no scream, no struggle, just a silent, ethereal disappearance. One moment it was there, a testament to another lost soul, and the next, only the light remained, pulsating with a renewed, hungry glow. My mind, for a fleeting, agonizing second, snapped back into focus. This was it. This was the end of the path. This was the disappearance. And I was next. A primal scream tore from my throat, but it was soundless, swallowed by the oppressive hum and the overwhelming green light. I tried to stop, to resist, to tear myself away from the rock, but my hands refused, my feet locked in place. The magnetic pull was no longer a gentle tug, it was a violent, irresistible force. I felt myself being lifted, not by my own strength, but by an external power. My body detached from the rock face, floating upward, slowly, inexorably, towards the swirling green maw at the top. The air around me crackled with energy, the hum intensifying until it was a deafening roar inside my head. The lights below me, the ones I had followed for what felt like an eternity, began to dim, fading into the crushing darkness of the forest. They were done with me. They had led me to my destination. I closed my eyes, but the green light pierced my eyelids, a blinding, all-consuming emerald. I felt a strange sensation, like being stretched thin, my very atoms pulling apart. My memories flickered, images of my life, my family, my name all dissolving, becoming indistinct, like old photographs left out in the rain. The last thing I remember was a profound sense of cold, an emptiness that was not just physical, but existential. My body, my consciousness, my very presence was being unmade, absorbed into the silent, hungry luminescence. I was becoming part of the light, part of the hum, part of the endless, upward journey that led to nothingness. Then there was only green, and silence. And somewhere, far below, in the deep, dark heart of the Blackwood National Forest, new lights would begin to appear, suspended between the ancient trees, waiting for the next wanderer to be drawn into their irresistible upward climb. The old Ford pickup groaned as I shifted into second, kicking up a cloud of dust that shimmered in the late afternoon sun. My name's Ethan, and I was heading towards what I hoped would be a fresh start, a small, isolated cabin nestled deep in the Montana wilderness. My great Aunt Mildred, a woman I would only met a handful of times at family reunions, had passed away a few months prior, leaving me everything, which it turned out was mostly this cabin and a few acres of overgrown land. I would have been living in a cramped apartment in Missoula, working a dead-end job, feeling the weight of the world pressing down on me. The thought of escaping to the quiet, the solitude, had been a powerful draw. No traffic, no screaming neighbors, just the whisper of the wind through the pines. That is what I told myself, anyway. The dirt road narrowed, the trees growing thicker, their shadows lengthening as the sun dipped lower. Eventually, I saw a small, weathered log cabin, smoke curling lazily from its stone chimney, which was odd, since I had not lit a fire. Then I remembered Aunt Mildred's quirky habit of leaving a few embers in the hearth, just in case. Or maybe the previous owners had. It looked older than I remembered from the faded photos. A porch sagged slightly, and the windows, though intact, were clouded with grime. But it had character, a rugged charm that promised peace. What truly dominated the scene, though, was not the cabin. It was the tree. Standing maybe 50 yards from the back door, towering over every other pine and fir, was an oak. And when I say oak, I do not mean a regular oak. This was a titan, a behemoth, its trunk wider than my truck, its branches reaching out like gnarled, ancient arms, their leaves a deep, almost bruised green even in the summer heat. It looked like it had been there since the dawn of time, a silent, watchful sentinel. I felt a strange prickle on my skin as I looked at it, a mix of awe and something else, something I could not quite place. It was just immense, and a little unsettling in its sheer scale. I parked the truck, killed the engine, and stepped out. The silence that followed was profound, almost deafening after the rumble of the old Ford. Only the chirping of crickets and the distant caw of a crow broke the stillness. I took a deep breath, the air clean and smelling of pine and damp earth. This was it, my new life. The cabin's interior was dusty, but surprisingly well preserved. Aunt Mildred had been a neat freak, even in her isolation. There was a small living area, a kitchen, a bedroom, and a tiny bathroom. No electricity, just an old gas lamp and a wood-burning stove. Perfect. I wanted to unplug. I spent the rest of the evening unpacking my meager belongings, sweeping out the dust, and getting a fire going in the stove to boil some water for coffee. As darkness fell, a different kind of quiet settled in. The forest sounds intensified the rustling of unseen creatures, the hoot of an owl, the gentle sigh of the wind through the trees. I sat on the porch, sipping my coffee, watching the stars begin to pepper the inky sky. The air grew cooler, carrying with it the scent of pine and something else, something earthy and deep, like wet soil and old wood. And then I heard it, a low, rhythmic thrumming. It was not loud, not at first. More like a vibration, a subtle pulse felt rather than heard, deep in my chest. I frowned, listening intently. Was it the house settling? An old pump somewhere. I walked around the cabin, straining my ears. The sound seemed to be coming from outside, from the direction of the woods. I dismissed it as my imagination, or perhaps a distant generator from a neighboring property, though I had not seen any other houses for miles. It was just the silence playing tricks on me. I went to bed, the thrumming a faint, almost subliminal presence. Sleep came easily enough, exhausted as I was from the drive and the day's work. The next morning, I woke feeling refreshed. The sun streamed through the bedroom window, painting stripes of light across the wooden floor. I made coffee, explored the property a bit more, and tried to fix a leaky faucet in the kitchen. The day passed pleasantly, filled with the simple satisfaction of manual labor. As night fell again, I found myself anticipating the sound. And sure enough, as the darkness deepened, it returned. This time, it was a little clearer, a little more insistent. Thump, 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 thump. It was not the steady, mechanical hum of a generator. This had a more organic quality, like a slow, heavy beat. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped out onto the porch. The air was cool, still. The thumping was undeniable now. It was coming from the direction of the massive oak. My heart gave an involuntary lurch. No, that was ridiculous. Trees do not make sounds like that. It had to be an animal, maybe a large bird pecking at the trunk or something trapped in a hollow. I walked slowly towards the oak, my flashlight beam cutting a shaky path through the gloom. The thumping grew louder with every step, vibrating through the soles of my boots. It was not a woodpecker. It was too deep to resonate. As I got closer, the sound filled the air, a slow, powerful thump, 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 like a colossal heart beating beneath the earth. I stopped a few feet from the trunk, shining my light up its ancient, furrowed bark. It was immense, even more so up close. The bark was a tapestry of deep furrows and ridges, almost like solidified waves. I reached out a tentative hand and pressed it against the trunk. A distinct vibration pulsed against my palm. My breath hitched in my throat. It was not just a sound, it was a physical sensation. The entire tree was vibrating, its colossal mass beating with a slow, powerful rhythm. My mind reeled, trying to process what I was experiencing. This was impossible. Trees did not have heartbeats. I snatched my hand back as it burned, a cold dread washing over me. I stumbled backwards, my flashlight beam dancing erratically. Panic began to set in. This was not natural. This was not normal. I retreated to the cabin, slamming the door shut and locking it, as if a flimsy wooden door could stop whatever primordial force was making that tree beat. I spent the rest of the night huddled in my bed, listening to the incessant thump, 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 thump. It permeated the walls, vibrated the floorboards, resonated in my own chest. Sleep was impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the massive trunk, felt the pulse beneath my palm. The next few days were a blur of growing anxiety and dwindling sleep. The trees' heartbeat became a constant companion. During the day, it was faint, almost imperceptible, unless I actively listened. But as soon as dusk began to settle, it would start, a low thrum that gradually intensified as the night deepened, peaking around midnight. By 2 or 3 in the morning, the entire cabin would vibrate with the force of it. I tried everything to block it out. Earplugs did nothing. Loud music on my portable radio only made it worse, the two sounds clashing in a discordant nightmare. I even tried burying my head under pillows, but the thumping was not just a sound, it was a sensation, a pressure in the air, a vibration in my bones. I started feeling off, lethargic during the day, despite the lack of physical exertion. My head ached constantly, a dull throb that mirrored the tree's rhythm. My appetite dwindled. I felt a pervasive sense of unease, a constant prickle on the back of my neck, as if I were being watched. I tried to rationalize it. A peculiar geological phenomenon, a hidden underground spring creating pressure. But the rhythmic, organic nature of the sound defied any logical explanation. It was too alive. I started observing the area around the tree more closely during the day. I noticed an unnatural stillness. Birds chirped in the pines further away, but near the giant oak, there was an eerie silence. No squirrels scampered up its bark. No insects buzzed in its immediate vicinity. It was like a dead zone, despite its vibrant green leaves. One afternoon, I found a dead rabbit near the base of the oak. No visible injuries, just still. Its fur looked dull, its eyes glazed over. It looked like it had simply lain down and faded away. A few days later, it was a bird, then a squirrel. Each time, I felt a cold knot tighten in my stomach. They were not torn apart by predators, they just looked lifeless, drained. I began to feel drained too. My skin grew paler, my eyes acquired dark circles. I looked in the cracked mirror in the bathroom and barely recognized myself. I was losing weight, my clothes hanging looser. It was as if something was slowly, subtly, siphoning the life out of me. The tree. It was the tree. Its heartbeat, its pulse, was growing stronger, feeding on something. and I was starting to suspect what that something was. I knew I needed answers. I could not live like this, slowly wasting away, terrorized by a giant, pulsating tree. I drove into the nearest small town, a place called Blackwood Creek, about an hour's drive away. It was a sleepy little place with a general store, a gas station, and a tiny public library. The librarian, an elderly woman with kind eyes and a knowing smile, looked at me with concern. "You look a bit peaked, young man," she said, peering over her spectacles. "Staying up at Aunt Mildred's old place, are you?" I nodded, feeling a chill. "Yeah, just moved in." "Lovely spot," she said, though her smile seemed to falter slightly. "Quiet. Too quiet, sometimes." I mumbled, "Listen, I was wondering if you had any old records, local history stuff about the area around Aunt Mildred's property. Specifically about a very large oak tree nearby." Her eyes widened almost imperceptibly. She hesitated for a moment, then gestured towards a dusty section of shelves. "There is a local history archive over there. Old newspapers, town ledgers, some family journals. You might find something." Her voice was softer now, almost a whisper. "Be careful what you look for, though. Sometimes what you find it is best left buried." Her words sent a fresh wave of unease through me. I spent the next few hours poring over faded documents. Most were mundane, but eventually, I found a leather-bound journal, its pages yellowed and brittle. The handwriting was spidery, difficult to read, but the name on the first page caught my eye: Thomas Miller, 1887. I flipped through the pages, my heart beginning to pound a different rhythm, one of apprehension. Thomas Miller had been one of the first settlers in the area, and his journal detailed his family's struggles and triumphs building a homestead. He mentioned a great oak many times, often with reverence, calling it the Sentinel, a guardian of the forest. But then the tone shifted. The Sentinel, it is not merely a tree. I hear it now, a low thrumming, like a great drum beating in the heart of the earth. My wife, Sarah, she hears it too, says it makes her bones ache. The children are restless at night, crying from unseen terrors. A few entries later, the thrumming grows stronger with the moon. It pulls at me, a deep primal rhythm. Sarah grows weak. Her color fades. She says she feels cold, even by the fire. The animals, they avoid the tree. Even the birds do not sing in its branches. Then a chilling entry, little Jimmy, he was, found by the oak this morning. No mark upon him, just still, cold. Sarah weeps, but her tears have no life in them. The tree, it beats, stronger now. It feeds. My blood ran cold. Jimmy. G. Miller. The name from the previous story recap flashed through my mind, though I quickly pushed it away. This was a different story, a different horror. But the parallels were too close for comfort. Thomas Miller's journal continued, detailing his growing despair, his own physical decline. He described a strange pull towards the tree, a fascination mixed with terror. He wrote of nightmares, of being rooted to the earth, feeling his life drain away. The last entry was barely legible, scrawled in a shaky hand. It calls. The heart of the forest. It hungers. I feel it in my own breast, a second pulse, mirroring its own. I must go to it. I cannot resist. It takes all. The Sentinel, it watches, it waits. The journal ended there. No more entries. Just blank, yellowed pages. I closed the book, my hands trembling. Thomas Miller, his wife Sarah, little Jimmy, they had all succumbed to the tree. It had not just watched, it had fed. And now it was feeding on me. I drove back to the cabin in a daze, the librarian's warning echoing in my ears. I knew now what I was up against. This was not just a natural phenomenon. This was something ancient, something malevolent, a living, beating entity that sustained itself by siphoning the life force from anything unfortunate enough to be within its grasp. That night, the thumping was unbearable. It was not just in the walls, it was in my head, a constant, pounding rhythm that threatened to shatter my sanity. My own heart felt like it was struggling to keep pace, trying to mimic the tree's slow, powerful beat. I was so weak, so drained, that even standing felt like an immense effort. My vision swam, and a cold sweat plastered my hair to my forehead. I stumbled to the window, peering out into the oppressive darkness. The oak stood silhouetted against the faint starlight, a monstrous black mass. As I watched, I swore I saw a faint, reddish glow emanating from its base, pulsing in time with the thumping. Or perhaps it was just my fevered imagination, my mind succumbing to the tree's influence. A terrible, irresistible urge began to pull at me. It was not just curiosity anymore, it was a compulsion. The tree was calling me, just as it had called Thomas Miller. It was hungry, and I was its meal. I felt a strange sense of resignation, a morbid fascination. Part of me, the part that was already half dead, wanted to obey. I stumbled out of the cabin, leaving the door ajar. The air outside was thick and heavy, charged with an unseen energy. The thumping was deafening now, vibrating through the very ground beneath my feet. I could feel it in my teeth, in my bones, a deep, resonant hum that threatened to tear me apart from the inside out. The reddish glow intensified as I approached the oak, a subtle, inner light that pulsed from within its ancient trunk, like blood flowing through colossal veins. The ground around the tree seemed to be alive, too. I could feel faint tremors, and in the dim light, I thought I saw the massive roots, thick as pythons, visibly flexing, slowly expanding and contracting with each beat. They were reaching, stretching, like a hungry maw opening in slow motion. I was only a few feet away now, my body trembling, my mind screaming in terror even as my legs carried me forward. The bark of the tree seemed to ripple, its deep furrows twisting and turning, as if the entire trunk was breathing. I could almost hear a faint, low hum, a hungry whisper in the air, a voice without words that promised oblivion. Then, I saw it, or felt it. A tendril of shadow, not quite solid, not quite smoke, extended from the base of the tree. It was thin, wispy, but I felt its touch like a cold, paralyzing dread wrapping around my ankle. Another one brushed my arm. They were not physical, but they were real, tangible in their chilling effect. They were pulling me, drawing me closer, towards the pulsating, glowing heart of the oak. My mind, though clouded by terror and exhaustion, found a last flicker of defiance. This was not how I was going to end. Not like Jimmy, not like Thomas Miller. I was not going to be another meal for this monstrosity. With a surge of adrenaline I did not know I still possessed, I screamed. It was a raw, guttural sound, torn from the depths of my being. I tried to pull away, to fight against the unseen tendrils, but they held me fast, their grip tightening, drawing me inexorably towards the pulsing trunk. My eyes fell on a pile of firewood near the cabin porch. Among the split logs was an old, rusty axe, left by Aunt Mildred. It was a desperate, foolish thought, but it was all I had. I lunged, tearing my ankle free from the shadow tendril's grip, stumbling towards the cabin. The thumping intensified, a furious, enraged rhythm. The ground around me trembled violently, throwing me off balance. Branches above me thrashed, whipping through the air as if in anger. I scrambled onto the porch, grabbed the axe, its cold handle a reassuring weight in my trembling hand. I turned back towards the tree, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The reddish glow was brighter now, almost blinding, and the thumping was a deafening roar. With a desperate, primal yell, I raised the axe and swung it, not at the tree, but at the ground, at the roots that were now visibly bulging and pulsing, snaking across the earth towards me. The blade bit into the soil, sparks flying as it struck a hidden rock. It was useless. I could not fight this. The shadowy tendrils were thicker now, reaching out like hungry fingers, grasping at my clothes, my hair. I felt their cold, draining touch, pulling me back towards the oak. My strength was failing, my vision blurred. But then, a memory flashed in my mind: the gas lamp in the cabin, the can of kerosene I would use to start the stove. Fire. This thing was ancient of the earth, but fire destroyed. With a final, desperate surge, I broke free from the tendrils' weakening grasp. I did not try to fight the tree directly, I just ran. I stumbled back into the cabin, grabbed the kerosene can and the old gas lamp. My hands shook so violently, I almost dropped them. The thumping was so loud now, it felt like my skull would split open. I ran back out, splashing kerosene in a wide arc around the cabin, creating a perimeter. The tree seemed to sense my intent. The thumping became a frantic, enraged beat, and the shadowy tendrils lashed out with renewed fury, almost snatching the lamp from my grasp. I struck a match, my hand unsteady. The flame flickered, fragile against the monstrous presence of the tree. I lit the kerosene. A wall of fire erupted, crackling and roaring, a brilliant orange barrier between me and the pulsating oak. The heat was immediate, intense. The thumping seemed to falter for a moment, a low, pained groan emanating from the tree, a sound that was more felt than heard. I did not stop. I ran, not toward the tree, but away from it, towards my truck. The fire spread quickly, fueled by the dry grass and dead leaves. The cabin itself was too close, and I watched horrified, as flames licked up its weathered logs. My new life, my fresh start, was burning behind me. But so was the tree's immediate access to me. I fumbled with the truck keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely insert the key into the ignition. The engine sputtered, then caught. I jammed it into reverse, then slammed on the gas, tearing down the dirt road, away from the inferno, away from the pulsating heart of the forest. In my rearview mirror, I saw the cabin consumed by flames, and behind it, the colossal oak tree, still standing, still glowing with that ominous reddish light, its silhouette framed by the raging fire. The fire around its base seemed to be dying down, almost as if the tree was absorbing it or somehow resisting it. I drove for hours, not stopping until the sun began to rise, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink. I was miles away, somewhere on the highway, heading towards anywhere but there. I never went back. I never will. I still feel it sometimes, a phantom thrumming in my chest, a faint echo of that colossal heartbeat. I still wake up in a cold sweat, convinced I can hear the whisper of the wind through those ancient, grasping branches. My skin is still pale, my eyes still shadowed, and I have not slept soundly since. I am always tired, always a little cold, always looking over my shoulder. I know the cabin burned. I know the fire must have damaged the tree, maybe even killed it. But I also know, with a chilling certainty that permeates my very being, that you can't truly kill something that old, something that primal. The tree with a beating heart is still out there, deep in the Montana wilderness, still pulsating, still watching, still waiting. And I know, deep down, that it remembers me. It felt me escape. And sooner or later, its hunger will return. It will find another victim. Or perhaps it will simply wait for me to return, to finish what it started. And sometimes, when the night is utterly silent, and I am alone in my new, anonymous apartment, I swear I can still feel that slow, powerful thump, 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 thump beating deep beneath the earth, calling to me, drawing me back to the heart of the forest, back to its collection. I never really believed in ghosts, or monsters, or any of that stuff, you know. Not really. I love a good horror movie as much as the next guy, but deep down, I always figured there was a logical explanation for everything. A trick of the light, a sound in the wind, an overactive imagination. I was wrong. So wrong. And now, I do not even know what I am anymore. But I can tell you this story, or at least what is left of it inside my head. Maybe it will make sense to you. It does not make much sense to me anymore. It all started a few months back. I had just broken up with my long-term girlfriend, lost my job, and was generally just feeling adrift. Like a boat without a rudder, just floating aimlessly. My buddy, Mark, suggested I take a road trip. Clear your head. Man, he said. Get out into the wilderness. Disconnect. Sounded good at the time. I packed up my old beat-up sedan, a relic, honestly. But it got me from A to B through in a tent, some camping gear, and a cooler full of lukewarm sodas, and just started driving. No real destination, just west. I ended up in this stretch of Northern California, way off the beaten path. Think towering redwoods, winding, narrow roads, and self-service that drops out faster than a lead balloon. It was beautiful in a wild, untamed kind of way. The air smelled like pine and damp earth. And the silence, man, the silence was almost deafening after months of city noise. I found a small, unofficial campsite near a dried-up creek bed, nestled deep in the trees. It was perfect. Isolated. Exactly what I needed. Or so I thought. The first couple of nights were great. I built a fire, cooked some shitty hot dogs, listened to podcasts, and stared up at a sky full of stars I had not seen in years. It was peaceful, restorative. I was starting to feel like myself again. But then things started to shift. Subtly at first. It was the third night. I had gone for a long hike that day, probably walked about 10 miles, and I was exhausted. The sun was setting, painting the sky in fiery oranges and purples, and the shadows in the forest were getting long and deep. I was heading back to my campsite, humming some forgettable tune, when I felt it. That prickle on the back of your neck. The feeling of being watched. I stopped, turning slowly, scanning the dense trees around me. Nothing. Just the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. The chirping of crickets starting their nightly symphony. I told myself it was just the isolation getting to me. My mind playing tricks. I would been alone for days, after all. But the feeling did not go away. It clung to me, a cold, insistent presence. I picked up my pace, a little faster than before. When I got back to my camp, I immediately started a fire, making it bigger than I usually would, trying to push back the encroaching darkness. I kept glancing over my shoulder, into the inky blackness beyond the firelight. Every snapped twig, every hooted owl made me jump. I felt foolish, paranoid. But the feeling persisted. It was like I was not alone out there anymore. Not truly alone. I chalked it up to being overtired. Maybe I had seen a deer or a coyote, and my subconscious had just blown it out of proportion. I forced myself to eat, to read a book, to try and act normal. But I did not sleep well that night. Every shadow seemed to stretch and writhe. Every sound seemed amplified. I kept waking up, heart pounding, convinced something was just outside my tent, watching me. The next day, I tried to shake it off. I told myself I was being ridiculous. I packed up my camp early, deciding to drive further north, find a new spot. Maybe a change of scenery would help reset my brain. I got in my car, started the engine, and pulled out onto the narrow, winding road. The road was even more deserted than the last one. No other cars, no houses, just endless stretches of forest on either side. The sun was high, dappling through the canopy, creating a shifting mosaic of light and shadow on the asphalt. I was trying to focus on the road, trying to enjoy the drive, but that feeling, it was still there. A knot in my stomach. And then I saw it. It was just for a split second, maybe a quarter of a second, but it was there. On the edge of the tree line, about 50 yards ahead on the left side of the road. A figure. Tall. Impossibly tall, like it was stretching toward the sky. And dark. Not just a shadow, but an absence of light, a deeper black than anything around it. It was standing perfectly still, partially obscured by the thick trunks of the redwoods. My breath caught in my throat. My foot instinctively slammed on the brake, sending the old sedan skidding a little on the loose gravel shoulder. I stared, heart hammering against my ribs, eyes wide, trying to make sense of what I would seen. And then it was gone. Just like that. Vanished. I squeezed my eyes shut, then opened them again. Nothing but trees. Just trees. I told myself it was a trick of the light. A tall, oddly shaped tree trunk. My mind playing games. But I knew deep down it was not. There was something about it, something that felt wrong. Not just a shadow, but a presence. And I could have sworn, for that briefest of moments, that I saw something on its head. Something like a crown, but not gold or jewels. Something dark, jagged, like thorns. My hands were shaking on the steering wheel. My mouth was dry. I could not move. I just sat there, engine idling, staring at the spot where it had been. Every nerve in my body screamed at me to get out of there, to put distance between myself and whatever that was. So I did. I floored it, tires spitting gravel, not caring where I was going, just away. I drove for hours until the sun started to dip low again. I ended up in a small, dusty town that looked like it had been forgotten by time. The kind of place with one general store, one gas station, and a population sign that probably had not been updated since the 70s. I pulled into a motel, the kind with flickering neon signs and a faint smell of stale cigarettes, and practically ran into the room. I locked the door, pulled the curtains tight, and just sat on the bed, shaking. I needed answers. My phone finally had a couple of bars, barely, but enough. I started Googling. Tall shadow figure, Northern California. Forest monster with thorns. Strange sightings, Redwood Forest. Most of it was junk cryptid forums, conspiracy theories, creepypastas. But then I found something. A few scattered forum posts, old newspaper clippings digitized poorly, and a couple of obscure local history blogs. They all described something similar. A tall, shadowy figure. Always seen in remote, heavily wooded areas. Always appearing to lone travelers or campers. Sometimes described as having a crown of branches or spikes or dark points on its head. The thorn crown figure, one blog called it. Another referred to it as the shadowed king of the pines. The chilling part was not just the descriptions matching. It was the warnings. Every single account carried a similar, unspoken caveat. Do not look too long. If you see it, avert your eyes. It preys on the mind. There were vague mentions of people who had seen it and gone missing, or people who had been found later, completely insane, babbling incoherently, their eyes wide and empty. One particularly disturbing post described a man found wandering naked in the forest, scratching at his own scalp, convinced thorns were growing out of his head. My blood ran cold. This was not just some local legend. This was real, and I had seen it. I had not looked too long. I told myself, just a glance, a quick, terrified glance. But the seed of fear had been planted, and now, armed with this knowledge, it began to blossom into full-blown terror. I was not just afraid of it. I was afraid of what it could do. I tried to rationalize it again. Mass hysteria, urban legend, people just going crazy from isolation. But the descriptions were too consistent. The specific detail of the thorns, and that feeling, that absolute certainty that I was not alone, that it had been there. I did not sleep at all that night. I just sat there, huddled in the corner of the room, staring at the door, convinced it was going to open. Every creak of the old building, every distant car passing by, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I kept my eyes averted from the window, even though the curtains were drawn. I did not want to risk seeing anything, even a reflection. I decided to leave the next morning, get back to civilization, back to people. I did not care about clearing my head anymore. I just wanted to be somewhere safe, somewhere without ancient forests and shadowy figures. I packed my meager belongings, paid for them, frozen by terror and the intensifying stasis. I watched as a nascent column of solidified darkness opened its single, terrifying green eye. It was not an eye in the way a living creature possesses, when it was more like a void given form, a swirling vortex of emerald light against the obsidian, a pupil that seemed to swallow all light, all hope. And it was fixed on me. The stasis, which had merely numbed me before, now hammered at my very being. It was not just physical paralysis, it was a deeper, more insidious assault. My vision blurred, the forest around me wavered, not like a heat haze, but like a faulty projection. The ancient trees, the very ground beneath me, seemed to stretch and distort, their shapes elongating into grotesque parodies of themselves, then shrinking, then blurring into an unrecognizable smear of greens and browns. It felt as if my perception, my very consciousness, was being pulled apart, stretched thin like taffy, then snapped back together in a new, horrifying configuration. The world screamed without sound. A profound, internal shriek echoed in my skull as the clock's deep hum vibrated through my bones, seeming to unravel the fabric of reality itself. The green eye dilated, and for a split second, I felt a searing cold, a cold that was not just external, but burrowed into my soul, touching something ancient and vulnerable within me. It felt like my very essence, the thing the clock had been, harvesting, was being ripped away, not in a violent explosion, but in a quiet, agonizing drain. Then, with a final wrenching sensation, as if I had been shoved through a needle's eye, everything dissolved into a blinding, painful flash of white. I awoke to silence. Not the profound, oppressive silence of the stasis frozen village, nor the mechanical symphony of the clock, but an absolute, suffocating void of sound. My body ached, a deep, persistent cold still embedded in my bones, a chill that felt less like the weather and more like a part of me now. My head throbbed, a dull, persistent ache behind my eyes. I pushed myself up, my limbs heavy, stiff, like old wood. The forest was there, but it was not my forest. The gnarled trees, yes, but they were different. Taller, perhaps, with bark that seemed to twist and writhe like petrified muscle. The canopy above was so thick, so dense, that only meager shafts of light pierced through, dappling the forest floor in sickly greens and grays. There was no sign of the obsidian clock, no column of solidified darkness, no terrifying green eye. It was as if they had never existed, or as if I had been transported to a place where their memory could not reach. Panic, cold and sharp, pricked at me. Where was I? How had I gotten here? Had the clock, in its final roaring act, done something more than just harvest? Had it moved me, transformed me? The questions spun in my mind, each one more terrifying than the last. But the answers were nowhere to be found in the oppressive silence of this alien wood. I tried to move, to find some familiar landmark, some sign of a path, but the trees pressed in an impenetrable wall of ancient wood. Every direction looked the same, a dizzying maze of trunks and low-hanging, moss-draped branches. As I stumbled forward, my eyes began to adjust to the dim light, and that is when I saw it. At first, I thought it was just a trick of a light, a knot in the bark, a natural imperfection. But then I saw another and another. They were faces, carved into the bark of the trees, at roughly eye level or slightly higher. Crude, yes, but undeniably faces. They were not smiling, were not frowning. They were simply there. Their expressions were neutral, almost blank, yet unsettling in their sheer presence. My breath hitched. My heart started to pound, a frantic drum against my ribs. I tried to tell myself it was just pareidolia, that human tendency to see faces in inanimate objects. But these were too deliberate, too numerous. As I walked deeper, they multiplied. Every few feet, another face would emerge from the rough bark, sometimes partially obscured by moss, sometimes stark and clear. Old faces, young faces, some with strong jawlines, others with soft, rounded features. But they all shared one chilling characteristic: their eyes were hollow. Empty sockets, carved deep into the wood, black voids that seemed to absorb the scant light. And they were weeping. From the hollow eyes, a thick, viscous substance oozed. It was black, a pure, unreflective obsidian black, like crude oil or tar, but somehow darker, heavier. It ran slowly down the cheeks, leaving glistening trails of water pooling at the base of the trees. It did not smell like anything, which was almost worse than a foul odor. It was just blackness made liquid, silently weeping from endless, empty eyes. I stared, transfixed, at one such face. It was a woman's face etched with delicate lines, her chin slightly upturned. From her empty eye sockets, two slow, fat drops of black liquid welled up, then slid down her carved cheeks, leaving a fresh, glistening trail. It was profoundly disturbing. It felt wrong, utterly and completely wrong. This was not natural. This was not right. A cold dread, far deeper than the persistent chill in my bones, began to seep into my core. This forest was not just alien, it was alive with a silent, weeping horror. I tried to rationalize it. Perhaps some ancient cult had carved these, or a strange, reclusive tribe. But the sheer uniformity, the consistent hollowness of the eyes, the inexplicable black tears, it defied any logical explanation. I tried to ignore them, to focus on finding a way out. I walked for what felt like hours, pushing through thick undergrowth, my clothes snagging on thorns, my skin scraped raw. But no matter which direction I turned, the faces were there. They seemed to stare, to follow me with their hollow gaze, an endless, silent audience to my growing despair. The black tears were everywhere, staining the bark, forming small, still puddles on the forest floor, reflecting the dim light like obsidian mirrors. They shimmered with a faint, oily sheen, and sometimes, if I stood still enough, I could hear the faint, almost imperceptible drip, drip, drip of the liquid hitting the ground, a sound that quickly became the soundtrack to my descent into madness. The sun, or what passed for it through the dense canopy, began its slow, agonizing descent. The already dim forest grew darker, the shadows deepening, twisting the carved faces into even more grotesque forms. A cold sweat broke out on my brow, mingling with the persistent chill that seemed to emanate from the trees themselves. I knew, with a horrifying certainty, that I could not spend the night out in the open, not with these silent, weeping sentinels all around me. I frantically searched for shelter, a ka-ve, a hollow log, anything that could offer a semblance of protection. I found a cluster of particularly ancient trees, their trunks unusually thick, forming a small, relatively sheltered alcove. The faces here were older, more deeply etched, their black tears long dried into crusty streaks, but fresh ones still welled from their hollow eyes. I squeezed myself into the tight space, pulling my knees to my chest, trying to make myself as small and inconspicuous as possible. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic, desperate rhythm in the suffocating silence. As the last vestiges of twilight faded, plunging the forest into an absolute inky blackness, a new, far more terrifying dread began to coil in my stomach. The air grew colder, if that was even possible, a bone-chilling cold that seemed to suck the warmth directly from my body. I huddled deeper, shivering uncontrollably, my feet shattered. Then it happened. I was staring at a particularly large, ancient face directly opposite my hiding spot. Its features were weathered, almost erased by time, but the hollow eyes were still stark, still weeping. As I watched, a subtle shift occurred. It was not a blink, not a twitch. It was a slow, deliberate unfurling of pure, absolute darkness within the hollow socket. It was as if the emptiness itself became sentient, coalescing into a deeper, more profound blackness, a blackness that was no longer just a void, but a conscious, observing entity. A gasp caught in my throat, strangled by terror. It was not just a trick of the light. The eye was open, and then another, and another. A chilling ripple spread through the forest. All around me, in the suffocating darkness, hundreds, thousands of eyes began to open. It was a slow, horrifying process, each hollow socket blooming with an active, focused darkness. They did not glow, did not reflect light. Instead, they seemed to absorb it, creating pinpricks of absolute blackness that stood out against the slightly less dark silhouettes of the trees. I squeezed my eyes shut, burying my face in my knees, trying to block out the horrifying reality. But I could feel them. I could feel the weight of their collective gaze, 1,000 unseen eyes boring into my hiding spot, dissecting me, observing me. It was an oppressive, suffocating sensation, like being submerged in cold, watchful water. I forced myself to open my eyes again, just a crack. The forest was transformed. It was no longer just a collection of trees, it was a living, breathing, watching entity. Every trunk was a body, every carved face a silent sentinel, and every open eye a window into something ancient and malevolent. The black tears continued to fall, but now they seemed more sinister, each drip a punctuation mark in the silent vigil. They glistened in the absolute darkness, reflecting nothing, yet somehow visible, like tiny, moving pools of liquid night. I held my breath, trying to make myself invisible, trying to somehow merge with the cold, damp earth. But it was useless. I felt utterly exposed, utterly vulnerable. The eyes did not move, did not blink, did not make a sound. They simply watched. And that was the most terrifying thing of all. Hours stretched into an eternity. My muscles cramped. My body shook with a combination of cold and pure, unadulterated terror. Every rustle of leaves, every imagined snap of a twig, sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through my system. I imagined them seeing me not just with their eyes, but with something deeper, something that understood my fear, that fed on it. The stasis from before, the harvesting of essence, was this what it led to? Was this the final destination for those whose essence was taken? To be trapped, observed, slowly drained by a forest of silent, weeping eyes. The black tears. I looked at the shimmering pools on the ground. They felt like a constant reminder, a byproduct of some unseen process. Was this the essence the clock had stolen, now weeping back into the earth? A grotesque cycle of consumption and waste. The thought made my stomach churn. As the night wore on, my mind began to fray. I started to see things in the periphery of my vision, subtle shifts in the darkness between the trees, fleeting shadows that seemed to detach from the trunks and slink away. I heard whispers, faint and indistinct, carried on a breeze that was not there. Or maybe it was just the sound of my own blood pounding in my ears, my sanity slowly unraveling under the relentless, silent scrutiny of the hollow eyes. At one point, I swore one of the eyes, the one closest to me, moved. Not physically, but the darkness within seemed to deepen, to swirl, focusing its absolute blackness on me with an intensity that felt like a physical touch. It was like being impaled by a gaze, a weight pressing down on my chest, stealing my breath. Panic surged, raw and animalistic. I wanted to scream, to run, to lash out, but the terror held me captive, frozen in my cramped space. I squeezed my eyes shut again, whimpering softly, waiting for something to happen, for a hand to reach out, for a voice to speak, for anything to break the unbearable silence and the crushing weight of their observation. But nothing came. Only the cold, the silence, and the relentless, unseen gaze. I do not know when I finally drifted off, if I even did. It was more like a surrender, a brief, desperate descent into a state of semi-consciousness, my body too exhausted, my mind too overwhelmed to maintain awareness. My dreams, if they could be called that, were a chaotic blur of green eyes, obsidian clocks, and endless, weeping faces. When I next became truly aware, a faint, almost imperceptible lightning was occurring in the sky. It was the first hint of dawn, a faint, gray-wash bleeding into the oppressive blackness of the forest. My heart leaped with a desperate, fragile hope. Slowly, reluctantly, the eyes began to close. It was not a sudden snap, but a gradual, almost mournful retraction of the active darkness. The blackness within the sockets seemed to recede, to dissipate, leaving behind only the empty, hollow carvings. It was as if the forest was sighing, settling back into its inert, daytime horror. The relief that washed over me was immense, so profound it almost brought me to tears. I was still alive. I had survived the night. But the relief was quickly followed by an even deeper, more crushing dread. They would open again. Every night they would open, and I would be trapped here, under their silent, unwavering gaze. I carefully, painfully, uncurled myself from my hiding spot. My body was stiff, aching in every joint, my muscles screaming in protest. The cold was still there, a deep, pervasive chill that seemed to have settled into my bones, a part of my very being now. As I stood, my gaze swept across the forest. The faces were still there, carved into every tree, their hollow eyes now empty, inert. The black tears still flowed, glistening on the bark, forming pools on the ground. But they were just carvings now, just silent weeping wood. Or were they? As I looked at the nearest face, a particularly old, deeply etched one, I noticed something new, something that made my blood run cold all over again. The black tears, which had looked like simple liquid before, now seemed to have a subtle, almost imperceptible shimmer. And in the very center of one of the larger pools at the base of the tree, I saw a tiny, almost microscopic speck of green, a faint emerald green, like the eye of the entity from the clock. My breath caught in my throat. The stasis, the essence harvesting, the green eye, the black tears, the hollow eyes, it was all connected. This was not just a forest. This was a consequence, a prison, a living, breathing testament to whatever horrific process the clock had initiated. I was trapped in a forest of weeping faces, watched by hollow eyes that opened at night, slowly, silently. And the cold, the persistent, bone-deep cold, was deepening. It felt less like the weather and more like a gradual transformation, a slow petrification from the inside out. I felt my own essence, whatever the clock had not fully drained, slowly seeping away, perhaps to join the black tears that flowed endlessly from the trees. The terror was no longer a sharp, piercing panic. It was a dull, constant ache, a suffocating despair. I was just another tree in this horrifying landscape, my own hollow eyes yet to be carved, my own black tears yet to weep. And somewhere in the depths of this ancient, terrible forest, I knew the green I was still watching, patiently waiting for me to fully become a part of its silent, weeping domain. You know that feeling, right? That itch for something new, something different. Not just a change of scenery, but a complete immersion into the wild, far from the drone of traffic and the endless glow of screens. That is what I was chasing a few months back. I am Mark, and I have always had a thing for the remote. Give me a winding trail, a dense forest, and a camera, and I am in my element. I have seen some incredible places, captured some truly breathtaking shots of untouched nature. But nothing, and I mean nothing, prepared me for the glass forest. It started like any other trip. I would heard whispers, vague rumors really, from a few old-timers in a dusty general store on the edge of the Shawnee National Forest. They talked about a section deep within the wilderness, far off the marked trails, where the trees, well, they were different. Most people just scoffed, wrote it off as local folklore or the ramblings of folks who'd spent too much time alone. But a few of them, their eyes held a strange glint, a mix of caution and a hint of something else, fear, maybe. They would say, "Do not go looking for trouble, son. Some things are best left alone." Naturally, that just piqued my interest. I am a photographer, not a thrill seeker, but I am drawn to the unusual. A unique geological formation, an ancient stand of trees that is gold for my lens. So, I packed my gear, stocked up on supplies, and set out. I figured at worst, I would find some oddly shaped rocks or a particularly dense patch of woods. At best, a story. The first few days were uneventful. just typical hiking through dense, beautiful forest. The air was crisp, the scent of pine and damp earth filled my lungs, and the only sounds were the rustle of leaves and the occasional bird call. It was exactly what I needed. I followed my compass, using a rough map I would sketch based on the old-timers' directions, mostly landmarks like a split oak and a dry creek bed. The further I went, the more the forest seemed to close in, the trails becoming fainter until they vanished entirely. I was truly off the grid. Then, on the fourth day, I noticed a change. Subtle at first. The light started to behave strangely. It was not just filtering through the canopy, it seemed to bounce differently. I shrugged it off as a unique atmospheric condition, perhaps the angle of the sun at that particular time of day. But as I pressed on, the anomaly grew more pronounced. The air grew colder, too, significantly colder than it should have been for late spring. A damp, pervasive chill that seemed to seep into my bones, even through my layers. I came to a small clearing, and that is when I saw them. The trees. They were not like anything I would ever seen. Not wood, not stone, but something else entirely. Their bark was not bark at all. It was smooth, almost polished, and it shimmered with an unnatural silver-gray sheen. As I got closer, my breath hitched in my throat. It was like glass. Pure, unblemished glass. The trunks were perfectly cylindrical, rising straight and tall into the canopy, their branches equally sleek and slender, tipped with leaves that also seemed to be made of some translucent material, catching the light like tiny emerald facets. The entire clearing was filled with these trees. They reflected everything around them: the sky, the ground, the distant normal-looking forest, and, of course, me. It was mesmerizing. I would never encountered anything like it. My photographer's instinct kicked in immediately. This was it. This was the shot I would been searching for. I pulled out my camera, my hands trembling slightly with excitement and a strange, underlying tremor of unease. The silence here was profound. Not the natural quiet of a deep forest, but an absence of sound. No birds chirping, no rustle of leaves, nothing. It was as if sound itself was absorbed by the glassy surfaces. The only noise was the crunch of my boots on the forest floor, which suddenly sounded deafeningly loud. I took a few cautious steps into the clearing, my eyes darting from tree to tree. Each trunk was a perfect mirror, reflecting my own image back at me, distorted slightly by the curve of the trunk, stretched or compressed depending on the angle. It was like walking through a funhouse, but eerily beautiful. The reflections were sharp, almost too real. I could see every detail of my face, the lines around my eyes, the stubble on my chin, the worn fabric of my jacket. I spent the next hour or so just exploring the edge of the clearing, taking pictures, trying to capture the surreal beauty of it all. The light was constantly shifting, creating incredible patterns of reflections and refractions. It was a visual feast, but that creeping cold persisted, and the silence felt heavy, oppressive. It was the kind of silence that makes you feel utterly alone, like you are the last person on Earth. As the sun began to dip lower, casting long golden shadows, the glass trees truly came alive. The light caught them in a way that made them glow from within, a soft, ethereal luminescence. It was breathtaking. I found myself drawn deeper into the clearing, mesmerized, my camera forgotten for a moment as I simply stared. That is when I noticed it, a subtle anomaly in one of the reflections. I was looking at a particularly large tree, its surface a perfect mirror. I saw my own reflection, standing there, camera in hand, a look of awe on my face. But something was off. In the background of my reflection, behind my reflected self, there was a faint, almost translucent figure. It was humanoid, indistinct, like a smudge on the glass, but definitely there. I blinked, shook my head. Must be the light, I thought. A trick of the eye. The setting sun, the way it hit the reflective surface, it had to be. I looked again, directly at the tree. My reflection was clear, sharp. No figure, I looked back at the spot where I would seen it. Nothing. Just the pristine reflection of the forest behind me. My heart gave a little thump. I told myself it was fatigue, maybe a bit of dehydration. I would have been hiking hard for days. But the cold dread that had been lurking at the back of my mind began to solidify. I decided to set up camp at the edge of a clearing, just outside the immediate cluster of glass trees. I built a small fire, more for comfort than warmth, though the unnatural chill of the air made me shiver. As darkness fell, the glass trees seemed to recede into the gloom, their reflections becoming murky, indistinct. The silence deepened, pressing in on me. I felt incredibly exposed, vulnerable. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, though there were none here, made me jump. I tried to rationalize it. It was just a strange forest, a unique geological phenomenon. There was nothing to be afraid of. But the image of that faint figure in my reflection kept replaying in my mind. The next morning, the sun rose, painting the glass trees with incredible hues of orange and pink. I felt a renewed sense of purpose. I had to get to the bottom of this. I had to photograph this place, document it. Maybe that faint figure was just a trick of the light I could capture on film, something that would make the story even more intriguing. I ventured deeper into the clearing, my camera ready. I focused on the reflections, trying to catch that anomaly again. I walked slowly, deliberately, examining each tree. My own image stared back at me from dozens of surfaces, a silent legion of marks. Then I saw it again. This time it was clearer, in the reflection of a tree directly in front of me. I saw my own face, but behind it, just to the left, was a faint ghostly face. It was gaunt, eyes wide with a silent scream, mouth open in a soundless gasp. It was translucent, like a water-damaged photograph, but undeniably a face. I gasped, stumbling back, my heart hammering against my ribs. I looked directly at the tree. Nothing. Just the smooth, reflective surface. I looked back at the reflection. The face was gone. Panic began to bubble up. This was not a trick of the light. This was something else. My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. A hallucination. But it felt too real, too vivid. I forced myself to breathe, to calm down. I told myself to be rational. I was alone, deep in the wilderness. My mind could be playing tricks on me. I decided to try an experiment. I held my hand up, slowly moving it in front of my face, watching my reflection. Everything moved in perfect sync. Then, I slowly shifted my gaze, just a fraction, to the left of my reflection, focusing on the background within the mirror. And there it was, another face. This one clearer, more defined. It was a woman, her hair long and matted, her eyes sunken, brimming with a desperate sadness. She was looking at me, not at my reflection, but directly into my eyes through the glass. Her lips moved, forming words I could not hear, but her expression conveyed a single, terrifying plea: help me. A jolt of pure terror shot through me. I stumbled backwards again, my camera clattering to the ground. I did not care. My eyes were fixed on the reflection, on the woman's face. She was still there, trapped within the mirror, her expression a mask of silent agony. I looked directly at the tree. Nothing. Just my own horrified face staring back. I looked at the reflection again. She was gone. The surface was pristine once more. My blood ran cold. This was not a reflection. It was a window into something unspeakable. I wanted to run, to turn and sprint out of that clearing, back to the normal world, to the safety of concrete and noise. But my feet felt rooted to the spot. A morbid curiosity, mixed with sheer dread, held me captive. I had to understand. I approached another tree, cautiously, like a deer approaching a hunter. I peered into its surface, deliberately looking past my own reflection, into the mirrored depths. This time, I saw an entire scene, a blurred, distorted landscape that was not the forest around me. It was a place of perpetual twilight, filled with more glass trees, but these were twisted, gnarled, their surfaces cracked and dull. And among them, countless figures, all translucent, all ghostly, all trapped. They moved slowly, aimlessly, their faces etched with despair. Some of them looked towards me, their eyes hollow, begging. It was like looking into a silent, suffering dimension, a prison. And then, I saw him. A man, his face familiar. It was one of the old-timers from the general store, the one who had warned me with that strange glint in his eye. He was there, among the other lost souls, his reflection gaunt, his hand pressed against the inner surface of the glass, as if trying to push his way out. His lips moved, and this time, I almost heard it, a faint, desperate whisper, "Do not look too long." The words echoed in my mind, even though I had not truly heard them. They were an impression, a psychic scream. Do not look too long. The cold deepened, seeping into my very core. I felt a strange pull, a subtle magnetic force, drawing my gaze deeper into the reflection, into that other, desolate world. It was an insidious draw, not violent, but gentle, persistent, like a lullaby promising eternal rest. I felt my own reflection begin to change. My face, staring back at me, started to look tired. My eyes seemed a little more sunken, my skin a little paler. It was as if a subtle drain was being placed on my vitality, siphoning off my essence with every second I gazed into the mirror. I tore my eyes away, stumbling back, gasping for air. This was it. This was the horror. The trees were not just reflective, they were predatory. They fed on observation, on sustained attention. They lured you in with their beauty, their uniqueness, and then they slowly, imperceptibly, stole you away, trapping your essence within their glassy prisons. My heart pounded a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I had to get out. Now. I turned to run, but my legs felt heavy, sluggish. The silence of the forest seemed to press down on me, making every movement an effort. I glanced back, and in the reflection of the nearest tree, I saw my own image. And behind it, clearer now, were the faces. Dozens of them, pressed against the inner surface of the glass, their eyes fixed on me, pleading, warning. They were like silent witnesses, a chorus of the damned, urging me to escape their fate. The air shimmered, and I felt a dizzying sensation, as if the ground beneath me was shifting. The reflections in the trees around me seemed to ripple, the images of the surrounding forest distorting, stretching, becoming fluid. It was like the entire clearing was breathing, inhaling and exhaling reality. I forced myself to move, one leaden foot in front of the other, pushing through the invisible resistance. I did not dare look back at the trees, but I could feel their presence, their collective gaze following me. The cold was unbearable now, a deep, pervasive chill that felt like it was freezing my blood. My limbs were growing numb. Do not look too long, the whisper echoed again, clearer this time, seeming to emanate from all around me, from every reflective surface. I stumbled, falling to my knees. My head swam. I felt a strange detachment, as if my body was no longer entirely my own. I pushed myself up, scrambling, crawling if I had to. The edge of the clearing seemed impossibly far away. As I struggled, a horrifying thought pierced through the fog of my terror. What if I was already too late? What if I had already looked too long? I risked a quick glance over my shoulder. The trees were closer now, or perhaps I was just perceiving them that way. In their surfaces, I saw my own reflection, but it was subtly different. My eyes were wider, my skin paler, almost translucent. And behind me, within the reflection, the ghostly figures were more distinct, their hands reaching out, not to me, but towards my reflected self, as if trying to pull it in. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. They were not trying to pull me in. They were trying to pull my reflection in, to steal the essence, the image, the soul that my reflection represented. And once that was gone, what would be left of me? An empty shell. Another ghost trapped in the glass. I pushed myself harder. A primal scream caught in my throat. I could feel the pull intensify, a subtle tugging at my very consciousness, at the edges of my perception. It was like my mind was being stretched, thinned, drawn into the mirrored void. I finally reached the tree line, the point where the glass trees gave way to normal, albeit still unervingly silent, forest. I did not stop. I crashed through the undergrowth, branches slapping at my face, ignoring the pain. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs gave out, until I collapsed in a heap, gasping for breath, miles away from that cursed clearing. I lay there for a long time, shivering, my body racked with tremors that had nothing to do with exhaustion. The silence here outside the glass forest was still profound, but it was a natural silence now, not the suffocating void of the clearing. Slowly, the cold began to recede, replaced by the natural warmth of the forest. When I finally managed to stand, my body ached, but it was a physical ache, not the deep, soul-sapping cold I would felt within the clearing. I looked back, but the dense, normal trees obscured any view of the glass horrors. I never looked into a mirror the same way again. I made it back to civilization eventually. It took days of relentless hiking, fueled by adrenaline and a terror that still gnawed at my insides. I did not tell anyone the full story. How could I? They would think I was crazy. A few people noticed I looked different. Gaunt, they said. My eyes seemed older. I just blamed it on the strenuous trip, the lack of sleep. But I know the truth. Sometimes, when I catch my reflection unexpectedly in a shop window, a polished surface, even my own bathroom mirror, I see it. Just for a split second. A faint, almost imperceptible distortion. A fleeting glimpse of a gaunt face, eyes wide with silent despair, just behind my own. It is like a faint echo, a shadow of what almost was. And sometimes, in the dead of night, when the house is silent and the darkness is absolute, I feel that cold again, that deep, pervasive chill that seeps into my bones. And I hear the whisper, faint but clear, echoing in the silence. Do not look too long. I know now that I escaped, but not entirely. A part of me, a tiny fragment of my essence, was touched by that place. And sometimes, I wonder if that faint reflection I see, the one that is not quite me, is a piece of me that was left behind, still peering out from the glass forest, waiting. Or perhaps it is a warning, a constant reminder that the glass is always watching, and it is always hungry. And I am always careful not to look too long. You know, sometimes I still catch myself checking my watch. Not for the time, not anymore. Just checking. A reflex, a ghost of a habit from a life that feels like a dream I can't quite remember. But every time, without fail, it is there. The digital display, frozen. 3:17 p.m. Always 3:17 p.m. I am telling you, I was in bad shape when I stumbled back through that gate. Gaunt, they say, like a scarecrow that has been left out in the fields for a decade too long. My clothes, the ones I would put on that morning, were tattered, stiff with grime, and what I could only assume was dried sweat and forest muck. My skin felt like parchment stretched over bone, my lips cracked, my eyes sunken. I do not know how long I would been in that other forest, the one where time truly ceased, but it had taken its toll. A terrible, soul-sucking toll. The glass forest. Back in the glass forest. The trees, impossibly tall and shimmering, reflected my broken image back at me, 100 times over. But it was not just me anymore. The recap mentioned it, right. Other reflections. They were there, all right. Flickering indistinct at first, then sharpening into horrifying clarity. Faces. Hundreds of them. Trapped within the crystalline depths of the trees themselves. ancient, despairing faces, some contorted in silent screams, others with eyes wide and empty, staring out from behind the perfect, flawless glass. Some were human, yes, but others were not. Shapes that defied biology, forms that twisted and writhed in the silent agony of eternal imprisonment. They were all still, like me, frozen, but with an awareness in their eyes that spoke of endless, conscious suffering. The cold was a physical thing in that place, a pervasive, penetrating chill that seemed to seep into my very bones, into my marrow. It was the cold of a tomb, the cold of a place where life had no business being. The silence, too, was absolute. No wind rustled the glass leaves, no bird sang, no insects buzzed. Just the profound, oppressive quiet, punctuated only by the ragged sound of my own breathing, a sound that seemed shockingly loud in that dead world. Panic, a cold, sharp blade, twisted in my gut. I had not escaped. I would just traded one cell for another. My mind, already frayed at the edges, threatened to snap. The thought of spending an eternity like those reflections, trapped and aware, drove a spike of pure terror through me. I could not. I would not. I stumbled forward, fueled by a desperate, animal instinct to move, to do something. Anything. The ground beneath my feet was smooth, almost like polished obsidian, reflecting the glass trees and the impossible, trapped faces in a dizzying kaleidoscope. My legs ached with every step, my stomach screamed for food, my throat was raw and dry. But the hunger, the thirst, they were secondary to the crushing psychological horror. I was a ghost, walking through a graveyard of other ghosts, all of us frozen at 3:17 p.m. How long I walked, I could not tell you. Hours, days, eons. Time had no meaning. My watch still read 3:17 p.m. My phone, a useless brick, was also stuck at 3:17 p.m. I just kept going, one foot in front of the other, my mind a buzzing hive of fear and despair. The glass forest stretched on, seemingly endless, the reflections of the trapped growing more vivid, more numerous, until it felt like I was walking through a gallery of silent, eternal suffering. They watched me, I swear. Their eyes, frozen in terror, followed my every jerky, desperate movement. Then, slowly, almost imperceptibly, things began to change. The glass trees, which had been so perfectly formed, so flawlessly reflective, started to become less so. The edges softened. The reflections blurred. The ground beneath my feet became less like obsidian and more like actual earth, dry and strewn with dead leaves. It was not a sudden transition, but a gradual, terrifying morphing, like a dream shifting into a nightmare. The pure, crystalline forms gave way to gnarled, twisted branches, then to familiar, rough bark. The air, still cold and silent, lost that unnatural, tomb-like quality. I was back in a normal forest, or what appeared to be a normal forest. It was still 3:17 p.m. Of course it was. My legs finally gave out, and I collapsed against the rough trunk of an oak tree, gasping for breath, my lungs burning. The silence here was not as profound as the glass forest, but it was still unnerving. No birdsong, no rustling leaves in a non-existent breeze. Just a heavy, expectant quiet. I lay there for what felt like an eternity, though I knew it was just another stretch of timelessness. My body screamed for rest, for sustenance, but my mind was a whirlwind of fear and a desperate, fragile hope. A normal forest. Maybe I was finally out. Maybe the gate, in its twisted logic, had led me somewhere else, somewhere that was not a timeless prison. I forced myself up, leaning heavily on the tree. My vision swam, but I pushed through it. I had to keep moving. I had to find a way out, or at least find something that made sense. I stumbled through the dense undergrowth, pushing aside branches that scratched at my already tattered clothes. The trees here were old, thick with moss and ivy, their canopies so dense that only slivers of the unchanging afternoon light managed to pierce through. It was dim, almost twilight, even though my watch insisted it was 3:17 p.m. After what felt like miles, my heart gave a sudden, painful lurch. Through a gap in the trees, I saw it. Not another shimmering tree, not another impossibly ancient reflection. This was different. A fence. A wooden fence, old and weathered, but clearly man-made. Beyond it, a clearing. And in that clearing, a structure. A building. Hope, a dangerous, fragile thing, flared within me. A building meant people. People meant answers. People meant a way out. My legs, which had been heavy and unresponsive moments before, found new strength. I pushed through the last of the undergrowth, bursting into the clearing. What I saw made me stop dead. It was not just one building. It was a village. A small, old-fashioned village, nestled deep within the forest. There were houses, a general store, a blacksmith, even a small church with a steeple that seemed to lean precariously. Smoke curled lazily from a few chimneys, a testament to recent activity. Laundry, faded but clean, hung on lines between houses, swaying slightly in a breeze I could not feel. A wagon, laden with what looked like firewood, stood parked near one of the houses. My heart hammered against my ribs, a chaotic drumbeat of relief and apprehension. This was it. This had to be it. A real place. A place with people. "Hello," I croaked, my voice raw and unused. It sounded pathetic, thin, swallowed by the unnatural quiet. No answer. "Is anyone there?" I tried again, louder this time, forcing the words out. Still nothing. Only the heavy, expectant silence. I took a tentative step into the village, my eyes scanning for any sign of movement. That is when I saw them. People. Everywhere. A woman stood by a well, a wooden bucket suspended in midair, just inches from the water's surface. Her head was tilted, her expression one of mild surprise, as if she would just heard a distant call. Her apron was tied neatly, her hair pulled back in a simple bun. Near the blacksmith's forge, a man held a hammer aloft, mid-swing. His muscles were tensed, his brow furrowed in concentration. The hammer was poised, frozen, just above a glowing piece of metal on the anvil. Sparks, tiny pinpricks of light, hung in the air around the anvil, perfectly still. Two children were in the middle of a game, one mid-leap, a wooden hoop frozen a foot from his outstretched hand, the other crouched, mouth open in what looked like a shout of playful challenge. A dog, a scruffy terrier, was frozen mid-stride, one paw lifted, head cocked. They were all frozen, every single one of them, mid-motion, like a photograph, but in 3 dimensions, like statues, but with the unmistakable, horrifying detail of living flesh. Their eyes were open, their expressions vivid, their clothes rumpled, as if they would just been moving. The relief I would felt moments before curdled into a cold, sickening dread. This was not escape. This was another layer of the nightmare, another variation on the 3:17 p.m. curse. I walked slowly through the village, my footsteps unnaturally loud on the packed earth. The silence here was different from the glass forest. It was not the silence of absence, but the silence of stasis, a silence that screamed of interrupted life. I approached the woman at the well. Her skin was pale, smooth and utterly still. I reached out a trembling hand, my fingers hovering inches from her cheek. I did not dare touch her. The thought of it, of feeling cold, unyielding flesh, made my stomach churn. It was too real, too horrifying. She looked so alive, yet so utterly dead. I moved on, my mind reeling. I passed the blacksmith, the children, a man frozen with a pipe halfway to his lips, a woman carrying a basket of vegetables, her foot lifted to step over a cobblestone. Each tableau was a perfect, horrifying snapshot of life abruptly halted. I checked my watch again. 3:17 p.m. Of course. This was it. They were trapped just like me, but they were trapped in a different way. I could move. I could think. I could feel this awful, crushing despair. They just were. Or so I thought. I found an open door to one of the houses. It was a small, cozy place simply furnished. A half-eaten meal sat on the table, a fork poised over a plate of stew. A book lay open on a chair, a pair of spectacles resting on the page. The fire in the hearth was out, but the ashes were disturbed, as if someone had just left it. I slumped onto a nearby wooden bench, my legs no longer able to support me. The hunger and thirst were back with a vengeance, but the thought of eating that frozen stew, of disturbing this perfectly preserved moment, made me gag. I sat there, watching the unchanging scene outside the window. The woman at the well, the blacksmith, the children, all frozen, all at 3:17 p.m. The sun, a perpetual afternoon glow, cast long, unchanging shadows across the village. It was a museum of the damned, and I was its sole, terrified visitor. As the hours, or what my mind still tried to perceive as hours, stretched on, a new, insidious fear began to creep in. What if I froze too? What if this was the next stage? What if one day I would find myself caught mid-step, mid-breath, another silent exhibit in this horrifying tableau? I paced the house, my thoughts racing. I tried the doors and windows, all stuck or simply unwilling to open. I was trapped within the village, just as I was trapped within this timeless zone. As the perpetual afternoon light outside began to deepen, casting longer, more ominous shadows, a new kind of dread settled over me. The outline of the setting sun, an unchanging orb in the sky, seemed to paint the village in hues of orange and purple. The frozen figures outside, already unsettling, took on an even more sinister aspect in the deepening gloom. Their expressions, caught in the eternal 3:17 p.m., seemed to twist into something more menacing, their eyes following me even though I knew they could not. I found a small, dusty lamp in the house and, after a few fumbling attempts, managed to light it. The flickering flame cast dancing shadows, making the still objects in the room seem to twitch at the edges of my vision. My heart hammered. I was alone, truly alone, in a village of frozen ghosts. I tried to sleep, curling up on a hard, straw-filled mattress in an upstairs bedroom. But sleep would not come. Every creak of the old house, every rustle of the leaves outside, though I knew there was no wind, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. My mind kept replaying the image of the frozen villagers, their silent, unblinking stares. Then it happened. A sound. It was faint at first, a barely perceptible click. It came from outside, from the direction of the village square. My breath hitched in my throat. I lay there rigid, straining my ears, convinced it was just my imagination, my mind playing tricks on me in this desolate place. Another sound. A soft, scraping shhhk. Then a deeper, almost metallic clunk. My heart was a jackhammer against my ribs. I slowly, carefully pushed myself up, my muscles stiff and protesting. I crept to the window, peering through the dusty pane. The village was bathed in the eerie, unchanging twilight. The frozen figures were still there, still caught in their eternal poses. But then I saw it, the woman at the well. Her hand, which had been suspended inches from the bucket, moved. It was slow, agonizingly slow, a jerky, almost stop-motion movement, like a puppet being manipulated by unseen strings. Her fingers, stiff and unnatural, closed around the handle of the bucket. I pressed my face against the glass, my breath fogging the pain. My mind screamed in protest. This was not possible. This could not be happening. The blacksmith, his hammer, which had been frozen mid-swing, began its descent. Not smoothly, not naturally. It was a series of tiny, almost imperceptible jerks, a stuttering, broken motion that was more horrifying than any sudden lunge. Click-clack, shhhk. The sound of metal on metal, but distorted, muffled, as if coming from a great distance. Then the children. The one mid-leap seemed to hang in the air for for a moment longer. Then his foot, stiff and unbending, scraped against the ground. The other child crouched slowly, jerkily, raised his head, his mouth still open in that silent shout. They were moving, all of them, not with the fluid grace of living beings, but with the horrifying, disjointed movements of automatons. Their limbs seemed to lock, then unlock, their heads swiveled with a grinding, almost mechanical sound. Their faces, still locked in their 3:17 p.m. expressions, were utterly devoid of emotion, like masks. The laundry on the line, which I had thought was swaying in a breeze, now seemed to ripple with a life of its own, a silent, ghostly undulation. I watched, mesmerized by the sheer, unholy rawness of it all. The woman at the well slowly, painstakingly, lowered the bucket into the well. The rope groaned, a dry, rasping sound that set my teeth on edge. The blacksmith hammer finally struck the glowing metal, but instead of a resounding clang, there was a dull, dead thud. The sparks, which had been frozen, now seemed to flicker, but with an unnatural, almost hesitant glow. The dog, the scruffy terrier, completed its step. Its tail, which had been still, now gave a single stiff wag. They were going through their routines. Their daily routines, but stripped of all life, all warmth, all humanity. They were echoes, repetitions. I could hear them now. The village, which had been utterly silent, was now filled with a cacophony of unnatural sounds. The creak of the well pulley, the dull thud of the hammer, the scuffing of feet on dirt, the rustle of clothes. But no voices, no laughter, no normal human sounds. Only the mechanical, almost painful sounds of their jerky movements. I ducked away from the window, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. This was worse, so much worse than the frozen stillness. At least then, they were just statues. Now, they were something else, something that should not exist. I scrambled back to the mattress, pulling the threadbare blanket over my head, trying to block out the sounds, the sights. But it was no use. My mind was a prison, and the images were seared into it. I spent what felt like an eternity huddled there, listening to the horrifying symphony of the awakened village. The sounds were relentless, a constant reminder of the nightmare outside. At some point, exhaustion must have claimed me, because I drifted into a fitful, terrifying sleep, filled with dreams of jerky movements and silent screams. I woke with a gasp, my body drenched in cold sweat. The lamp had burned out, and the room was plunged into darkness. But outside, a faint, unchanging light filtered through the window. The perpetual afternoon. I crept back to the window, my muscles protesting. I peered out. The village was still. The woman at the well, her bucket now resting on the edge, was frozen again, her hand poised as if to lift it. The blacksmith's hammer was again mid-swing, the sparks again suspended in the air. The children were again mid-leap and mid-crouch. The dog was again mid-stride. They were all frozen, just as they had been. It was 3:17 p.m. The realization hit me like a physical blow. This was not just a day-night cycle. This was a loop. A horrifying, endless loop. At 3:17 p.m., they froze. At some point during the unchanging afternoon, they began to move, performing their mechanical routines. And then, at some other point, they froze again, resetting the entire ghastly performance. I was trapped in a theater of the damned, watching the same silent, jerky play unfold over and over again. The hunger and thirst were now unbearable. My stomach gnawed at itself. My throat was like sandpaper. I could not stay in this house, hiding forever. I had to find food, water. And I had to do it during the day, while they were frozen. The thought of encountering one of them, while they were active, sent shivers of pure terror down my spine. I ventured out, moving slowly, cautiously, through the silent village. The frozen figures seemed to watch me with their empty, unblinking eyes. I tried to avoid their gazes, but it was impossible. They were everywhere. I found the general store. The door was unlocked. Inside, shelves were stocked with goods, all covered in a fine layer of dust. Tins of food, sacks of flour, barrels of pickles. All frozen in time, yet perfectly preserved. It was a macabre bounty. I grabbed a tin of sardines, a packet of crackers, and a bottle of water. My hands trembled as I opened the tin. The metallic tang, a welcome assault on my senses. The food tasted like ambrosia, even the dusty crackers. I drank the water in long, desperate gulps, feeling life slowly return to my parched body. As I ate, sitting on the floor behind the counter, hidden from view, I kept an anxious eye on the unchanging light filtering through the dusty windows. How long did the day last? How long before they started moving again? I did not know, and the uncertainty was a torment. I spent my days exploring, always cautiously. I found other houses, all similarly frozen in time, filled with the ghosts of interrupted lives. I found a small library, books open on tables, pages yellowed but readable. I even found schoolhouse, children's drawings pinned to a board, a teacher frozen mid-sentence, chalk in hand. Each discovery deepened the horror. This was not just a random group of people. This was a community, fully formed, fully lived, now reduced to a perpetual, horrifying pantomime. I learned to recognize the subtle shifts in the light that preceded their awakening. It was not a true sunset, but a change in the quality of the light, a deepening of the orange and purple hues. It was my cue to find a hiding spot, usually the general store or the house I would first enter. The nights were a fresh hell every time. The sounds, oh God, the sounds. The creaking and scraping, the dull thuds and the strange, distorted whispers that seemed to emanate from nowhere and everywhere at once. I never heard a clear word, never a coherent sentence. Just fragments, garbled and broken, like a radio signal fading in and out. Sometimes it sounded like a child's mournful cry, cut short. Other times, like a man's guttural grunt of effort, repeated endlessly. One night, I watched from the window of the general store. A figure, one of the older men, was repeatedly trying to chop a log. His axe would rise slowly, jerkily, then descend with a dead thud, never quite splitting the wood. He would then pull it out, his body straining with unnatural effort, and begin the sequence again. Over and over. The same horrifying, futile act. I saw the woman at the well, filling her bucket, then slowly, painstakingly, pouring it back into the well, only to lower the bucket again. An endless cycle of meaningless labor. The children would play their game, their jerky movements, making them look like grotesque marionettes. Their silent shouts and laughter were more disturbing than any real sound could have been. I realized with a chilling certainty that they were not truly alive. They were shells, animated by some unseen, malevolent force. They were trapped, yes, but in a way that was far worse than my own conscious suffering. They were doomed to repeat the same meaningless actions for an eternity, their consciousness, if it existed at all, imprisoned within their frozen expressions. One night, curiosity, or perhaps a growing madness, drove me to a reckless act. I had been hiding in the general store, watching the repeating spectacle. The sounds were particularly loud that night, a symphony of broken movements. I saw a figure, a young woman, slowly, jerkily, crossing the street, a basket on her arm. She was one of the ones who seemed to be just walking a simple, repetitive journey from one side of the square to the other. As she passed directly in front of the general store, I felt an insane urge. I knew it was stupid, suicidal even, but I could not resist. I wanted to know. I wanted to see if they would react. I slowly, carefully, pushed the wooden door open, just a crack. The creak of the door was swallowed by the surrounding sounds. I watched her. Her head was down, her eyes fixed on some unseen point on the ground. She took another jerky step. "Hello," I whispered, my voice barely audible. She stopped. My blood ran cold. She stopped. Not in her usual, mechanical way, but with an abruptness that was utterly unlike her previous movements. Her head slowly, agonizingly lifted. Her eyes, wide and empty, fixed on the crack in the door. Fixed on me. A sound escaped her lips. Not a word, not a gasp. It was a dry, rasping hiss, like air escaping a punctured lung. It was not human. My heart seized in my chest. I slammed the door shut, the sound echoing through the silent, but not silent village. I scrambled back, pressing myself against the far wall of the store, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I waited, rigid with terror, for something to happen, for the door to burst open, for her to come for me, for the other villagers to turn. Nothing. After what felt like an eternity, I cautiously crept back to the door, peering through the crack again. She was gone. The street was empty. The other villagers were still going through their routines, oblivious. Had she even seen me? Or was it just a coincidence? A momentary glitch in her endless loop. This still echoed in my ears. It was a sound that would haunt my nightmares, a sound that spoke of something ancient and terrible. The encounter left me shaken to my core. It cemented the idea that these were not just automatons. There was something else at play, something that could almost perceive, something that could almost react. And that was far more terrifying. My days became a blur of scavenging for food, trying to maintain some semblance of hygiene with what little water I could find, and observing the village. My nights were a nightmare of hiding, listening to the unsettling sounds, and fighting off the paranoia that one of them, one night, would deviate from their loop and find me. I began to notice other things. The villagers never seemed to age, never seemed to decay. Their clothes, though dusty, never truly deteriorated beyond their initial tattered state. They were perfectly preserved, locked in this horrifying stasis. My own body, however, was still wasting away. The food I found was enough to keep me alive, but not enough to regain the weight I would lost. My hair was long and matted, my beard scraggly. My eyes, when I caught my reflection in a dusty pane of glass, were wild and haunted. I was becoming one of the ancient reflections I would seen in the glass forest, slowly, inevitably. The thought of the gate, the rusted wrought iron gate, began to plague me again. It was the source of all this, was not it? The gateway to this impossible reality. I had to go back. I had to try again, even if it meant returning to the glass forest, even if it meant confronting the gate itself. I could not stay here. The endless loop of the silent village was driving me mad. I could not endure another night of their jerky movements, their broken sounds, their empty, staring eyes. I could not endure another day of their frozen stillness, knowing what horrors awaited me when the light began to shift. I waited for the day to settle, for the villagers to freeze into their unchanging poses. I packed what little food and water I could carry, my heart pounding with a desperate resolve. This was it, my last chance. I crept out of the general store, moving silently through the frozen tableau. The woman at the well, the blacksmith, the children, all still, all at 3:17 p.m. Their expressions, once just unsettling, now seemed to mock me, to silently dare me to escape. I walked past them, not daring to look directly into their eyes. The path out of the village was clear, the same path I had stumbled upon what felt like an eternity ago. I pushed through the old, weathered fence, back into the normal forest. The trees here were still dense, still silent, still locked in the unchanging afternoon. But the village was behind me. The sounds of its mechanical night would not reach me here. I walked for what felt like endless, timeless hours, my body aching, my mind a storm of fear and a fragile, desperate hope. The forest seemed to stretch on forever, the trees blurring into an endless, green wall. And then, through the gap in the foliage, I saw it, The sheen crystalline trees. The glass forest. My heart sank. I was back. I had completed the circle. The gate, the glass forest, the timeless forest, the glass forest again, and now the silent village. Each one a different facet of the same horrifying prison. I stumbled into the glass forest, the profound cold immediately embracing me. My reflection, gaunt and wild-eyed, stared back from the flawless surfaces of the trees, and with my reflection, 100 others. The ancient, despairing faces trapped within the glass. They watched me, their silent, knowing eyes seeming to say, "Welcome back." There is no escape. My watch still read 3:17 p.m. I collapsed against a glass tree, the cold seeping into my already frozen bones. The silence was absolute, broken only by my ragged, despairing sobs. I was still trapped, still lost, still at 3:17 p.m., and somewhere not far away. The cold had seeped into my very bones, a deep, pervasive chill that was not just physical, but seemed to permeate my spirit. My body was a statue, a macabre monument to terror. My skin was ashen, my limbs heavy, each movement an agonizing, slow-motion struggle against an invisible force. I could see my reflection in the well, a ghastly tableau of my own face, frozen in a mask of pure, unadulterated horror. My eyes were wide, pupils dilated, a silent scream trapped behind lips that had long since forgotten how to move. This was it. This was the stasis. The ruined village around me was a testament to this new, insidious horror. The villagers, perfectly absorbed in their final, terrified moments, were my silent companions, my future. A child's toy lay untouched in a dusty corner, a dinner set laid out on a table, as if awaiting a meal that would never come. Everything was still, silent, dead, or worse, undead, trapped. And then the owls. Their hoots, distant at first, then growing steadily louder, were a cruel counterpoint to the village's silence. They had not forgotten me. They had simply waited for me to be softened, vulnerable, ripe for the taking. My voice, I knew, was what they wanted. That last, desperate, silent scream was ready to be plucked from my throat, added to their cacophony of stolen suffering. I could feel the finality of it all, the absolute dread of becoming another frozen face in this forgotten place. My voice another echo in the owls' cursed chorus. My mind, however, was still a frantic battlefield. A part of me, a tiny, defiant spark, raged against the inevitable. It was a primal fear, a desperate refusal to surrender to either the stasis or the owls. And that is when it happened. The moon, a sliver of cold silver, hung high above the crumbling rooftops, casting long, stark shadows across the ruined village square. I was still near the well, my gaze fixed on my own petrified reflection, when a subtle shift caught my eye. It was not the wind, for there was no breeze. It was not my imagination, for my mind was clearer now, sharper, honed by terror. It was the shadows themselves. The shadow of the old oak tree, gnarled and ancient, stretched across the cracked earth. And then, a part of it, a tendril of darkness near the base, seemed to detach. It rippled, like black water, pulling away from the tree's solid form. It was not a trick of the light, not an optical illusion. This was something else entirely. It was a living, breathing absence. My frozen eyes, locked in their terrified stare, could only watch as this detached segment of darkness began to crawl. It moved with an unnatural fluidity, a slow, deliberate slither across the ground. It was utterly silent, absorbing what little light touched it, leaving only a deeper void in its wake. My heart, already a frantic drum against my ribs, hammered even harder, threatening to burst from my chest. This was not the stasis. This was not the owls. This was a new, unimaginable horror. The stasis, which had been tightening its grip, seemed to recoil, if only for a fraction of a second, at the sheer, unadulterated terror that surged through me. It was like a jolt of electricity, a raw, desperate spark of adrenaline. My eyes, which had been fixed, managed a fractional twitch. Then my left index finger, agonizingly slowly, curled inward. It was a movement so minute, so painful it felt like tearing muscle and bone, but it was movement. I was not completely frozen yet. Not completely. More shadows began to stir. From beneath the eaves of a collapsing house, a patch of darkness peeled away from the wall, elongating, stretching. The shadow of a broken fence post seemed to melt, reforming into a vaguely serpentine shape that began to undulate across the packed earth. They were everywhere, these crawling voids, emerging from the very fabric of the night. They were the absence of light, given form, given malicious intent. The owl's hoots, which had been growing louder, now seemed to falter, almost as if they sensed this new presence. Or perhaps they were the reason for it. I forced my head to turn, an excruciatingly slow rotation, my neck muscles screaming in protest. I scanned the moonlit village, the crumbling houses, the skeletal trees. And then I saw it. An owl, massive and dark, perched on the peak of a ruined church roof, its silhouette stark against the pale sky. And beneath it, its shadow, a perfect inky replica, began to separate from the stone. It peeled away like a skin, leaving the owl itself still there, a tangible creature of feather and bone, but now shadowless. The detached shadow, however, did not stay still. It dropped to the ground, a silent, predatory blob, and joined the others. It did not hoot. It did not flap. It simply crawled, a part of the growing horde of darkness. My mind reeled. These were not just shadows. They were stolen shadows. And they were hunting. The jolt of terror, the desperate need to not become another shadowless husk, was enough to break through the stasis, if only temporarily. My body still felt like it was encased in concrete, each muscle screaming with the effort, but I could move. I could crawl. With a guttural gasp that felt like tearing my throat, I pushed myself away from the well. My limbs were stiff, protesting, like an old automaton grinding back to life. I stumbled, half crawled, half dragged myself towards the nearest ruined house. The shadows were still relatively slow, still spreading, but they were definitely converging. They seemed drawn to the remaining vestiges of life, to the warmth, to the fear, to me. The house was little more than a skeletal frame, its roof partially collapsed, but it offered a semblance of cover. I squeezed through a splintered doorway, the wood groaning in protest. Inside, the air was cold and stale, thick with the smell of dust and decay. The child's toy, a wooden horse with faded paint, sat eerily preserved on a shelf. A small, round table was set with porcelain plates, a teacup, a spoon, all covered in a fine layer of dust. The horror of the stasis trapped villagers was still palpable, a silent scream frozen in time, but now it was overshadowed by the immediate, creeping dread of the things outside. I pressed myself against the crumbling wall, peering through a broken window. The village square was now a shifting tapestry of darkness. More shadows had detached, not just from trees and houses, but from the preserved bodies of the villagers themselves. A perfectly still man, frozen in mid-stride, now lacked a shadow. It was there on the ground, a dark, amorphous shape that flowed away, joining the hunt. They seemed to ignore the fully frozen, perhaps because they had already taken what they wanted, or because there was nothing left to take. But I was still moving. I was still alive. And that made me pray. They moved with a sickening grace, like oil spreading on water, or like 1,000 tiny, black insects scuttling across the ground. Sometimes they would coalesce, forming a larger, more defined mass, only to separate again, flowing around obstacles, seeping through cracks. They were silent, utterly silent, which only amplified their horror. The only sounds were the distant, mournful hoots of the owls and the frantic pounding of my own heart. A realization hit me, cold and sharp. The moonlight. It seemed to deter them, not stop them entirely, but they avoided the direct, brightest beams. They preferred the deeper, murkier shadows, the spaces where light struggled to penetrate. This meant light was my only weapon, my only defense. I needed light, real light, not just the cold, indifferent moon. My eyes scanned the ruined interior of the house. It was dark, save for the weak moonlight filtering through the gaps in the roof. Dust motes danced in the sparse beams like tiny trapped spirits. I remembered the journal, the one I would found in the church. It had mentioned the stasis, the lack of aging, the eternal preservation. But had it mentioned this? Had it hinted at the crawling shadows? My memory was a blur of panic and dread, but I could not recall anything about them. Perhaps I had not read far enough, or perhaps the villagers themselves had not fully understood. I had to move. The stasis was still a constant battle, a heavy cloak weighing down my every limb, but the fear of the shadows was a powerful motivator. I felt like a deep-sea diver moving through thick, unseen currents. Each step was a monumental effort, each breath a conscious struggle. I began to search, my hands fumbling through the debris. Broken pottery, splinters of wood, decaying fabric. Nothing. I moved to the next room, a former kitchen, its hearth cold and empty. My fingers brushed against something hard, cylindrical. A gasp caught in my throat. It was an old, tarnished lantern, made of brass and soot-stained glass. It was heavy, reassuringly solid. My heart surged with a desperate, fragile hope. But a lantern was useless, without fuel and a spark. I continued my frantic search, my ears straining for any sound from outside, any indication that the shadows were getting closer. The hoots of the owls seemed to have receded, replaced by a new, unsettling silence. Were they waiting? Or had they simply moved on, leaving me to this new, more terrifying fate? Under a collapsed shelf, half buried in rubble, I found a small, dark bottle. It sloshed when I picked it up. Oil. Lantern oil. It felt like finding a treasure chest in the middle of a desert. And then a small tin box, rusted but still intact. Matches. My hands trembled so violently I almost dropped them. With agonizing effort, I managed to open the lantern, pour in the oil, and trim the wick. The stasis made my fingers clumsy, stiff, like frozen sausages. It took several tries, but finally, with a triumphant fizz, a match head flared to life, a tiny sun in the vast darkness. I touched it to the wick. A hesitant flicker, then a steady, warm glow. The light, though dim, was a beacon. It pushed back the shadows in the room, making them retreat to the corners, cowering. The relief was immense, a wave of warmth washing over my cold, terrified body. But it was also a target, a small, flickering beacon in a sea of darkness. I knew I could not stay in the house. It was too exposed, too fragile. The shadows could seep through cracks, flow under doors. I needed to understand them, to find a way out. And for that, I needed more information. The church, the journal, clutching the lantern like a lifeline. I forced myself back toward the doorway. The light cast my own shadow, strong and clear, behind me. I glanced at it, a sudden, irrational fear seizing me. Was it still my shadow? Or was it merely biding its time, waiting for its chance to detach, to join its brethren? I shuddered, pushing the thought away. One horror at a time. Stepping out of the house was like stepping into another dimension. The light from my lantern carved a small, trembling circle in the oppressive darkness. Beyond its reach, the village was alive with the crawling shadows. They pulled back from the light, retreating like startled creatures, but they did not dissipate. They simply flowed into the deeper darkness, waiting, watching. The journey to the church was a nightmare of slow-motion terror. Each step was a battle against the lingering stasis, each breath a struggle against the suffocating fear. I kept the lantern held high, its light pushing back the encroaching darkness. I could see the shadows, thick and numerous, writhing at the edges of my vision, just beyond the reach of the light. They were like a living, hungry tide, waiting for me to falter, to drop my guard, to let the light die. I passed more of the stasis victims. A woman frozen mid-scream, her eyes wide with terror. A man slumped against a wall, a desperate plea etched on his face. Their shadows were gone, just empty, hollow figures preserved in their final moments, their essence, their darkness stolen. The church, a grander ruin than the houses, stood at the center of the village. Its bell tower, a skeletal finger pointing to the moon, seemed to mock my futile efforts. I pushed open the heavy, splintered doors, the sound echoing unnaturally loud in the silence. Inside, the air was even colder, imbued with the scent of ancient stone and forgotten prayers. The moonlight streamed through the shattered, stained glass windows, painting fractured patterns on the dusty floor. I made my way to the altar, where I had found the first journal. It was still there, lying open, its pages brittle with age. I picked it up, my lantern casting a pool of warm light on its faded script. My eyes scanned the familiar entries, the growing dread of the villagers as the stasis took hold. But then, as I turned a few more pages, I found it. A new entry. A frantic scrawl, dated later than the others. The creeping night. It started subtly. Just a flicker, a movement in the peripheral. We thought it was exhaustion, the fear playing tricks. But then they began to detach. Our own shadows. The shadows of the trees, the houses. They came alive. They crawled. My breath hitched in my throat. It was all there. My observations, confirmed by a long dead hand. They hunt. They are drawn to the living, to the warmth. They take something from us. Not our bodies, for we are preserved, but our essence, our darkness, our very form in the light. When they take your shadow, you are left hollow, a husk. And then the stasis takes hold fully. It is not a curse, but a side effect, a consequence of being empty. We tried light, fidas lanterns. It kept them at bay, but only for a time. They are patient. They are endless. The journal fell from my trembling hands. The stasis was not the primary, horror. It was a secondary effect, a way of being left, a hollow shell, after the true horror had taken its prize. The shadows were not just hunting, they were harvesting. And when they took your shadow, you were left in this eternal, living death. A new, more chilling realization dawned on me. The owls, they took voices. The shadows took shadows. Were they connected? Or simply two different predators, drawn to the same well of fear and vulnerability? My gaze drifted to the bell tower, a dark, imposing structure in the corner of the church, the highest point in the village. Perhaps from there, I could see a way out. Perhaps the light from the lantern, held high, could reveal a path through the forest, a path that had vanished when I first entered this cursed place. The climb was excruciating. The stone steps were crumbling, slick with damp. The stasis made my muscles feel like they were tearing with every upward movement. My lungs burned, my vision swam. The lantern, my precious beacon, swung precariously in my hand, its light dancing wildly, casting monstrous, fleeting shadows on the walls. I imagined the crawling shadows patient, waiting below, a dark ocean ready to swallow me whole if I fell. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I reached the top. The bell tower was open to the elements, a cold wind whistling through the gaps. The moonlight, unobstructed, bathed the immediate platform in a stark silver glow. Below, the village spread out like a macabre diorama, and it was teeming. The shadows were everywhere, a writhing, undulating carpet of blackness flowing over the ruined houses, through the overgrown gardens, around the preserved figures of the villagers. They moved with a disturbing intelligence, their forms shifting, coalescing. then separating again. They were searching, they were hunting, and they were getting closer to the church. My lantern, though a small flicker against the vastness of the night, seemed to draw their attention. I could see them, hundreds of them, turning their amorphous forms towards the light, like a swarm of insects drawn to a flame. And then I heard them, the owls. Their hoots were closer now, circling the tower, their massive wings beating against the night air. Their own shadows, I noted with a fresh wave of dread, were absent. They were the shadowless hunters, drawn to my vulnerability, ready to claim my voice. I was trapped, above the owls, below the shadows. A desperate, primal scream tore through my throat. It was not the silent scream I would have been expecting, the one the owls had been waiting for. This was raw, ragged, fueled by pure, unadulterated terror. It was a sound I had not thought I could make, a sound that defied the stasis, a sound that ripped through the silence of the village. The shadows below seemed to recoil, to pause, perhaps startled by the unexpected noise. But the owls, they swooped. One, larger than the others, dove straight for the tower, its talons extended, its eyes glowing with an eerie, predatory light. I felt the familiar pull, the cold emptiness, the sensation of my voice being stretched, thinned, ready to be severed. But the scream had been too strong, too sudden. It was a defiant act, a refusal to be simply taken. The owl hesitated, its dive arrested for a split second. And in that moment, I saw it. Not just the physical owl, but something behind it, something in the very air around it. A faint, almost transparent flicker, like a ripple in the fabric of reality. Was it the owl's stolen shadow, trying to reassert itself? Or something else entirely? I did not have time to ponder. The lantern, my only weapon. I swung it wildly, the glass clanging against the brass, sending a shower of sparks into the air. The owl shrieked, a sound of fury and surprise, and veered away. But the lantern was running low. The flame flickered, dimming, threatened by the wind and the diminishing oil. I could not stay here. The light would die, and then I would be utterly defenseless. My eyes darted across the horizon. The moon was beginning its slow descent, but dawn was still hours away. But there, in the distance, beyond the dark, impenetrable forest, I thought I saw it. A faint glimmer, a different light. Not the cold moon, not the dying lantern. Something else, something alive. A town, a road. It was a desperate gamble. The forest was a labyrinth, and the ancient path had vanished. But anything was better than waiting here to be consumed by shadows or silenced by owls. I had to get out. I had to run. With a surge of adrenaline, I gripped the lantern, its warmth a fading comfort in my hand. I started down the winding steps of the bell tower, each step a testament to my will to survive. The shadows, having retreated from my scream, were now creeping back, forming a black tide at the base of the church. I burst out the church doors, a desperate, gasping sprint. The lantern's light cut a narrow, trembling path before me. The shadows swarmed, a living, breathing darkness that seemed to stretch out tendrils, trying to trip me, to ensnare me. I could feel the cold, insubstantial touch on my ankles, on my back, like icy fingers trying to pull me down. My skin crawled, my teeth chattered, but I pushed forward, fueled by the image of that distant light. I ran through the village, past the silent, frozen villagers, past the houses where the shadows had detached. The hoots of the owls were a chorus of mockery behind me, but I did not look back. I just ran, my body protesting, but my mind screaming for escape. The forest was a dark wall, but it was my only hope. I crashed through the undergrowth, branches tearing at my clothes, thorns scratching my skin. The ground was uneven, roots grabbing at my feet, but I kept going, the distant light a guiding star. I did not stop until my lungs burned, until my legs gave out, until I collapsed, gasping, on a patch of soft moss. The lantern, its fuel finally exhausted, sputtered and died, plunging me into absolute darkness. I lay there for a long time, listening. The hoots of the owls were gone. The crawling shadows, if they had followed, were nowhere to be heard or seen. The forest was silent, save for the rustling of leaves and the frantic beating of my own heart. Slowly, painfully, I pushed myself up. Dawn was breaking, a faint blush on the eastern horizon. The world was slowly returning to color, to form. I was out. I had escaped. I stumbled to a nearby stream, its water clear and cold. I splashed my face, trying to wash away the grime, the fear, the lingering chill of the stasis. My reflection, distorted by the ripples, stared back at me. My face was still pale, my eyes still wide with a residue of terror. My movements were still stiff, my limbs aching with a deep, persistent cold. The stasis had not fully left me. It was a part of me now, a lingering curse. And then I saw it. My shadow. It was there, cast by the weak, nascent dawn light. But it was wrong. It was not a perfect, fluid outline of my form. It seemed to flicker, to twitch. A subtle, almost imperceptible ripple, out of sync with my own movements. It was like a living thing, a faint, dark echo that had a will of its own. A cold dread seeped into my soul, colder than any stasis, more terrifying than any owl. I had not escaped the shadows completely. One of them, a fragment, a seed, had latched onto me. Or perhaps, my own shadow, touched by the horrors of that village, was no longer truly mine. It was a part of me, but it was also separate. A silent, dark companion that would follow me wherever I went, a constant reminder of the horrors I had witnessed. The crawling shadows. They had not just hunted in the village. They had followed me out. And now, I carried one with me. A silent, creeping terror, a part of my own darkness, waiting for the night to fall, waiting for its chance to hunt. The pull became an irresistible compulsion, a cold, relentless hand gripping my sternum and dragging me forward. My legs, burning from the impossible incline, moved without conscious command. Each breath was a ragged gasp, but I could not stop. The green lights, now just ahead, pulsed with an almost predatory rhythm, like a heart beating in the dark. They were brighter than ever, a beacon in the suffocating blackness that had swallowed the world behind me. I stumbled over roots and unseen rocks, my hands scraping against rough bark as I fought for purchase. The air grew thinner, colder. The forest, which had been a haven just hours ago, felt like a living, breathing entity, pressing in on all sides, its silence more terrifying than any scream. I could hear nothing but my own frantic heartbeat and the blood rushing in my ears. No crickets, no rustling leaves, no distant hoot of an owl. Just an unnatural, profound stillness. Then the ground leveled out. The green lights, which had been arrayed in a staggered line, now converged, forming a shimmering emerald halo around the edge of a small clearing. It was not a natural clearing. The trees here were ancient, towering firs forming a perfect, forbidding circle, their branches so dense they blotted out any hint of the moon or stars. The air inside the circle was even colder, stiller, as if it had been perfectly preserved for millennia. As I stepped into the clearing, the green lights flickered once, then vanished, plunging the space into absolute darkness. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum against the sudden void. I instinctively threw my hands out, bracing for impact for something. But there was nothing, just the chilling silence. I stood there, trembling, trying to pierce the gloom, my eyes straining to make sense of the void. Then, my eyes adjusted, or perhaps the darkness itself subtly lightened. And I saw it. In the dead center of the clearing, bathed in the faint, ethereal glow that seemed to emanate from the very air around it, stood a statue. It was impossibly old, carved from a dark, rough-hewn stone I could not identify. It depicted a woman, or what had once been a woman. Her form was elongated, almost skeletal, her limbs stretched and contorted in a gesture of profound anguish. Her head was bowed, her face obscured by a thick, heavy veil of stone, or perhaps air. Her hands, gnarled and oversized, were pressed together in front of her chest, as if in prayer or supplication. But it was not the ancient, sorrowful pose that made the scream catch in my throat. It was the color. Streaking down the stone veil, from where her eyes would have been, were vivid crimson trails. They were fresh, still wet, catching the faint ambient light like polished rubies. They glistened, reflecting the invisible light, and pooled in the crevices of her clasped hands, dripping onto the mossy ground below. The statue was weeping blood. I stumbled backward, a choked gasp escaping my lips. My mind, already frayed by the climb and the inexplicable lights, screamed in protest. This was not real. This could not be real. My rational brain tried to conjure explanations, some strange mineral deposit, a trick of the light, an elaborate prank. But the smell hit me then, faint but undeniable, carried on the frigid air. The metallic, coppery tang of fresh blood. My stomach churned, and I fought the urge to vomit. I wanted to run, to flee this abhorrent place, to scramble back down the impossible path and pretend I would never seen it. But the compulsion, that invisible hand, was still there, a vice around my chest. I could not move. I was rooted to the spot, staring at the weeping stone. The night dragged on, an eternity of terror. I do not know how long I stood there, paralyzed by a dread so profound it felt physical. Every fiber of my being screamed for escape, but the invisible force held me captive. I tried to reason, to plan, but my thoughts were a chaotic mess of panic and disbelief. The air grew colder, and a shiver that had nothing to do with the temperature ran through me. Eventually, exhausted beyond measure, I sank to the ground, my back against one of the ancient firs at the edge of the clearing. My eyes never left the statue. Its blood-streaked face seemed to glow in the oppressive darkness, a silent, sorrowful sentinel. I huddled there, pulling my jacket tighter, wishing for the dawn, for anything to break the spell of this horrifying night. Sleep was an impossible dream. Every rustle of leaves, though there were none here, every creak of the ancient trees, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I kept my gaze fixed on the statue, half expecting it to move, to speak, to do something. It did not. It just wept, silently, endlessly. When the first sliver of gray light finally pierced the dense canopy, painting the clearing in a muted, ghostly hue, I felt a surge of desperate hope. Daylight. Rationality. Maybe, in the light, this nightmare would dissipate. I pushed myself up, my muscles screaming in protest. My legs were stiff, my body aching, but my mind was even more so. I looked at the statue. The blood was still there, but now it was dried, a dark, crusty stain against the pale stone. It looked even more grotesque in the cold light of day. I took a tentative step forward, then another. The compulsion was still there, but it felt different. Less like a direct command, more like a heavy chain around my ankle. I could move, but only within the confines of the clearing. I tried to walk towards the edge, toward the wall of trees, but an invisible barrier seemed to push back, a growing sense of unease that turned into full-blown panic whenever I got too close. The trees at the perimeter seemed to warp and twist, their shadows deepening into an impenetrable, black void. It was as if the clearing itself was a cage. My eyes swept over the statue again, taking in its details in the clearer light. The stone was mottled, scarred by age, but the carvings were surprisingly intricate. The folds of the veil, the gnarled fingers, the subtle curve of its shoulders. It was a masterpiece of ancient macabre art. Then I noticed it. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but it was there. I had spent hours staring at the statue in the dark, memorizing its every shadow, every line. Now, in the dawn, something was off. Its head. Last night, its head had been bowed directly towards its clasped hands, its face completely hidden. Now it was tilted ever so slightly to the left, just enough that I could see a sliver of darkness beneath the stone veil, where its chin might have been. It was facing a different cardinal direction, perhaps a few degrees off. My blood ran cold. I shook my head, trying to dislodge the impossible thought. No, I was tired, hallucinating, my mind playing tricks. It was just the changing light, the angle of the sun. But the clearing was still shrouded in perpetual twilight. No direct sunlight reached here. I circled the statue, keeping a wide berth, my eyes fixed on its form. My initial observation had been from the north side. Now, from the west, I could clearly see the subtle shift. It was undeniable. The statue had moved. Panic, cold and sharp, lanced through me. This was not just a weeping statue. This was something else entirely. Something alive. Something that moved. I tried the trees again, desperately pushing against the invisible wall, yelling, screaming until my voice was hoarse. Nothing. The forest remained silent, impenetrable. I was trapped. The day passed in a haze of terror and frantic attempts to escape. I scoured the perimeter of the clearing, hoping to find a weakness, a path, anything. But the dense firs formed an unbroken, terrifying wall. The ground beneath them was a tangle of roots and thorny bushes, impossible to navigate, and the psychological barrier, that rising tide of dread, kept me from pressing too hard. My backpack, still slung over my shoulder, held a few granola bars, a half-eaten bag of trail mix, and a water bottle. It was not much, but it would have to do. I rationed my supplies, knowing I had no idea how long I would be here, if I would ever leave. As dusk began to settle, a deep, pervasive dread enveloped me. The thought of another night with the statue, knowing it moved, was almost unbearable. I gathered some fallen branches, trying to build a small, protective ring around myself, a futile gesture against the impossible. I watched the statue as the light faded. As the last vestiges of twilight bled from the sky, the air around it seemed to shimmer. And then, slowly, new blood began to seep from beneath the stone veil. It was a gradual process, a dark sheen appearing, then thickening, running in fresh rivulets down the ancient stone. It was like watching a wound open in slow motion. The metallic smell, faint at first, grew stronger, more sickening. I could not tear my eyes away. It was horrifying, mesmerizing. The statue wept silently, endlessly, its crimson tears staining the stone. Sleep was impossible again. I sat upright, shivering, my eyes glued to the dark form in the center of the clearing. Every shadow seemed to shift, every gust of wind, though there was no wind here, sounded like a whisper. The image of the old hiking boot I would found on the path flashed into my mind. I was not the first. How many others had been drawn here by those green lights? How many others had found themselves trapped in this silent, weeping prison? The night was a blur of fear and exhaustion. When the first hint of dawn appeared, painting the clearing in shades of gray and sickly green, I was a wreck. My eyes were bloodshot, my muscles stiff, my mind reeling. And then I saw it. The statue had moved again. This time it was unmistakable. Its entire body had shifted. It was no longer facing the same direction. It was closer. My breath hitched. It was not a subtle tilt of the head this time. It had rotated perhaps a full 30 degrees, and it was definitely nearer to the edge of the clearing, nearer to me. The dried blood from the previous night was still there, but new, fresh streaks were now forming, glistening in the dim light. A primal scream tore from my throat. This was no hallucination. This was real. The statue was moving, and it was moving towards me. Days blurred into a nightmarish cycle. Each morning, the statue was closer, its weeping blood a fresh horror. Each night, I huddled in my makeshift camp, too terrified to sleep, watching new blood seep from its veiled face. My supplies dwindled. Hunger gnawed at my stomach, but the terror was a more potent pain. My voice grew hoarse from yelling, from screaming into the impenetrable silence. I tried everything. I threw rocks at it, but they bounced off the ancient stone with a dull thud, leaving no mark. I tried to push it, but it was solid, unyielding, rooted to the earth. The compulsion, the invisible chain, kept me from leaving, but it also kept me from approaching too closely, an odd balance of terror and restraint. It was as if I was meant to observe, to witness its horrifying ritual. My sanity began to fray. I started talking to myself, then to the statue, pleading, begging, demanding answers. The statue remained silent, its only response the endless flow of blood. One morning, as the statue stood alarmingly close to where I huddled, I noticed something new. Around its base, half buried in the moss and ancient leaves, were other objects. A rusted canteen, a tattered piece of canvas, perhaps from an old backpack, and then another boot. This one was older, more decayed than the one I would found on the path, but undeniably a hiking boot. Then another, and another. A graveyard. This was not just a clearing, it was a trap, a silent, macabre graveyard for those lured here by the green lights. I was not the first, and I would not be the last. The old boot on the path was not a warning, it was a breadcrumb, leading me to my fate. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. I was going to die here, trapped, starved, driven mad by a weeping stone. The statue's movements grew bolder. It was not just rotating anymore. It was taking steps, small, deliberate steps. I could see the depressions in the moss where its ancient feet had been, and new ones forming where it now stood. It was slow, agonizingly slow, but relentless. Each night, the weeping intensified. The blood did not just seep, it seemed to well up, flowing freely, almost bubbling, down its face. The metallic smell was now overwhelming, a constant presence in the air, sickening and cloying. I could almost taste it. One evening, as twilight bled into night, I heard it. A faint sound, like a wet whisper or a soft, choke sob, carried on the still air. It was barely audible, just the edge of hearing, but it was there. It seemed to come from the statue itself. My eyes widened in horror. It was not just weeping blood. It was weeping. I scrambled backward, pressing myself against the rough bark of the fir tree, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The sound continued, a low, guttural moan that seemed to resonate deep within the earth. It was not human, but it carried the weight of unimaginable sorrow, and something else, something ancient and malevolent. The next morning, the statue was terrifyingly close. It stood perhaps 20 feet from my makeshift camp, its blood-streaked face now clearly visible in the dim light. The dried blood from the previous night was thick, almost black, and new crimson trails were already forming. The low, wet sobbing sound was still there, a constant, chilling hum beneath the silence. I noticed something else then. As the light grew, I could see deeper beneath the stone veil. There was no face, no eyes, no nose, no mouth. Just darkness. An endless, featureless void where a face should have been. The blood was not weeping from eyes, it was simply appearing from the void. A horrifying, endless stream from nothingness. My mind snapped. I screamed, a raw, primal sound that tore my throat. I clawed at the ground, desperate to dig a hole, to bury myself, to escape its gaze, even though it had no eyes. But the ground was hard, rocky, unyielding. I spent that day in a state of semi-delirium, muttering to myself, my body trembling uncontrollably. Hunger and thirst were secondary, now the terror was absolute. I knew this was my last night. I could feel it in the air, in the unnatural stillness, in the cold, wet dread that permeated everything. As darkness fell, the statue was barely 10 feet away. Its weeping was no longer a whisper, it was a gurgling, wet sound, like blood being drawn up from deep within the earth. The metallic stench was so strong it burned my nostrils, making my eyes water. I could see the individual drops of blood now, glistening as they fell, splashing onto the mossy ground with soft, wet thuds. Each drop seemed to carry a tiny, dark reflection of the clearing, of the towering trees, of my own terrified face. The compulsion, which had held me captive all this time, now intensified, becoming a crushing weight. I could not move. I could not even look away. My gaze was locked on the weeping stone. The statue began to move again. Not just a shift, but a slow, deliberate step forward. Then another, and another. The sound of its stone feet dragging across the moss was like grinding bones, a horrifying prelude to my end. It was directly in front of me now, so close I could feel the cold of its stone, smell the cloying sweetness of its blood. The gurgling sobs were deafening, filling the entire clearing, echoing in my skull. I could see the endless darkness beneath its veil, and it felt like it was drawing me in, pulling my very essence into that void. Then, from that darkness, a faint, reddish light began to pulse. It was the same milky green light that had led me here, but now it was tinged with crimson, like bloodied emeralds. It pulsed rhythmically, slowly, drawing me deeper, hypnotizing me. I felt a new sensation then, a tingling in my fingertips, a cold numbness spreading through my limbs. My skin began to feel stiff, rough like stone. I tried to scream, but my throat was tight, unyielding. My chest felt heavy, as if my heart was turning to rock. The last thing I saw, as the crimson-green light pulsed from the statue's veiled face, was my own reflection in a fresh drop of blood clinging to its stone chin. My face was pale, gaunt, eyes wide with terror. And beneath it, in the depths of that ruby drop, I saw something else. A faint, impossible image. Another statue. It was me. My form, but made of ancient weeping stone, standing in the dark, silent clearing, my face veiled, my hands clasped in eternal anguish. And then, the darkness beneath the veil consumed me. The gurgling sobs became my own. The cold, hard embrace of stone became my flesh. I am here now, in the silent clearing. I do not know how much time has passed. Days, weeks, centuries. I stand here, rooted to the earth, my stone body cold and unmoving. The green lights still appear sometimes, luring others up the impossible path. I hear their frantic footsteps, their gasps of fear. I watch them discover the clearing, the other statues. And then each night, I weep. The blood flows from the darkness beneath my veil, a constant crimson stream, a testament to my sorrow, my capture, my eternal horror. I feel it welling up from deep within, a liquid grief that never ends. I am the weeping statue, and I am waiting for the next one, waiting for the day when another lost soul stumbles into this clearing, drawn by the hypnotic lights, and takes my place, so that I can finally rest. But until then, I weep, and I watch, and I wait. So this is it, huh? This is what it feels like when you are already gone. The world rushing past my car windows was just a blur, a meaningless backdrop to the terror that was already living inside my head. Echo Lake, or Whispering Lake, whatever the hell it was called, had done its job. It had shown me my face, my own terrified, lost face, staring back from the murky depths alongside all the other unquiet spirits. And that image, that goddamn image, was burned into my retinas, flickering in my rearview mirror like a phantom passenger. My hands were white-knuckled on the steering wheel, knuckles aching, but I could not relax my grip. It felt like if I did, the car would just dissolve, and I would be left floating, another pale face in the vast, unseen current. The sun was dipping below the rugged Montana peaks, casting long, skeletal shadows across the highway. Every shadow seemed to writhe, to coalesce into the shape of a gnarled, thorn-crowned figure, or to stretch out into the grasping hands of those lost souls from the lake. The thorns. God, the thorns. They were not there, not really, not yet. But I could feel them. A phantom itch a prickling sensation across my scalp, a tightening around my temples. It was as if the very air was infused with their threat, waiting for me to falter, to stop running, so they could finally burst forth. That image, the one that started all this, the thorn-crowned figure I saw online, had been a prophecy, not just a nightmare. I kept driving, pushing the old sedan harder than it probably wanted to go. Where was I going? Aunt Carol's town. It was the only place I could think of, the last bastion of what felt like sanity, even if it was just a name, a distant hope. But I had not even made it there. I would veered off course, drawn by some perverse instinct towards isolation, towards a very wilderness that now felt like it was closing in. My gas tank was teetering on empty, the needle quivering precariously. My phone had 0 bars, had not had any for hours. The snacks I would grabbed in a panic were long gone, a pathetic attempt to fuel a flight from the supernatural. I was running on pure adrenaline and the desperate, futile hope that if I just kept moving, it could not catch me. But the lake had already proven that wrong. It had reached out, claimed a piece of me, even as I sped away. The main road, what little of it there was out here, eventually gave way to a gravel track. Then the gravel track became a dirt road, barely wide enough for one car, overgrown with weeds and fallen branches. It looked less like a path to anywhere and more like an old logging trail long abandoned. But I kept going, deeper, further, into the encroaching gloom of the forest. Maybe, I thought, if I could just get lost enough, I would disappear completely, and then it would not find me. A foolish thought. I know, given what I would just experienced. I was already lost. The trees grew taller, denser, their branches interlocking overhead, turning the fading twilight into a deep, oppressive twilight. The air grew colder, heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth. Every snap of a twig, every rustle in the undergrowth, sent a jolt of pure terror through me. My mind was playing tricks, turning shadows into lurking figures, the wind into whispers. Or maybe it was not playing tricks at all. Then, through a narrow break in the canopy, I saw it, a dark, skeletal silhouette against the bruised purple of the sky. It rose above the tree-line, stark and imposing, like a giant, forgotten sentinel. A fire watchtower. It looked ancient, a relic from a bygone era. The wooden supports seemed to sag, the metal bracing rusted and pitted. The small cabin at the top, perched precariously on its spindly legs, had several windows that were either broken or boarded up. It looked like something out of a horror movie, the kind of place you would never stop at, especially not alone, in the middle of nowhere, with a rapidly emptying gas tank and a mind on the verge of cracking. But something about it drew me in. Maybe it was the sheer isolation, the promise of being completely cut off. Or maybe it was just the sheer exhaustion, the desperate need to simply stop. I pulled the car off the barely there road, parking it in a small, overgrown clearing near the base of the tower. The engine sputtered, coughed, and died with a final, mournful shudder. The silence that followed was deafening, broken only by the chirping of crickets and the distant hoot of an owl, and the frantic thumping of my own heart. I leaned back against the headrest, closing my eyes, trying to force some calm into my system. It was useless. The lost faces from the lake flashed behind my eyelids, my own among them, and the thorns felt sharper, more insistent. I opened my eyes, staring at the looming structure. It was unnerving, certainly, but it was also shelter. A place to hunker down until morning, until I could figure out what to do, where to go. The night deepened quickly. I tried to sleep in the car, but every creak of the old metal, every whisper of the wind through the pines, sounded like something approaching, something else coming for me. I kept imagining the thorn-crowned figure emerging from the forest, its eyes glowing, its thorny hands reaching. Or the pale, blank faces from the lake, rising from the earth itself, surrounding my car. After what felt like an eternity, I gave up on sleep. My body was bone-weary, but my mind was a frantic kaleidoscope of dread. I reached for the old multi-band radio I kept in the glove compartment. It was a relic from my dad's amateur radio days, something he would given me years ago, saying, "You never know when you might need to reach out or hear something important, even when the grids are down." I would laugh then. I was not laughing now. I flipped it on, the dial glowing faintly in the pitch black of the car. Static hissed, a comforting white noise in the oppressive silence. I started slowly turning the dial, hoping to pick up a stray weather report, anything that would ground me in reality. Most of the bands were dead, just empty air. But as I swept across one of the old, obscure Forest Service frequencies, a faint sound cut through the static. It was not clear, not at first. Just a garbled mess, like someone trying to talk through a mouthful of gravel. I stopped, adjusting the fine tune. The sound sharpened, became more distinct. It was a human voice, strained, desperate. Static. Tower 7. Ranger Thorne. Do you copy? I repeat. Tower 7 to base. Anyone? Please. My blood ran cold. Tower 7. I looked up through the windshield at the dark, looming silhouette of the Firewatch Tower. This had to be it. But it was abandoned. Decades abandoned, by the looks of it. Who was talking? I gripped the radio, my heart hammering against my ribs. The voice was distorted, crackling, but the terror in it was unmistakable. Something's here. I am not alone. It has been days, no weeks. I do not know anymore. The trees, they are watching. The voice broke off into a choked gasp, followed by a sound that made my skin crawl a wet, tearing noise, like fabric ripping or something worse. The thorns, they are growing, on the trees, on me, my head. Oh God, my head. The words hit me like a physical blow. The thorns, the same fear that had driven me from California, the same phantom sensation I would been feeling for days. This was not just a random distress call. This was connected. The lake. I saw them. The faces. My face. They know. They found me. My breath hitched in my throat. The lake. Echo Lake. Whispering Lake. My lost face. This ranger. Thorne, he would seen it too. He would seen my face. Or maybe he would seen his own, just like I had. The line between past and present, between his terror and mine, blurred into a terrifying, indistinguishable mess. The voice was barely a whisper now, ragged with agony and fear. Do not come. For God's sake, do not come. It is too late. They are here. They are all here. And they want to keep me company. Then a final guttural scream, abruptly cut off by a burst of static, so loud it made me jump. And then silence. A profound, echoing silence that felt even heavier than before. The radio hissed, just white noise again, as if the call had never happened. I sat there frozen, the radio still clutched in my hand. My mind was reeling. A ghost. A recording. But it had felt so immediate, so real, like a live broadcast from hell itself. And the details, the thorns, the lake, the faces, it was too specific to be a coincidence. This was not just some old, abandoned tower. Something terrible had happened here. And Ranger Thorne, whoever he was, had been caught by the same malevolent force that was hounding me. A sliver of morbid curiosity, mixed with a desperate, irrational hope that somehow, understanding this could lead to an answer, began to override my terror. Maybe this was the key. Maybe this ranger knew something I needed to know, before it finished its work on me. I looked at the tower again. It was just a dark shape against the faint starlight, but now it felt like a beacon of dread, a monument to a forgotten horror. I knew I should stay in the car, lock the doors, pray for morning. But I could not. The call, Ranger Thorne's final desperate plea, had planted a seed of compulsion in my mind. I had to know. I had to see. With trembling hands, I turned off the radio, plunging the car back into silence. I fumbled for my flashlight, a cheap lead model, and with a deep, shuddering breath, I pushed open the car door. The cold night air hit me, sharp and biting. Every nerve ending in my body screamed at me to go back, to drive away even on fumes. But my feet were already moving, drawn by an invisible string towards the base of the tower. The ground around the tower was littered with fallen leaves and pine needles, damp and spongy underfoot. The air was thick with a smell of decay, a cloying sweetness that made my stomach churn. As I got closer, the size of the structure became even more imposing. It was taller than it looked, reaching up like a skeletal finger toward the sky. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, dancing across the weathered wood and rusted metal. The stairs were narrow, winding their way up the side of the tower, disappearing into the blackness above. Several steps were missing, others looked rotten, splintered. It was a death trap, even in daylight. In the dark, it was an act of suicidal madness. But I had to climb. I felt like I was being watched, not just by the unseen horrors of the forest, but by Ranger Thorne himself, his spectral eyes fixed on me from the cabin above, silently pleading, silently warning. I took the first step, testing the wood carefully. It groaned under my weight, a sound like an old man sighing. The railing, where it existed, was cold and rough with rust. Each step was a battle, my muscles protesting, my mind screaming. The wind began to pick up, whistling through the gaps in the tower structure, sounding like mocking laughter, or the faint, echoing whispers of the lost faces from a lake. Higher and higher I climbed, the ground receding below me, the trees shrinking. The darkness pressed in, making it hard to judge distances, to see the next step. My flashlight beam seemed to shrink, swallowed by the vast, hungry night. I kept glancing up, expecting to see a face peering down from a broken window, or a gnarled, thorny hand reaching out. Nothing, just the endless black and the creaking, groaning symphony of the old tower. A sudden gust of wind nearly ripped my hat from my head, making the whole structure sway. I froze, clutching the railing, my heart leaping into my throat. The wood groaned louder, a tortured shriek. For a terrifying moment, I thought the whole thing was going to collapse, sending me plummeting into the darkness. But it held, barely. I forced myself to keep going. My breath was coming in ragged gasps, my legs burning. The thorns. I kept thinking about the thorns. Were they waiting for me up there? Was this tower just a giant, thorny trap? The phantom prickling on my scalp intensified, and I instinctively reached up, convinced I would feel a sharp point. Nothing. Just my own sweaty hair. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I reached the top platform. The small, square cabin loomed before me. The door, I could see now, was ajar, hanging precariously from one rusted hinge. A sliver of impenetrable blackness yawned within. I hesitated, flashlight beam playing across the splintered wood of the doorframe. The air up here was even colder, carrying a faint metallic tang. A smell like old dust and something else, something vaguely organic, but not quite. Rot maybe, or something else entirely. Taking another deep, shuddering breath, I pushed the door open the rest of the way. It scraped against the floorboards with a banshee shriek, sending shivers down my spine. The cabin was a time capsule of abandonment. Dust coated every surface like a fine gray shroud. Old maps, faded and brittle, were tacked to the walls, showing the vast green expanse of the forest, crisscrossed with contour lines and old fire breaks. An ancient, rickety cot stood in one corner, covered in a threadbare blanket. A small, wood-burning stove, rusted and cold, sat near the center. And on a rough-hewn desk, near a window that was mostly intact but filthy, sat an old, heavy-duty Forest Service radio. It looked identical to the one in my car, only much older, its casing yellowed and cracked. And from it, a faint, almost imperceptible hiss of static. My flashlight beam swept across the desk, illuminating a leather-bound logbook, open to a page. My eyes were immediately drawn to the handwritten entries. The script was spidery, frantic, growing more erratic with each line. I reached for it, my hand trembling so badly I almost dropped the flashlight. The leather was cold, dry and brittle. I began to read, my voice a whisper in the echoing silence of the cabin. August 14th. Another day. Sun's a furnace. No fires. Just the endless trees. Loneliness is a heavy cloak. Heard a strange sound last night, like weeping. August 17th. Still no contact. Radio's been dead for days. Or maybe it is me. The silence is getting to me. Saw a flicker in the trees. Imagining things. Thorn. Get a grip. August 20th. Not imagining. Saw it again. A shadow. Too tall, too thin. Moved like smoke. And the trees, they are different. The bark, it looks like it is twisting. Growing thorns. My breath hitched. The thorns. August 23rd. The thorns are everywhere now. On the trees, on the undergrowth. They are sharp, black, like obsidian. And they are spreading. I feel them sometimes. A prickling on my skin, like 1,000 tiny needles. My head, it aches. I swallowed hard, my throat suddenly dry. This was it. This was him. Ranger Thorne. He was describing my own nightmare. August 26th. The figure. I saw it clearly today. It stood at the edge of the clearing, watching the tower. It was tall, impossibly thin, and its head crowned with thorns, just like the ones on the trees. Its eyes, they glowed. I know it saw me. It knows I am here. A cold dread spread through me, colder than the mountain air. The thorn-crowned figure. It was not just an image. It was real, and it had been here, with Ranger Thorne. August 28th. No sleep. It paces below the tower at night. I hear its footsteps, light as falling leaves, but heavy in my mind. It whispers. I can't make out the words, but I feel them, like cold fingers on my soul. It wants me to come down. It wants me to join it. The entries became increasingly frantic, the handwriting almost illegible. August 30th. I looked into the lake. I should not have. There is a small pond, southwest of here. Found it trying to find water. And I saw them. The faces. Dozens. Hundreds. Pale, unmoving. And then my own. My face. Staring back. Lost. I am lost. I gasped with a small choke sound. The lake. He would found the lake. Or another one like it. The lake of lost faces. And he would seen his own face. Just like me. The logbook suddenly felt impossibly heavy in my hands. The next entry was the last, dated what looked like September 1st, but the year was smudged unreadable. It looked decades old, the ink faded to a sepia tone. September 1st. It is inside. I do not know how. The door was locked. But it is here. I am not alone. It is coming for me. The thorns, they are growing from my skin. My head is bursting. I can hear the lake. They are calling me. I am making the call. Tower 7 to base. Anyone, please. Something's here. I am not alone. Do not come. For God's sake, do not come. It is too late. They are here. They are all here. And they want to keep me company. The words ended abruptly, trailing off into a jagged line. The very distress call I had heard on my radio decades ago, preserved in this dusty logbook. It was not a live broadcast. It was an echo, a scream caught in time, replaying itself across the airwaves. My flashlight beam, which had been fixed on the logbook, suddenly flickered, then died, plunging the cabin into absolute darkness. My heart seized my chest. No, no, no. Not now. I fumbled frantically with the flashlight, shaking it, hitting it against my palm. Nothing. The cabin was utterly black, a suffocating void. Then a sound. A faint, dry rustle from the corner of the room, near the cot. It was barely audible, like old leaves being dragged across a wooden floor. "Hello," I whispered, my voice trembling, barely recognizable. The rustling stopped. The silence that followed was heavy, expectant. I strained my eyes, trying to pierce the oppressive darkness, but it was absolute. I could feel the hairs on my arms standing on end, a cold dread seeping into my bones. Ranger Thorne. I tried again, my voice a little louder, but still wavering. A low, guttural sound, like a dry cough or something being scraped against rough wood. It seemed to come from the cot. My eyes slowly adjusted, or perhaps some faint, ambient light from the distant stars filtered through the grimy windows. I started to make out a shape in the corner, slumped on the cot. It was human-sized, but distorted unnatural. As my vision sharpened, the horror solidified. It was Ranger Thorne, or what was left of him. He was slumped against the wall, his head bowed. His clothes, what remained of them, were tattered and decayed, melding into the dusty blanket. But it was not the decomposition that made me gasp. It was the thorns. They were everywhere. Black, gnarled, obsidian-sharp thorns erupting from his skin, piercing his clothes, forming a grotesque crown around his skull. They were thickest around his head, forming a terrifying halo, but smaller ones protruded from his hands, his arms, his chest. His skin, visible through the gaps, was desiccated, like old leather, stretched taut over skeletal bone. His mouth was open in a silent scream, a gaping hole from which more thorns seemed to sprout. His eyes were sunken, hollow, but as I stared, I saw a faint, unsettling glimmer deep within the sockets. He was not just a corpse. He was still there. A whisper, dry and raspy, seemed to rise from the thorny figure, though his lips did not move. It was the same voice from the radio, ancient and broken. "You came." I stumbled backward, hitting the desk with a thud. The logbook clattered to the floor. My blood ran cold, turning to ice in my veins. He was alive, or something like it. He was the thorn-crowned figure, or what became of those it claimed. And he had been waiting. "You are lost, too." The voice hissed no louder than a breath, yet it filled the cabin, echoing in my mind, just like me, just like them. From the lake, the thorns on his body seemed to shift, to subtly expand, as if feeding on the very air or on my terror. I could feel the phantom prickling on my own scalp intensifying, becoming a searing pain. It was not phantom anymore. It was real. A sharp, agonizing jab on my temple. I cried out, reaching up. My fingers brushed against something hard, sharp. A tiny, nascent thorn, barely visible, but undeniably there, just below my hairline. It was starting. Panic, pure and unadulterated, seized me. I had to get out. Now. I scrambled backward, tripping over my own feet, desperate to put distance between myself and the horrifying figure. The cabin felt like a cage, shrinking, the walls closing in. Ranger Thorne, the thorny sentinel, watched me with those ancient, hollow eyes, a faint, chilling smile seeming to play on his thorn-pierced lips. I burst out of the cabin door, stumbling onto the platform. The wind immediately whipped around me, cold and biting, but it was a welcome relief from the suffocating dread inside. The stairs, which had seemed so treacherous on the way up, now looked like a desperate escape route. I did not bother testing the steps. I simply threw myself onto them, half climbing, half falling, scrambling down the rickety structure. Each step shrieked under my weight. Each creak of the wood sounded like Ranger Thorne himself was right behind me, his thorny hands reaching. I could still feel his gaze, a physical weight on my back, even as I descended. The thorns on my head, they felt like they were growing, burrowing deeper into my scalp. sending shards of pain through my skull. I pictured them, black and sharp, erupting from my skin, just like thorns. I was becoming him. I was becoming it. I hit the ground with a jarring thump, my legs screaming in protest. I did not stop. I ran, blindly, frantically, towards where I thought my car was parked. The trees, once a comforting canopy, now seemed like grasping, skeletal fingers, their branches twisting into thorny shapes. Every shadow was alive, every rustle a pursuit. I found the car, a dark lump in the clearing. I fumbled for the door handle, my hand slick with sweat and shaking uncontrollably. I yanked it open, threw myself inside, and slammed the door shut, locking it with a desperate click. My breath came in ragged gasps, my chest heaving. I jammed the key into the ignition, twisted it. Click. Nothing. I tried again. Click. Whir. A pathetic, struggling sound, then silence. The engine was dead. No. No, no, no. I hit the steering wheel, a sob tearing from my throat. It was over. I was trapped. I looked up through the windshield at the fire watch tower. It stood there, a silent, menacing silhouette against the faint starlight, a monument to my inevitable fate. I knew Ranger Thorne was up there, watching me, his hollow eyes gleaming, his thorny crown glinting in the dark. He had been waiting for someone to keep him company, and now he had found me. I pulled down the rearview mirror, my hands trembling. I had to see. I had to know. My reflection stared back at me, pale, terrified, haunted. But it was not just my reflection. Just beneath the skin of my forehead, near my hairline, I could see them. Faint, dark lines like tiny veins, but too sharp to define. They were pushing up, subtly, inexorably. The thorns. And behind my own terrified face, in the depths of my eyes, I saw another face. Pale, unmoving, blank. My lost face. From the lake. It was there, intertwined with my living reflection, a ghostly image superimposed. I was already gone. Ranger Thorne had simply been the warning, the final, chilling confirmation. I was another face in the lake of lost faces. Another voice waiting to be heard on a forgotten frequency, a desperate echo from a long abandoned tower. And soon, I would be another thorn-crowned figure, waiting for the next lost soul to arrive. The silence of the forest pressed in, heavy and eternal. The distant hoot of an owl sounded like a mournful lament. And somewhere on an old, forgotten radio, a faint, static-laced whisper might one day cut through the air, carrying a message of terror, of thorns, and of faces, to whoever was foolish enough to listen. My voice added to Thorne's an endless, horrifying chorus of the lost. The world had already shown me its true facia gaping maw of unspeakable evil, first with Liam, then with the owls. Now it was pressing in, a suffocating blanket of dread. I was trapped, just as I would known I would be, in my isolated cabin, a flimsy wooden shell against an ancient, hungry darkness. The owls. They were everywhere. Their hoots, once a distant, unsettling chorus, now felt like they were coming from inside my very walls. I huddled in the living room, a single lamp casting long, dancing shadows, every creak of the old would sending a jolt of ice through my veins. The windows, dark mirrors reflecting my own terrified face, were the worst. I knew they were out there, dozens of them, their glowing eyes fixed on my sanctuary, their beaks preparing to unleash the cacophony of stolen suffering they would already shown me. "Jake, why did you leave me?" Liam's voice, an auditory phantom, drifted through the thin walls, followed by the wet, choked cough of the first victim. Then the child's piercing shriek, the man's guttural cry, the woman's aborted scream. It was a symphony of agony, each note a stolen soul, each echo a piece of my own sanity being chipped away. They were not just taking voices, they were consuming essence, listening, learning. And they wanted mine. Hours bled into an eternity. I had barricaded the doors, pushed the heaviest furniture against them, but it felt futile. What good were locks against creatures that could steal the very sound of your breath? I could feel their presence, a psychic weight pressing down on the cabin, a collective intelligence that was both ancient and utterly alien. They were patient. They knew I could not stay inside forever. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of pine, and something else, something metallic and damp, like old blood. My stomach churned. I had not eaten in what felt like days, only sipped water, my throat raw from silent screams. Every time I dared to move, a fresh wave of hoots would erupt, a chorus of mocking laughter in the voices of the dead. I could not stay. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. To stay was to surrender, to become another voice in their terrifying choir. But to leave, where would I go? The woods were their domain. The nearest town was miles away, a journey I could not possibly make on foot, not with them watching. A sliver of moon peeked through the dense canopy, casting a pale, ghostly light that made the shadows outside seem to writhe. I peered through a crack in the curtains, my heart thumping a frantic rhythm against my ribs. They were there, perched on branches on the roof, their eyes like malevolent embers. But for a moment, just a fleeting second, I saw a gap in their ranks, a slightly less dense area near the back of the cabin, where the old logging trail was. It was a long shot, a desperate gamble. I had to try. With trembling hands, I gathered what little I could, a small backpack, a bottle of water, a few energy bars, and a hunting knife I kept for emergencies. It felt absurd, a child's toy against a cosmic horror. I slipped on my boots, tying the laces with fingers that felt like numb pieces of wood. Every rustle of my jacket, every soft thud of my foot, seemed to amplify the mocking hoots outside. The back door. It led to a small enclosed porch, then a short set of steps down to the overgrown trail. I unlatched the deadbolt, the click echoing like a gunshot in the oppressive silence. The owls went quiet. A cold dread washed over me. They knew. They always knew. I pushed the door open just enough to squeeze through, my body tensing, ready to sprint. The porch air was frigid, carrying the damp, earthy smell of the forest floor, and that other coppery scent. I took a deep, shuddering breath, trying to calm my racing heart. Just run. Jake, do not look back. I burst out, a frantic, scrambling dash down the steps and onto the narrow, barely visible logging trail. The owls erupted behind me, a deafening wave of stolen screams and guttural hoots that seemed to tear at the very fabric of the night. Their glowing eyes, a constellation of malevolent stars, tracked my every move. I could feel their presence, a chilling pressure on my back, as if 1,000 unseen talons were raking at my skin. I did not look back. I could not. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but adrenaline was my only fuel. I ran blindly into the deeper woods, away from the cabin, away from the familiar, now tainted sanctuary. The logging trail was rough, uneven, roots and fallen branches threatening to trip me at every step. I stumbled, scraped my knee, but forced myself up, the fear of their talons, their beaks, their voices driving me forward. The hoots began to fade slowly as I plunged deeper into the forest. Or perhaps it was just my mind, desperate for a reprieve, trying to filter out the horror. The trees grew thicker here, ancient pines and firs forming a dense, almost impenetrable canopy that swallowed the moonlight. The air became even colder, damper, heavy with the smell of damp earth and decaying leaves. I ran until my chest felt like it would explode, until my legs screamed in protest, until my vision blurred with exhaustion and unshed tears. Finally, I collapsed against the rough bark of a massive cedar, gasping for breath, my body trembling uncontrollably. Silence, or what passed for silence in these woods. Only the rustling of leaves, the distant murmur of a stream, and the frantic pounding of my own heart. Had I lost them? Or were they merely playing with me, allowing me a brief respite before they closed in again? I did not know. I did not want to know. My mind was a shattered mess, a kaleidoscope of Liam's face, glowing owl eyes, and the terrified screams of strangers. As I huddled there, trying to regain some semblance of composure, my eyes scanned the forest floor, searching for any sign of a path, anything that was not just endless trees. And that is when I saw it, partially obscured by moss and fallen leaves, a straight, unnatural line cut through the undergrowth. It was a stone road, not a modern paved road, not even a gravel track, but an ancient flagstone path. The stones worn smooth by centuries of unknown feet, barely visible beneath the thick layer of forest debris. It looked utterly out of place, a relic from a time long forgotten, swallowed by the relentless march of nature. My first instinct was caution. Nothing good ever came from unexplained things in these woods. But then, a desperate thought sparked in my traumatized brain. This was not a logging trail, not a hunter's path. This was something else, something old. Maybe it led somewhere different, somewhere the owls did not know, somewhere that offered a different kind of escape, or a different kind of horror. At this point, I almost did not care. Any unknown was better than the known terror of the owls. I pushed myself up, my muscles screaming in protest, and cautiously approached the path. The stones were large, irregularly shaped, fitted together with a precision that spoke of forgotten craftsmanship. Moss grew thick in the cracks, and ferns pushed up between the flagstones. But the path itself was undeniably there, a narrow, winding ribbon disappearing into the deeper, darker woods. I hesitated for a long moment, my instincts screaming at me to turn back, to hide, to simply cease to exist. But the image of those glowing eyes, of Liam's voice echoing from a beak, pushed me forward. I stepped onto the ancient stones. The air immediately felt different, colder, heavier. The sounds of the forest seemed to recede, muffled, as if the path itself absorbed them. The trees here were older, taller, their branches intertwining overhead to form a dense, shadowy canopy that blocked out all but the faintest sliver of moonlight. It was like walking into a tunnel, a passage not just through space, but through time. The path twisted and turned, always maintaining its ancient, unbroken line. There were no markers, no signs, just the endless procession of worn stones. I kept my senses on high alert, my hand gripping the hilt of my knife, though I knew it was useless. Every snap of a twig, every rustle in the undergrowth, sent my heart leaping into my throat. I imagined the owls, silent now, perhaps following me, perhaps waiting, just beyond the reach of this strange, forgotten road. As I walked, a peculiar sensation began to settle over me. It was not just the cold or the silence. It was a feeling of profound stillness, as if the very air around me had stopped moving. The leaves on the trees did not rustle. The distant murmur of the stream had vanished completely. It was a silence so deep it hummed, a vacuum that pressed in on my ears, making them ache. Hours passed, or perhaps only minutes. Time seemed to lose all meaning on this path. The sun never rose, or perhaps I had walked so far into the depths of the forest that its light could not penetrate. It remained in that twilight state, an eternal dusk. My legs grew heavy, my mind numb with exhaustion, but I kept walking, driven by an instinct that this path had to lead somewhere, anywhere but back to the cabin. Then, through the gloom, I saw it. A break in the dense tree line, a faint, almost imperceptible glow. Hope, sharp and desperate, pierced through the fog of my fear. Could it be a clearing? A road? A sign of civilization? I pushed forward, my pace quickening, ignoring the burning in my lungs. The path widened slightly, and the trees began to thin, revealing a pale, milky sky above. Not quite day, not quite night. And then, I stepped out of the woods onto a small, overgrown plaza. Before me lay a village. It was ruined, clearly abandoned for decades, perhaps centuries. Houses, built of rough-hewn stone and timber, stood in various states of decay. Roofs had collapsed inwards, windows were gaping empty eyesores, and vines had begun their slow, relentless reclamation, creeping up walls and through doorways. A crumbling stone well stood in the center of the plaza, its bucket long rotted away. Further down, I could make out the skeletal remains of a church steeple, reaching like a bony finger towards the unchanging sky. But it was not just the ruins that struck me. It was the atmosphere. The profound stillness I had felt on the path intensified here. There was no wind, no birdsong, no rustling of leaves. The air was utterly motionless, silent, heavy with an almost palpable sense of waiting. It was as if the entire village was holding its breath. Cautiously, I stepped further into the plaza, my boots crunching on loose gravel and fallen debris. The silence was unnerving, broken only by my own ragged breathing. I walked past the first few houses, peering through their empty windows. Inside, everything was covered in a thick layer of dust and cobwebs, but strangely, some objects seemed preserved. In one house, a wooden table stood, still set with what looked like earthenware bowls and spoons. They were dusty, but intact, not shattered or decayed as they should have been after such a long abandonment. A child's wooden toy, a small carved horse, lay on the floor, its paint remarkably vibrant, its edges smooth, as if it had been dropped just yesterday. But the floorboards around it were rotted, the walls crumbling. It was a contradiction, a jarring dissonance that sent a fresh wave of unease through me. Decay was present, yes, but it was selective, almost surgical. Some things were falling apart, while others seemed immune, frozen in time. I moved deeper into the village, my footsteps echoing unnaturally loud in the profound silence. The church was the largest building, its heavy wooden doors half rotted, half open, revealing a dark, cavernous interior. I pushed one of the doors fully open, sending a shower of wood dust to the ground. Inside, the air was even colder, thick with the scent of damp stone and something else, something sweet and cloying, like old flowers. The pews were mostly intact, though covered in a thick layer of grime. A pulpit stood at the front, and behind it, a crumbling altar. But what caught my eye, what truly made my blood run cold, was what lay on the altar. A bouquet of flowers. They were dried, yes, but their petals still held their color, a vibrant mix of reds and yellows, not faded or brittle as they should have been. They looked like they had been placed there yesterday, not decades or centuries ago. And beneath them, a small leather-bound book, its pages yellowed, but unmarred by rot or insect damage. My morbid curiosity, a twisted legacy of Liam's death, compelled me forward. I approached the altar, my heart hammering against my ribs. The flowers felt dry to the touch, like potpourri, but their preservation was uncanny. I reached for the book, my fingers trembling. It was a ledger, or perhaps a journal. The script was old-fashioned, spidery, but legible. I opened it to a random page. Day 143. The stillness grows. The children do not laugh, as they once did. Their faces, they are unchanged. My own reflection mocks me, the same lines, the same eyes, day after day. The forest watches. It waits. I flip to another page. Day 387. The fever took Alara last night. Or it should have. Her body lies in her bed, perfectly still, perfectly preserved. Her eyes are open. They stare at the ceiling. She does not age. She does not decay. She does not breathe. But she is here, always here. My blood ran cold. No one ages. The words from the outline, a forgotten thought in the terror of the owls, now slammed into me with sickening force. This was not just a ruined village. It was a place where time had been broken, where decay was a selective curse, and where death itself was an incomplete, agonizing process. I dropped the book, a guttural gasp escaping my lips. The silence in the church seemed to press in on me, suddenly filled with unseen presences, the echoes of those who did not age, who did not decay, who did not die, but simply were. I spun around, my eyes darting frantically across the dusty pews into the dark corners of the church. I saw nothing, but I felt them. The weight of their unchanging stares, the silent screams of those trapped in an eternal moment. Panic began to set in, a cold, creeping dread that was far worse than the adrenaline-fueled terror of the owls. This was a different kind of horror, a psychological torment that spoke of existential dread. To be frozen, to be preserved, to be aware of your own unaging, undying state, it was a living hell. I stumbled out of a church, desperate to escape its oppressive atmosphere. The plaza seemed even more desolate now, the preserved objects in the houses taking on a new, horrifying significance. That child's toy was the child still there, somewhere, perfectly preserved, perfectly still, forever reaching for it. My eyes fell upon the well in the center of the plaza. Its stone rim was worn smooth, covered in a thin film of green moss. I peered down into its depths. It was dark, but a faint shimmer of water was visible far below. And then, I saw it. At the very bottom, perfectly still, perfectly preserved by the water's strange properties, was a human face. A woman's face, her eyes wide with terror, her mouth open in a silent scream. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, but her features were clear, her hair fanned out around her head like dark seaweed. She looked as if she had fallen in moments ago, not decades or centuries. She was unaging, undying, trapped. I recoiled, a choked cry escaping my throat. This was it. This was the true horror of this place. The villagers had not simply left. They were still here, in various states of frozen existence, their final moments stretched into an agonizing eternity. I had to get out. I had to get back to the path. Even the owls, with their stolen voices and their hunger, seemed a lesser evil than this endless stasis. At least they offered the oblivion of true death. I ran back towards the edge of the village where the ancient stone path entered. My heart pounded, not with the frantic rhythm of flight, but with a dull, heavy dread. The trees at the edge of the clearing seemed to loom, darker, more menacing than before. I reached the point where the path should have been, but it was not there. The trees had closed in. The ancient stones were gone, replaced by a dense wall of undergrowth, thick bushes, and gnarled roots that seemed to have sprung up from the earth in mere moments. It was as if the forest had swallowed the path whole, erasing its very existence. I pushed against the branches, clawing at the thick foliage, my fingers tearing at the leaves, but it was impenetrable. There was no gap, no hint of the straight, orderly line of stones I had followed. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. I was trapped. I spun around, my eyes darting frantically across the village. The ruins seemed to press in on me, the silence now deafening, mocking. I could almost hear the silent screams of the unaging, the echoes of their frozen terror. The woman in the well, her wide, terrified eyes seemed to follow me. Desperate, I tried another section of the forest, further down the village perimeter, hoping to find another entrance to the path, or perhaps another way out. I stumbled through the undergrowth, tripping over roots, scratching my face on thorns, but it was all the same. An endless, unbroken wall of dense forest. The village was an island, cut off, isolated, a prison built of timelessness. As I struggled, a strange sensation began to creep over me. A subtle slowing. My movements felt a little less urgent, my thoughts a little less frantic. The burning in my lungs, the ache in my legs, began to recede, replaced by a dull, persistent numbness. It was a profound lethargy, a creeping stasis that felt both calming and utterly terrifying. I looked at my hands. They seemed paler, smoother. The scrapes and cuts from my frantic escape from the owls, the fresh tear on my knee from tripping on the path, they seemed to be fading, or perhaps they had never truly been there. My skin felt cool, almost waxy. The horror of the journal, the woman in the well, the unaging objects. slammed into me with renewed force. This was not just happening to the village. It was happening to me. I was becoming one of them. I ran back to the well, compelled by a morbid, desperate need to see. I leaned over the edge, my breath catching in my throat. The woman's face stared up at me, unchanged, timeless. And beside her, faintly, a new reflection began to form on the water surface. My own face. But it was not quite right. My eyes were wider, filled with a primal terror, my mouth slightly agape in a silent scream. And as I watched horrified, the expression on my reflected face seemed to solidify, to become fixed. The lines of fear deepened, carved permanently into my features. My skin grew paler, smoother, taking on that waxy sheen. I tried to move, to pull away, but my body felt heavy, sluggish, as if moving through thick syrup. The sensation of stasis intensified, a cold, numb embrace that spread from my extremities, creeping inwards, seizing my muscles, my nerves, my very will. My heart, which had been pounding so fiercely, began to slow, its beats becoming distant, muffled thuds. The silence of the village deepened further, if that were possible. I could no longer hear my own ragged breathing, no longer feel the frantic thrum of my own fear. All that remained was the profound, aching stillness. I looked up, my eyes sweeping across the ruined houses, the skeletal church. I saw them now. Not just the woman in the well, but others. A man perfectly preserved, leaning against a crumbling wall, his face a mask of shock. A child, frozen mid-step, her hand outstretched towards the wooden horse. They were everywhere, silent witnesses to their own eternal agony, their voices stolen not by owls, but by time itself. And then, from the distant woods, a sound. Faint, almost imperceptible at first, but growing slowly, steadily. A hoot, then another, and another. The owls. They had not forgotten me. They had not given up. They had simply waited for me to fall into a different trap, a different horror. And now they were coming, drawn to the stasis, perhaps to the trapped essence, to the perfect, unaging prey. The hoots grew louder, closer, a familiar, terrifying chorus of stolen voices. Liam's voice, a chilling echo. The child's scream, the woman's cry. They were coming for my voice. But what would they find? A voice already trapped, already fading. A scream forever frozen on my lips. I stood in the center of the ruined village, my body growing heavier, colder, my reflection in the well staring back at me with unblinking, eternal terror. The owl's hoots surrounded the village now, a growing storm of sound, a final, mocking serenade. I tried to scream, to lash out, to fight, but my body would not obey. My mouth remained agape, silent. My eyes wide fixed. My heart a distant, fading drum. I was here, always here, and I would not age. I would not decay. I would not die. My voice, a final silent scream, was ready for them to take. You know that feeling, right? That itch for something new, something just a little bit off the beaten path. That is what got us into this mess. My name's Alex, and usually, I am the cautious one. The guy who triple checks the map, packs extra batteries, and still manages to trip over his own feet on flat ground. But even I was not immune to the lure of the unknown, especially when Mark was around. Mark was the kind of guy who'd jump off a cliff if he thought there was a cool Instagram picture at the bottom. He was all adrenaline and zero foresight, but he was also loyal to a fault and genuinely a good friend. Then there was Sarah. Sarah was our anchor, the voice of reason, the one who'd roll her eyes at Mark's latest harebrained scheme, but still grudgingly go along, just to make sure he did not actually die. She was sharp, practical, and usually right about everything. We had been planning this trip for months, a deep dive into the Bob Marshall Wilderness in Montana. Not the tourist trap parts, mind you. We were talking about the kind of trails that slowly fade into game paths, where the trees get thicker, and the silence presses down on you until your ears start to ring. We had done plenty of backpacking before, but this was meant to be our personal Everest, a true test of our skills and sanity. We set out on a Tuesday morning, the air crisp and smelling of pine and damp earth. The first few days were glorious. Sun-dappled trails, the rush of mountain streams, the occasional deer watching us with wide, curious eyes. We talked, we laughed, we complained about Mark's terrible singing and Sarah's insistence on color-coding her trail mix. It was everything a wilderness trip should be. Then came day 4. We decided to veer off our planned route just for a few hours to check out an old, abandoned fire tower marked on a topographical map we would found online. It was not an official trail, more like a suggestion of where a path used to be. Sarah was skeptical as always. "Guys, this is how people get lost," she would warn, tracing the faint dotted line with her finger. "It is probably just overgrown now, nothing but thorns and ticks." Mark, of course, saw that as an invitation. Exactly. Adventure. And so we found ourselves pushing through thick brush, the air growing heavy and still. The trees here were ancient, their branches gnarled and interwoven, forming a canopy so dense that only slivers of sunlight pierced through, creating shifting patterns on the forest floor. It felt different, quieter. The cheerful chirping of birds had faded, replaced by the rustle of our own movements and the distant, unsettling caw of a raven. We never found the fire tower. Instead, after about an hour of this off-trail bushwhacking, Mark, who was leading the way, stopped dead. "Whoa," he whispered, his voice uncharacteristically subdued. He was pointing to something half buried in the moss and fallen leaves. It was an old compass, encased in tarnished brass. The glass was cracked in several places, spiderwebbing across its face, and the needle inside was twitching erratically, spinning around and around like a frantic dervish. It looked ancient, almost like something you would see in a pirate movie, but also strangely out of place, as if it had simply materialized there. "Neat," I said, picking it up. The brass was cold, despite the warm day. The needle continued its mad dance. "Looks broken." Sarah peered over my shoulder. "Probably fell out of someone's pack years ago." "It is junk." "Alex, let us keep moving before we really get turned around." Mark, however, was fascinated. "Wait, what if it is not broken? What if it is special?" He had this glint in his eye, the one that usually preceded a terrible decision. "Like a relic. Maybe it leads to treasure." We all scoffed, but he carefully tucked the compass into his pocket. We spent another hour trying to find the fire tower, eventually giving up and deciding to cut our losses and head back to our main trail. But the forest seemed to have closed in behind us. The faint path we would made was gone, swallowed by the relentless undergrowth. The sun, our usual guide, was now playing hide and seek behind the thick canopy, making it impossible to tell east from west. Panic, a cold, thin serpent, began to coil in my stomach. Sarah pulled out her own perfectly functional compass. It spun lazily for a moment, then settled, pointing north. "Okay, north's that way. We just need to head that direction until we hit the creek again, then follow it back." We started walking, but after what felt like an eternity, the creek never appeared. We checked the map again, then the compass. Sarah's compass still pointed north, but something felt wrong. The trees all looked the same. The terrain was subtly different from what we expected. "Hold on," Mark said, pulling out the old brass compass. "What if we try this bad boy?" He grinned, but there was a flicker of genuine desperation in his eyes. "Mark, it is broken," Sarah said, her voice tight with frustration. "It is just going to spin." He held it up anyway. And then something impossible happened. The frantic spinning of the needle slowed. It wobbled for a moment. Then, with an almost audible click, it settled. It pointed directly ahead into the deepest, darkest part of the woods, where the trees grew so close together they formed a solid wall of green. We stared at it, then at each other. "That is weird," I mumbled. It is a fluke. Sarah insisted, but she sounded less convinced than she wanted to. It probably just got stuck. Or, Mark said, his voice dropping to a theatrical whisper, it is showing us the real way. Against our better judgment, we decided to try it. What did we have to lose? We were already lost. We pushed through the thicket, following the unwavering needle. The path was barely discernible, just a slight depression in the earth, hinting that something had passed this way before, long ago. The air grew colder, and the silence became absolute, the kind that makes your ears pop. After about 20 minutes of this eerie trek, the trees suddenly thinned, opening into a small, overgrown clearing. In the center, half hidden by ferns and moss, was a crude pile of stones. It was clearly a grave. Unmarked, untended, just a lonely mound of earth and rocks. We stood there, speechless. The air around the grave felt heavy, oppressive. The forest seemed to hold its breath. What is this? Sarah whispered, her face pale. Mark, surprisingly, did not have a glib answer. He just stared at the grave, then down at the compass in his hand. The needle, which had pointed so steadfastly, was now spinning wildly again, just like when we would found it. Okay, I said, trying to sound calm, but my voice trembled slightly. That is creepy. An old pioneer grave, maybe. Someone got lost out here a long time ago. Yeah, Mark said slowly, still looking at the grave. A long time ago. We decided to put the compass away and rely on Sarah's. We tried to retrace our steps, but it was impossible. The grave clearing seemed to vanish behind us as soon as we turned our backs. We walked for hours, growing increasingly disoriented and exhausted. The sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in angry shades of orange and purple. We needed to make camp. As darkness fell, the forest transformed. Every rustle of leaves sounded like footsteps, every snap of a twig like a presence. We huddled around our small fire, trying to convince ourselves that the shadows dancing just beyond the light were just trees, just bushes. But the feeling of being watched was palpable, a cold prickle on the back of my neck. The next morning, we woke up feeling no better. Our water was running low, and our spirits were even lower. Sarah was quiet, her usual composure frayed. Mark was restless, constantly checking the old compass, even though it was still spinning randomly. Just try it again. Mark, I said, surprising myself. I hated the idea, but a desperate curiosity was gnawing at me. Just to see. He pulled it out, held it level. We all watched, holding our breath. Again, the needle slowed. Again, it settled, pointing in a new direction, even deeper into the wilderness, away from any semblance of civilization. It pointed towards a dense thicket of spruce trees, where the shadows were deepest even in the morning light. No, Sarah said, her voice firm. Absolutely not. We are not following that thing again. It led us to a grave, for crying out loud. But it led us somewhere. Mark argued, a strange light in his eyes. It got us to a clearing. Maybe it is not about finding our way out, but about finding something else. Something else being another grave. I countered, but I felt the pull too. A morbid fascination, a dark curiosity. What if it was leading us somewhere? What if it was not just random? We argued for a good 20 minutes, but eventually, the allure of the unknown, combined with our growing desperation, won out. We were lost anyway, right? What was one more detour? So, we followed the compass again. The path this time was even less defined, practically non-existent. We had to push through thorny bushes that snagged our clothes and scratched our skin. The air grew colder, the light dimmer, as if we were descending into a perpetual twilight. The silence was back, even heavier than before, a suffocating blanket. After what felt like an hour, the trees again opened into a small, circular clearing. And there it was, another grave. This one was slightly more recent. The mound of earth was still clearly defined, and there was a crude wooden cross stuck into the ground, its inscription faded by time and weather, but still legible. J. Miller. My blood ran cold. This was not some ancient pioneer. G. Miller. I vaguely remembered a missing person report from a few years back, a solo hiker who vanished in this general area. The details were fuzzy, but the name, it sent a shiver down my spine. The compass, once again, spun wildly after pointing us to the grave. Sarah let out a small, choke sob. This is wrong. This is so wrong. We have to leave. We have to get out of here right now. Her voice was high-pitched, bordering on hysterical. Mark, however, was strangely calm. Too calm. He was staring at the grave, a detached expression on his face. It is like it is showing us a collection, he murmured, almost to himself. A collection of what? Mark. Dead people. I snapped, my own fear making me aggressive. This thing is evil. We need to smash it, bury it, throw it into a ravine. No. Mark suddenly yelled, clutching the compass to his chest. His eyes, when they met mine, were wide and a little wild. No, we can't. It is important. It is telling us something. That is when I knew something was seriously wrong with him. He was not just curious anymore. He was obsessed. We tried to find our way back, but the forest was a labyrinth. Every direction looked the same. Every turn led to another dead end. We were trapped. The compass, whenever Mark pulled it out, would spin, then point always deeper, always further off any map. By the end of the day, Sarah was a wreck. She sat huddled by our pathetic fire, crying softly, her eyes darting into the impenetrable darkness. Mark was pacing, the compass clutched in his hand, occasionally muttering to himself. I was just numb, the fear having settled into a dull, constant ache in my bones. The next morning, Mark did not even ask. He just pulled out the compass, and it immediately settled, pointing. He started walking. Sarah and I exchanged a terrified glance. We had no choice but to follow. We could not abandon him, and we could not find our way out alone. This time, the path the compass led us on was even more disturbing. It was not just overgrown, it felt unnatural. The trees seemed to lean in, their branches like skeletal arms. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and something else, something metallic and sickly sweet, like old blood. We started hearing things, whispers on the wind, just beyond the range of understanding. The sound of distant, mournful cries that seemed to echo from nowhere and everywhere at once. We walked for what felt like an eternity, the silence broken only by our heavy breathing and the occasional, unsettling rustle in the undergrowth that was not us. Then the trees parted again. This clearing was different. It was smaller, darker, and in its center, there was not a grave. Not exactly. There was a fresh, shallow mound of earth, barely covered, and sticking out of it was a single, muddy, hiking boot. Next to it, a faded backpack, clearly a woman's. Sarah gasped a horrified sound. She stumbled backward, tripping over a root. No, she whimpered, her eyes wide with terror. No, no, no. I recognized the boot. It was the same brand, the same color, as one Sarah had considered buying before our trip. The backpack, too, looked eerily similar to hers. It was a cruel, sickening twist of fate, or something far worse. The compass, of course, went wild again. Mark, however, was not looking at the boot or the backpack. He was looking at Sarah. A slow, chilling smile spread across his face. Another one for the collection, he said, his voice flat, devoid of any emotion. Sarah scrambled to her feet, her eyes fixed on Mark, then on the boot. She was hyperventilating, tears streaming down her face. You knew, did not you? You knew where this thing was taking us. Mark just shrugged, his smile widening. It is just doing its job. Its job is to kill us. I yelled, finally snapping. The fear turned to a cold, burning rage. I lunged for the compass, intending to rip it from his hands and smash it to pieces. But Mark was surprisingly quick. He sidestepped me, his movements fluid and unnatural. He looked at me with those wild, vacant eyes, and I suddenly realized that the Mark I knew was gone. Something else was looking out of his eyes, something ancient and cold. "It is time for a new edition," he said, and his voice was not Mark's anymore. It was deeper, colder, with a strange, resonant echo. Sarah screamed and turned to run. She plunged back into the woods, a desperate, animal sound tearing from her throat. "Sarah, no." I yelled, but it was too late. The trees swallowed her up. Mark did not even try to stop her. He just watched her go, then slowly turned his gaze back to me. The compass in his hand was no longer spinning. It was pointing directly at me. "It is your turn." "Alex," the voice that was not Mark said. My heart hammered against my ribs. I had to get out. I had to escape. This was not just a broken compass, and this was not just Mark. This was something truly malevolent, something that fed on the lost and buried them in its dreadful collection. I did not fight him. I did not try to reason. I just ran. I ran like I would never run before, not caring about direction, not caring about the thorns tearing at my skin, the branches whipping my face. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs screamed. I ran until the terrifying, echoing voice of Mark faded behind me. I ran until I collapsed, gasping for air in a small, relatively open patch of forest. The sun was beginning to set again, casting long, distorted shadows. I was alone, truly, utterly alone. Sarah was gone. Mark was gone, consumed by whatever horror resided in that cursed compass. I lay there for a long time, the silence of the forest pressing down on me, broken only by the frantic thump of my own heart. Eventually, I pushed myself up, my body aching, my mind a jumble of terror and grief. I had to find my way out. I had to. I pulled out my own compass. It was still there, my reliable, ordinary compass. I held it up. The needle spun for a moment, then settled, pointing north. Relief, a fragile, fleeting thing, washed over me. Maybe I could still make it. Maybe I could escape this nightmare. I started walking, trying to remember everything Sarah had taught me about navigation. North. North to the creek to the main trail. I walked for what felt like hours, the moon now a pale sliver above the canopy. My hope began to dwindle. The forest was still a maze. Every tree looked the same. Every turn led to another identical stretch of woods. I was going in circles. I knew it. Then, I saw it. A glint of brass on the forest floor, just ahead. My blood ran cold. It was the old compass, Mark's compass. It lay there, half buried in the leaves, its cracked glass glinting in the moonlight. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. How had it gotten here? Had Mark been following me? Was he still close? I took a step back, my heart pounding. I did not want to touch it. I did not want to look at it. But I could not help myself. My eyes were drawn to it, compelled by a force I could not understand. I stared at the compass. The needle, which had been spinning wildly when I would last seen it, was now perfectly still. It was not pointing north. It was not pointing east or west or south. It was pointing directly down at the earth beneath my feet. I looked down. The ground was soft here, a small patch of clear, undisturbed earth. Almost too clear. A cold dread seeped into my bones. No, it could not be. I knelt, my hands trembling, and began to dig. The soil was loose, easy to move. It did not take long. Just a few inches down, my fingers brushed against something hard, something smooth. It was a piece of wood, a small, roughly carved wooden marker. My hand shook so violently I almost dropped it. I brushed away the dirt, and in the faint moonlight, I saw the inscription. It was my name, Alex. Beneath it, a date. Today's date. The compass lay beside the freshly dug earth, its needle still pointing down, unwavering. It was not just showing me where the graves were. It was showing me my grave. It had led me here, to the place where I was meant to join its collection. I scrambled back, terror seizing me. I tried to run, but my legs would not move. My mind screamed, but no sound escaped my throat. I was frozen, trapped, staring at my own name etched into a piece of wood, waiting for the inevitable. The forest around me seemed to shift, the shadows deepening, twisting into grotesque shapes. I heard whispers again, closer this time, a chorus of faint, mournful voices sighing my name. Alex, Alex, Alex. They were the voices of Jay, Miller and Sarah, and countless others. The voices of those who had followed the shattered compass to their final resting places. And soon, I would be one of them. Another lost soul, another name in the compass's dreadful collection, waiting for some new, unwitting hiker to find its glinting brass, and for its needle to spin, then settle, leading them to my grave. I am still here, somewhere in these woods. The compass is gone now, but its pull remains. I can feel it, a cold, constant ache in my chest, drawing me deeper, always deeper. I have stopped trying to escape. I just wander, waiting for the day I finally reach that spot, that final, chosen clearing. And I know, with a chilling certainty, that when I do, the compass will be waiting for me, its needle pointing down, ready to mark my place among the lost. And then it will spin wildly again, waiting for its next victim, ready to guide them to the newest addition to its collection. I can already hear the whispers calling to me, welcoming me home. Let me tell you something. You think you know fear. You think you know what it means to be truly helpless, to watch someone you care about become something else. I thought I did too once, before the Black Waterfall. It all started, as these things often do, with a stupid idea and a thirst for adventure. My name's Jake. I used to be a pretty average guy, worked a desk job, lived in a decent apartment. My two best friends, Mark and Liam, were cut from a similar cloth, though Liam was always the wild card, the one who jumped first and asked questions later. Mark was the sensible one, the planner, the guy who'd meticulously pack a first aid kit that could practically perform open heart surgery. I was somewhere in the middle, content to follow their lead, enjoy the ride. That summer, we decided to tackle the Montana wilderness. Not the national park trails, mind you. Liam had found some obscure blog post, buried deep in the internet's forgotten corners, about a legendary, almost mythical waterfall, tucked away in an unnamed section of the Lolo National Forest. The blog post, written by some self-proclaimed urban explorer who clearly had a death wish, hinted at strange local legends, whispers of a place best left undisturbed. Naturally, Liam was hooked. Mark, ever the pragmatist, was skeptical, but intrigued by the challenge of finding something so great. I just liked the idea of disconnecting for a week, trading the hum of traffic for the whisper of pines. We spent days poring over topographical maps, cross-referencing GPS coordinates from the blog with satellite imagery. It looked like a brutal hike miles from any established trail, deep into an old-growth forest, through terrain that looked more like a giant's crumpled blanket than actual ground. But the allure was too strong. We packed our bags, loaded up Mark's beat-up old Tacoma, and headed out. The first few days were exactly what we would hope for. Crisp mountain air, the scent of pine and damp, endless green canopy above us. We sweated, we grumbled, we laughed. We saw deer, a couple of elk, and one particularly grumpy marmot. Our cell phones had died hours ago, and it felt incredible. Just us, the wilderness, and the promise of a hidden gem. On the fourth day, the mood started to shift. The forest grew denser, the trees taller and older. their branches interwoven so tightly that the sunlight struggled to break through, casting the forest floor in a perpetual twilight. The air grew heavy, damp, with a strange, metallic tang I could not quite place. It was not unpleasant, just different. And quiet. Too quiet. The usual chirping of birds, the rustle of small animals, even the buzzing of insects seemed to have faded. It was like walking into a sound vacuum. Liam, who was leading the way with a compass and a printout of the blog's crude map, suddenly stopped. "Guys," he whispered, his voice hushed. "I think we are close." We pushed through a thick curtain of moss-draped evergreens, and then the world opened up. Not to a sun-drenched valley, but to a narrow, enclosed canyon. The air here was even colder, thick with that metallic scent, now mixed with something else, a faint, earthy odor, like damp soil and old iron. And then we saw it, the waterfall. It was unlike anything I would ever seen, or ever will see again. It was not massive, not like Niagara or anything. Maybe 30 feet high, cascading into a dark, still pool below. But the water was not clear, or blue, or even muddy brown. It was utterly, profoundly black. Not dark blue, not deep green. Black, like crude oil or freshly poured tar. It flowed with a viscous, almost syrupy quality, reflecting no light, absorbing everything. It seemed to defy the very laws of optics. There was no foam, no spray, no effervescence. Just a silent, relentless sheet of absolute darkness pouring from the cliff face. And the sound, or rather, the lack of sound. There was no roaring thunder of water hitting rock, no gentle murmur. Instead, there was a low, resonant thrum, a deep, almost subsonic vibration that I felt more in my chest than heard with my ears. It resonated through the ground, up my legs, a continuous, unsettling pulse. It was the sound of something immense, something ancient breathing. We stood there, transfixed, for what felt like an eternity. A primal dread coiled in my stomach. Every instinct screamed at me to turn and run, to get as far away from this place as possible. Mark, usually so unflappable, had gone pale, his mouth slightly agape. Liam, however, was a different story. His eyes were wide, not with fear, but with a kind of manic wonder. "Holy cot," he breathed, stepping forward, drawn in like a moth to a flame. "Liam, do not." I managed, my voice a strained whisper. He did not hear me, or did not care. He walked right up to the edge of the pool, his eyes fixed on the black cascade. The thrumming intensified, vibrating through the soles of my boots. A strange, almost sickly sweet smell, like decaying flowers and something metallic, grew stronger. The air was heavy, oppressive. "It is incredible," Liam murmured, reaching out a hand, his fingers outstretched. "Liam, seriously, back away." Mark finally found his voice, a sharp command that cut through the silence. But it was too late. Whether it was a slip or just his characteristic recklessness, I will never know. His foot slid on the damp, mossy rock. He stumbled, his hand instinctively reaching out to brace himself. His fingertips, just the very tips of his index and middle fingers, brushed the surface of the black water. He gasped, more in surprise than pain, and quickly pulled his hand back, shaking it. "Whoa, damn, that is cold." He laughed, a nervous, high-pitched sound that shattered the oppressive silence for a moment before the thrumming reasserted itself. Mark rushed over, grabbing Liam's arm. "Are you insane? What did I tell you about being careful?" He meticulously checked Liam's hand, turning it over and back. "You okay? Anything weird?" Liam shrugged, rubbing his fingers together. "Nah, just super cold. Like dipping your hand in liquid nitrogen or something. And it feels weird. Like a tingle, almost." He flexed his fingers. "Guess I almost took an unscheduled swim." He forced another laugh, but his eyes kept darting back to the black water, a flicker of something unreadable in their depths. I did not like it. I did not like any of it. That waterfall felt wrong, fundamentally wrong. And Liam touching it, even for a second, sent a shiver down my spine that had nothing to do with the cold. We eventually managed to drag Liam away from the pool, setting up camp a good quarter-mile back, well out of sight of the black water, though I could still feel that low thrumming vibration in the ground beneath my sleeping bag. It was faint, but it was there, a constant reminder of what we would found. That night, Liam was restless. He complained of a headache and a deep chill that would not go away, even wrapped in his warmest sleeping bag. Mark, ever the medic, checked his temperature. Normal. Probably just the exhaustion catching up, man. Mark said, trying to sound reassuring. Or maybe a touch of hypothermia from that dip. I was not convinced. There was a look in Liam's eyes, a sort of distant, unfocused gaze that was not typical for him. He was quieter than usual, too. The next morning, things started to get weird. Liam woke up looking worse, his face pale and drawn. He complained of a dull ache in his chest and a strange numbness in his left hand, the one that had touched the water. We examined it. The tips of his index and middle fingers, where he would make contact, were a faint, sickly, bluish purple. Not like a bruise, more like the color of old, bruised fruit. Mark, ever the skeptic, tried to rationalize it. Maybe some kind of chemical burn from the minerals in the water, or a weird allergic reaction to something in the moss. He pulled out his first aid kit, cleaned the area, and applied some antiseptic cream, though it looked useless against the discoloration. It is not a burn. Liam said, his voice quiet. It feels dead, like the blood's not flowing there. He tried to clench his fist, but his fingers moved sluggishly, as if operating through treacle. We decided to cut the trip short. Liam clearly was not well, and being this deep in the wilderness, miles from any medical help, was suddenly a terrifying prospect. We packed up camp, Liam moving slowly, his usual boundless energy replaced by a leaden lethargy. As we hiked, the discoloration on Liam's fingers began to spread, slowly creeping up his hand, turning the skin a deeper, more ominous shade of purplish black. The numbness spread too, reaching his wrist by midday. He started stumbling, his movements uncoordinated. His face was clammy, slick with sweat despite the cool mountain air. "I do not feel so good, guys," he mumbled, leaning heavily on Mark's shoulder. "Everything feels heavy and cold." A new smell began to emanate from him, subtle at first, then growing stronger. It was a strange earthy odor, like something had been buried in wet soil and then unearthed. A smell of decay. Mark, his face grim, checked Liam's pulse. It was weak, thready. "We need to get him out of here, now," he said, his voice tight with fear. But Liam was weakening fast. By late afternoon, he could barely walk. His skin, not just his hand, was taking on a pallid, grayish hue, like a corpse. His eyes were sunken, dark hollows in his face. The smell of decay was now undeniable, thick and cloying. We found a small, sheltered alcove under a rocky overhang and made a desperate decision to set up a makeshift camp. Liam collapsed onto his sleeping bag, shivering violently despite being wrapped in every spare blanket we had. He was in agony, now a deep, internal pain that made him writhe and moan. "It hurts. Jake," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "Inside. It feels like something's eating me from the inside out." I knelt beside him, my heart pounding with a sickening dread. His hand, the one that had touched the water, was horrifying. The discoloration had spread past his wrist, halfway up his forearm. The skin was shriveled, almost mummified, and cold to the touch. It looked like it had been dead for days. But Liam was still alive, still breathing, still in pain. Mark, usually so composed, was frantic. He pulled out his satellite phone, a last resort for emergencies, but there was no signal, just a persistent searching on the screen. We were truly alone. "There has to be something," Mark muttered, rummaging through his medical supplies, his hands trembling. "Some kind of antidote, an antitoxin." But there was nothing for this. This was not a snake bite or a broken bone. This was something entirely unnatural. As the sun began to dip below the tree line, casting long, eerie shadows, Liam started coughing, a wet, rattling cough that sounded like his lungs were filling with fluid. His eyes, though sunken, held a desperate plea. The water, he rasped, struggling for breath. It is alive. I felt it. It is inside me. His words sent a fresh wave of terror through me. Alive. The thrumming from the waterfall, the way it absorbed light, the unnatural coldness, it all clicked into place with Liam's horrifying transformation. Desperate, hoping against hope for some kind of answer. I remembered something from the blog post a mention of an old trapper's cabin, supposedly abandoned decades ago, somewhere near the waterfall. A long shot, but we had nothing else. I am going to look for that cabin, I told Mark, my voice shaky. There might be something there. Old maps, anything. Mark nodded, his eyes fixed on Liam's decaying form. Be careful. Jake, do not touch anything. His voice was hollow. I grabbed my headlamp and a small backpack, leaving Mark to tend to Liam, who was now barely conscious, his breathing shallow and ragged. The forest was even more foreboding in the fading light. Every snapping twig, every rustle in the undergrowth made me jump. The metallic, earthy smell was stronger now, and I wondered if it was just Liam, or if it was permeating the entire area. After what felt like an hour of scrambling over roots and rocks, I saw it. A dilapidated, moss-covered log cabin, almost swallowed by the encroaching forest. Its windows were dark, like vacant eyes. The door hung askew on rusty hinges. Pushing it open, I stepped inside. The air was thick with dust and the smell of damp, decaying wood. Moonlight filtered through gaps in the roof, illuminating motes of dust dancing in the air. There was a crude stone fireplace, a rickety table, and a built-in bunk. On the table, beneath a layer of grime, lay a small, leather-bound journal. My heart pounded. This had to be it. I wiped the dust off the cover. The title, crudely carved into the leather, read Thomas Miller, 1888. I fumbled with the clasp, my fingers trembling, and opened it. The pages were yellowed, brittle, covered in faded, spidery handwriting. I flipped through the first few entries, mundane notes about trapping, weather, supplies. Then the tone shifted. August 12, 1889. Found the Black Veil today. A marvel. Water like ink, silent cold. My boy, Ezra, a curious lad, touched it. Said it felt like 1,000 needles. Told him to be more careful. My blood ran cold. Ezra touched it. August 14th. Ezra not well. Complains of coldness. Aches. Hand turning strange shade of purple. Wife. Mary thinks he caught a chill. I worry. The veil is unnatural. August 16th. Ezra's hand now black. The rot spreads. He screams of fire inside him, yet his skin is cold as death. The smell a sickening sweetness. Mary weeps. What demon is this? August 18th. Mary, in her despair, tried to wash Ezra's hand in the creek. A fool's errand. The rot has taken his arm. He is a living corpse. His suffering is unbearable. He begs for release. My heart breaks. August 20th. Ezra gone. Died in agony. His body unspeakable. We buried him far from here, but the smell lingers. Mary is inconsolable. I feel its presence, the veil, watching. August 22nd. Mary's hand. She must have touched it when tending to Ezra. A tiny spot, no bigger than a coin. But I know its insidious work. The entries became more frantic, the handwriting sloppier, stained with what looked like dried tears or worse. August 25th. Mary's rot progresses. She is fading. I see it in her eyes. the same terror Ezra had. The veil calls to me. I feel its thrumming, a pulse in the very earth. It hungers. August 28th. Mary is gone. I am alone. The air here is thick with death. I hear whispers from the falls, though I know it is only the wind. Or is it? I feel a coldness in my own hand, a numbness. The last entry was almost illegible, scrawled in a shaky, desperate hand. August 30th. It has me. The blackness spreads. My hand, my arm. My insides burn and freeze. The veil, it is not water. It is a living void. It feeds. It consumes. Do not touch, do not. The journal ended there abruptly. My hands were shaking so violently I almost dropped it. It was all true. Everything Liam was experiencing, everything we were witnessing, had happened before. This was not some random illness, some bizarre chemical reaction. This was a slow, agonizing consumption by something utterly malevolent. The black waterfall was not just water, it was a hungry entity. I stumbled out of the cabin, the journal clutched in my hand, and practically ran back to our camp. The thrumming felt stronger now, a deep, pervasive vibration that seemed to echo Thomas Miller's Word That Hungers. When I reached the alcove, the scene was even more horrific than I would left it. Liam was barely breathing, his chest barely rising and falling. The decay had spread across his entire body now. His skin was mottled black and gray, shriveled and papery. His eyes were wide open, glazed over, but still staring, as if at some unseen horror. The smell, it was overwhelming now, the stench of putrefaction, so potent it made my eyes water and my stomach heave. Mark was hunched over him, sobbing uncontrollably. Jake, what do we do? He is almost gone. I shoved the journal into his hands. Read it. Mark, read it. There is nothing we can do. My voice was hoarse, thick with tears and disgust. Mark snatched the journal, his eyes scanning the last few entries. As he read, his face drained of all color, becoming as gray and lifeless as Liam's. He looked up at me, his eyes wide with a desperate, animalistic terror. "Oh God." "Jake," he whispered. "Oh God." Just then, Liam let out a guttural sound, a choked gasp that was more a death rattle than a cry. His body convulsed once, violently, and then went slack. His eyes, fixed and unseeing, stared up at the darkening sky. A final, rancid breath escaped his lips, and then silence. The thrumming, which I had grown accustomed to, seemed to deepen for a moment, a low, satisfied pulse in the earth. Or maybe it was just my imagination, a trick of my shattered nerves. Mark let out a raw, primal scream, a sound of pure anguish and horror. He scrambled away from Liam's body, his face contorted. He is gone. Oh God. Liam. I felt numb. Shock had taken over. My best friend, Liam, the adventurous, reckless, vibrant Liam, was gone. And he had not just died. He had rotted. He had been consumed from the inside out by something ancient and evil, all because of a moment of carelessness, a single touch. The metallic, decaying smell was everywhere now, clinging to our clothes, our hair, our very skin. It felt like it was seeping into me, becoming a part of me. I looked at Mark, his face streaked with tears and dirt, his eyes wild with terror. We were still here, in this cursed place, with Liam's decaying corpse, surrounded by the oppressive silence and the constant, unsettling thrum. "We have to go," I said, my voice flat, devoid of emotion. "Now, we have to leave him." Mark looked at me, a flicker of outrage in his eyes, quickly replaced by a desperate, understanding fear. "Leave him. We can't stay here." "Mark," I hissed, grabbing his arm. "This place, it is evil. The journal said it feeds. We are still here. We can't risk it spreading or attracting anything else." The thought of touching Liam's body, of even getting close to it, made my stomach churn. The rot, the smell, it was like a physical barrier. He looked back at Liam's body, then at me, and finally nodded. His shoulders slumped in defeat. The decision, though agonizing, was clear. We could not bury him. We could not carry him out. To touch him was to risk our own lives, our own souls. We turned and fled. We did not look back. The image of Liam's face, those hollow, staring eyes, was burned into my mind, a permanent scar. We hiked through the night, driven by a desperate terror, fueled by adrenaline and grief. Every shadow was a threat, every rustle a monster. The thrumming followed us, a phantom vibration in our bones, until we were miles away, until the first faint rays of dawn touched the eastern sky, bringing with them a sliver of hope. The journey out was a blur of exhaustion, fear, and a profound, bone-deep sorrow. We barely spoke, each lost in our own private hell. When we finally stumbled out of the wilderness, onto a dirt road and eventually to Mark's truck, we were ragged, filthy, and utterly broken. We told the authorities a story about a hiking accident. Liam had slipped, hit his head, and fallen into a ravine. We could not reach him, and by the time we got back to civilization, it was too late. They launched a search and rescue, but I knew they would not find anything. Not the Liam we knew, anyway. And even if they did, how could we explain it? How could we explain the black water, the rot, the journal, the palpable evil that permeated that canyon? They would think we were crazy, or worse, that we would done something to him. So we kept silent. We buried the truth, just as we would left Liam's body in that cursed place. It has been years since then. Mark and I do not talk much anymore. The guilt, the trauma, it drove a wedge between us. He is a hollowed-out version of the man he used to be, haunted by what he saw. I am too. I still have nightmares. I see the black water, silent and viscous, pouring from a cliff face. I hear the thrumming, a deep, resonant pulse that echoes in the quiet moments of my life. And I smell it, that sickening sweet, metallic scent of decay, even when I am standing in a crowded grocery store. The black waterfall is still out there, deep in the Montana wilderness, hidden from the world. Its water still runs black as tar, its thrumming heart still beats, waiting. Waiting for the next curious hiker, the next unsuspecting adventurer, to stumble upon its hidden terror. And I know, with a certainty that chills me to my core, that it remembers Liam. And maybe, just maybe, it remembers us. And it is still hungry. You know, sometimes I still catch myself thinking I will wake up. That this whole damn nightmare, this endless loop of 3:17 p.m. is just a bad dream, a feverish hallucination from some forgotten illness. But then I open my eyes, and it is always the same. Always that damn time. Always that same cold, shimmering light filtering through the crystalline trees. And always, always the crushing weight of utter, inescapable despair. I remember collapsing back into the glass forest, right where I would started. The sheer, soul-numbing defeat of it. I would run. I would hoped. I would fought against the impossible, only to find myself right back at square one. My reflection stared back from 1,000 facets of glass, gaunt and wild-eyed, a mirror to the hundreds of other despairing faces trapped within the trees themselves. Faces I would seen 1,000 times, each one a testament to the fact that I was not alone in this personal hell, but utterly isolated nonetheless. They were just reflections, after all. Imprisoned spirits, perhaps, but no more capable of offering comfort than the trees themselves. The cold was absolute, a bone-deep chill that never truly left me, no matter how much I scavenged for warmth in that cursed village. The silence, too, was a constant companion, broken only by the rasp of my own ragged breath or the frantic pounding of my heart when panic took hold. But even panic was starting to feel dull, like a worn-out emotion, incapable of truly stirring me anymore. I just lay there on the hard, cold ground, watching the unmoving hands of my watch, fixed at 3:17 p.m. The sun, a cold, indifferent orb in the sky, never moved. The shadows never shifted. It was an eternal, frozen afternoon. My mind, what was left of it, drifted back to the village. The mechanical nights. God, those nights. The way the villagers would unfreeze, their movements jerky, almost puppet-like, as they performed their endless, silent routines. The blacksmith's hammer rising and falling without a clang, the woman at the well drawing an invisible bucket, the children playing a game without laughter. It was like watching a broken clockwork toy, wound up and set to repeat its motions until it inevitably wound down. But they never wound down. They just froze again at the precise moment of 3:17 p.m., only to resume their macabre dance when the night came. The memory of that young woman, the one I would whisper to, came back to me. Her dry, rasping hiss. It was not a sound of fear or anger or even recognition. It was just a sound, a mechanical exhalation. It confirmed they were not mere statues, but something far, far worse. Something alive, yet dead. Aware, yet utterly, horrifyingly trapped, just like me. The thought alone was enough to make me shudder, even in my numb state. I could not go back there. Not ever. The thought of witnessing their night rituals again, of seeing their vacant, unblinking eyes, was enough to reignite a flicker of terror in my deadened soul. I do not know how long I lay there, lost in that suffocating despair. Hours, days. Time was a meaningless concept. The hunger and thirst were there, a dull ache, but even they felt distant, secondary to the sheer existential horror of my predicament. Eventually, though, a primal instinct, a stubborn refusal to simply cease to exist, stirred within me. It was not hope, not anymore. Hope was a cruel joke in this place. It was just a need to move, to do something, anything other than lie there and let the cold, silent world consume me. My muscles ached as I pushed myself up, my limbs stiff and unresponsive. My reflection in the nearest glass tree looked like a ghost pale, gaunt, hair matted, clothes torn. I was barely human anymore. I stumbled forward, not knowing where I was going, not caring, just moving. The glass forest stretched out endlessly, a labyrinth of shimmering deception. Every turn seemed to lead back to the same vista, every path a mirror of the last. It was a prison designed to break the spirit, to drive one mad with its beautiful, terrible sameness. But then, I saw it, or rather, I felt it. A subtle shift in the air, a different texture beneath my worn boots. Hidden amongst the impossibly straight, glittering trunks, almost swallowed by the relentless reflections, was a break. Not another village, not another clearing, but a path. A narrow, winding trail of dark, packed earth, almost completely devoid of the usual crystalline growth. It looked normal, or as normal as anything could be in this cursed realm. A strange, almost magnetic pull drew me towards it. It was not curiosity, not really. It was more like a desperate, irrational urge to follow anything that deviated from the soul-crushing pattern, anything that offered even the faintest illusion of change. The air along this new path felt heavier, cooler, somehow denser. The light, even at 3:17 p.m., seemed dimmer, swallowed by the thick canopy of unfamiliar, dark-leaf trees that now lined the trail, replacing the glass. There was no shimmering, no endless reflections here. Just a deep, oppressive gloom. I walked and walked. The trail wound deeper and deeper into this new, darker forest. The silence here was different from the glass forest's sterile quiet. This was a living silence, a hushed expectation, as if the very trees were holding their breath. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig beneath my feet sounded unnaturally loud in the profound stillness. I found myself straining my ears, listening for something, anything, even if it was just the wind. But there was nothing, only the frantic thumping of my own heart, a drumbeat against the impending unknown. My eyes, accustomed to the bright, sterile glare of the glass forest, struggled to adjust to the gloom. Shadows stretched long and distorted, even in the unchanging afternoon light. It felt like walking through a perpetual twilight. I kept my gaze fixed on the path ahead, my shoulders hunched, my hands clenched into fists. A nervous energy, a new kind of dread, was starting to replace the old, familiar despair. This was not the predictable horror of the village, or the suffocating sameness of the glass. This was something new, something unseen. And then I saw it. It was lying right in the middle of the trail, directly in my path. At first, my brain, so accustomed to the bizarre, tried to rationalize it. An oddly shaped root, a discarded piece of wood. But as I drew closer, my heart began to pound a frantic rhythm against my ribs. There was no mistaking it. It was a human hand, pale, almost translucent, as if it had been bleached. It lay palm up, fingers slightly curled, as if in repose. There was no blood, no gore, no jagged bone. The wrist was a clean, almost surgically precise cut, as if severed by a master artisan. It looked clean, too clean, like a display piece. A wave of nausea washed over me. I stumbled back, nearly tripping over a root. My mind screamed in protest. What the hell was this? Was this another twisted illusion? Another layer of this damned prison? I stared at it, frozen, my breath hitched in my throat. It looked like a woman's hand, delicate despite its unnatural pallor. There was a thin, silver ring on the ring finger, simple and unadorned. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, my eyes fixed on the hand, waiting for it to vanish, or to reveal itself as some trick of light and shadow. But it did not. It just lay there, perfectly still, a gruesome, impossible object in an impossible world. My fear, which had been a dull ache, suddenly sharpened into a cold, piercing spike. This was not just bizarre. This was wrong. I took another shaky step back, my gaze still locked on the hand. I wanted to run, to scream, to bury my face in my hands and pretend I had not seen it. But some morbid fascination, some desperate need to understand, kept me rooted to the spot. And then it moved. It was not a twitch or a tremor. It was deliberate, slow, subtle at first, but unmistakable. The fingers, which had been slightly curled, began to flex. One by one, they straightened, then bent, like a spider testing its legs. Then the whole hand shifted, rotating slightly on its severed wrist. It oriented itself, the fingertips pointing towards me. My blood ran cold. Every hair on my body stood on end. My mind screamed, "No, no, this is not real." But it was. The hand began to crawl, slowly at first, like a crab scuttling across the sand. It used its fingertips like grotesque legs, pushing itself forward, the palm scraping lightly against the dirt. Scritch, scritch. The sound was faint, barely audible, but in the oppressive silence of the forest, it might as well have been a thunderclap. It was coming for me. My initial shock gave way to pure, unadulterated terror. I let out a choked gasp, a sound that died in my throat, and stumbled backward, my legs suddenly remembering how to move. Then I turned and ran. I ran like hell, my boots pounding against the earth, the frantic thumping of my heart echoing in my ears. I did not care where I was going, just away. Away from that crawling, disembodied thing. I dared to glance over my shoulder. It was still there. Smaller now, in the distance, but still coming. Still scuttling, relentlessly, purposefully. Scritch, scritch, scritch. The sound, though faint, seemed to burrow into my brain, a constant, horrifying reminder of its pursuit. It was moving faster now, surprisingly agile for a severed limb. Panic fueled my steps. I pushed my aching body harder. ignoring the burning in my lungs, the protesting of my muscles. My mind was a whirlwind of frantic questions. What was it? Why was it chasing me? What would happen if it caught me? The unknown was a terrifying void, far worse than the predictable horror of the village. The trail seemed endless. I ran until my vision blurred, until my legs felt like lead, until my breath was ragged gasps. I was sure I had outrun it. I slowed, leaning against a tree, gasping for air, my body trembling uncontrollably. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to banish the image from my mind. When I opened them again, I saw it. Not the first hand. Another one. This one was different. Darker, almost leathery, as if it had been exposed to the elements for a long time. The fingers were gnarled, the nails yellowed and broken. It lay half buried in a pile of dead leaves just off the path, almost invisible. But as my eyes registered its presence, it stirred. The gnarled fingers twitched, then slowly, painstakingly, began to push the hand out of the leaves. It rotated, just like the first, its severed wrist pointing towards me. And then it started to crawl. Scritch, scritch. This one sounded drier, rustier, like old bones scraping together. My scream was a raw, primal sound that tore from my throat. I did not even realize I was capable of making such a noise. I stumbled back, my eyes wide with horror. Two of them. Two severed hands, crawling after me. This was not just a random event. This was a pattern. I turned and ran again, my scream echoing in the silent forest. This time, I did not look back for a long time. I just ran, my mind reeling, trying to process this new, utterly grotesque reality. As I fled, the trail seemed to stretch on forever, winding through the oppressive gloom. My terror, far from dulling, was sharpening with every passing moment. I started seeing them everywhere. At first, they were scattered, one every few dozen yards. A pale, slender hand with manicured nails, lying by a moss-covered rock. A larger, calloused hand, fingers splayed, in the middle of the path. A child's hand, impossibly small and delicate, half hidden by a clump of ferns. Each one, upon my approach, would stir, orient itself, and begin its horrifying, relentless crawl towards me. Scritch, scritch, scritch. The sound became a constant, maddening chorus. A symphony of dry, scraping flesh and bone against the dirt. I tried to avoid them, to jump over them, to weave my way through the trees, to bypass them. But they were everywhere. The trail was a gauntlet of disembodied appendages, all converging on me, all intent on their macabre pursuit. Some of them were fresh, still supple, the skin almost glistening. Others were desiccated, mummified, like ancient relics. Some had rings, watches, or the faint remnants of dried nail polish. Each one was unique, a chilling testament to its former owner, now reduced to a crawling, autonomous limb. And each one, without fail, turned its severed wrist towards me and began to move. I was screaming internally, my sanity fraying at an alarming rate. My breath came in ragged gasps, my throat raw. My eyes darted from side to side, constantly scanning the path ahead, dreading what I would see next. The sheer volume of them was overwhelming. It was not just a few. It was dozens, hundreds, perhaps, stretching back down the trail as far as I could see. A macabre, living carpet of severed hands, all undulating and scuttling towards me. One, a gnarled, elderly hand with prominent veins, got too close. I had been trying to leap over it, but my exhausted legs gave out. I stumbled, and it lunged. Before I could react, its cold, dry fingers clamped onto my ankle. A choked cry escaped my lips. The touch was horrifying. Not painful, not exactly, but utterly, viscerally repulsive. It felt like something dead, yet alive. The grip was surprisingly strong, the fingers digging into my skin. I could feel the ridges of its fingernails, the texture of its dry skin. I kicked out wildly, a wave of pure revulsion washing over me. The hand detached, flying off into the undergrowth with a soft thud. I scrambled away, my heart hammering against my ribs, convinced it was trying to drag me down. That is when the horrifying realization truly hit me. They were not just chasing me. They were trying to grab me, to climb me. What would happen if they succeeded? Would they try to reattach themselves? The image of a dozen severed hands trying to graft themselves onto my body, like some grotesque living patchwork, made me gag. Or worse, were they trying to drag me somewhere? To some unseen, unspeakable destination. The thought propelled me forward with renewed, desperate energy. I could not let them touch me again. I could not. The trail began to change again. The trees grew even denser, the gloom almost absolute. The ground became softer, muddier, making my escape even harder. And the hands, they were thicker here. A veritable swarm. They were not just on the path anymore. They were crawling out from between the roots of trees, scuttling down from low-hanging branches, emerging from piles of decaying leaves. It was as if the very ground was giving birth to them. The sounds intensified. The scritching was now a cacophony, a rustling, scraping symphony of pursuit. I could hear them behind me, beside me, even impossibly ahead of me. They were closing in. I was running on pure adrenaline, my body screaming in protest, my mind a fractured mess of terror and confusion. I was crying now, hot tears streaming down my face, mingling with the sweat. This was not just a prison. This was a torture chamber designed by a mad god. Suddenly, the path opened up into a small, circular clearing. The gloom here was even deeper, almost like night, despite the unchanging 3:17 p.m. In the center of the clearing stood a single gnarled ancient tree, its branches twisted and bare, like skeletal arms reaching toward the sky. And beneath it, beneath the tree, was a mound, a pile, not of leaves, or dirt, or rocks, but of hands. Thousands upon thousands of them. A mountain of severed hands reaching up towards the bare branches, a grotesque monument to some unimaginable horror. They were intertwined, interlocked, a writhing, silent mass of flesh and bone. Some were fresh, some ancient, some withered, some almost skeletal. They pulsed with a faint, internal movement, a slow, horrifying undulation that made the entire mound seem to breathe. As I stumbled into the clearing, the hands on the trail behind me surged forward, their scritching rising to a frantic crescendo. The hands on the mound, too, stirred. They began to detach themselves from the mass, a wave of pale, skeletal, and leathery appendages peeling away from the central pile, all turning, all orienting themselves towards me. I was trapped, surrounded. I backed away, my eyes wide with terror, until my back hit the rough bark of a tree at the edge of the clearing. The crawling hands were everywhere. Now, they swarmed over the ground, a tide of living horror. They climbed onto the tree trunks, their fingers scrabbling for purchase, their severed wrists twitching. No, I screamed, my voice raw and hoarse. Get away from me. Get away. But they did not listen. They kept coming, relentless, purposeful. One, a small, pale hand with a delicate gold ring, reached me first. It crawled up my boot, its cold, dry fingers clinging to the leather. I tried to kick it off, but more were coming. Another latched onto my other ankle. Then a larger, calloused hand clamped onto my calf, its grip surprisingly strong. I thrashed. I screamed. I clawed at them, but it was like fighting against a current. More hands were scaling my legs, their fingers digging into my clothes, their cold skin a horrifying sensation against my own. I could feel them climbing, slowly, deliberately, up my shins, over my knees, toward my thighs. A wave of pure, unadulterated madness threatened to consume me. My mind, already hanging by a thread, snapped. I collapsed to the ground, my legs giving out beneath the weight and the sheer, overwhelming horror of the crawling appendages. They swarmed over me, not violently, not tearing at my flesh, but simply climbing, exploring. A dozen cold, dry hands were now on my body, on my legs, my arms, my chest. One even crawled onto my face, its cold fingertips brushing against my cheek, its thumb pressing lightly against my lips. I could feel the faint, dry texture of its skin, the subtle pressure of its grip. It was like being covered in a blanket of dead, yet living things. I could only lie there, my eyes wide, staring up at the unchanging, gloomy sky, the bare branches of the ancient tree silhouetted against the perpetually stuck 3:17 p.m. afternoon. The scritching was all around me, a constant maddening whisper. The hands did not stop. They moved over me, across me, their cold touch a constant reminder of my utter helplessness. My watch, still stuck at 3:17 p.m., felt impossibly heavy on my wrist. I was utterly, hopelessly trapped. Not just in the glass forest, not just in the mechanical village, but here, on this trail, under this ancient tree, consumed by a swarm of crawling, severed hands. There was no escape. There would never be escape. My mind, once filled with fear, then despair, now simply broke. The last vestiges of my sanity shattered, leaving behind only the cold, dry touch of 1,000 hands and the endless, silent scritching that would haunt my eternal 3:17 p.m. We bring you these stories, but the most powerful ones come from you. Subscribe for more real encounters. Hit like if you enjoyed tonight's tale. And do not forget to share your own paranormal experience in the comments. Someone out there might have felt the same fear.